Chapter 3424. The World Destroyer Prime Sovereign had fallen in an independent space. Even though countless years had passed, there were still some traces left in the void. The charm of the World Destroyer painting. After walking for a few days, Feng Chun had a deeper understanding of the special aura in this independent space, as well as the traces of cultivation everywhere in the void. All signs pointed to the World Destroyer sword art coming from the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign. So the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign was also a sword cultivator? Feng Chun muttered. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched as a bold idea appeared in his mind. Was the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign also from the ancient primal chaos? Was the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign deliberately passing the World Destroyer, painting to the ancient primal chaos? Of course, this was just Feng Chun's guess. If he wanted to verify it, he would have to personally explore it. Whoosh! Feng Chun took a deep breath and temporarily discarded the idea in his mind. No matter what, the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign had some connection with the ancient primal chaos. The independent space was like a maze. If he wanted to go around it, he would need a certain level of attainment in illusions. It just so happened that Feng Chun had some foundation in this aspect. Over the past few days, Feng Chun had encountered several young Essence Realm cultivators. The moment they saw Feng Chun, they felt a strong killing intent. In their view, it was a miracle that an Essence Realm cultivator could withstand the terrifying fiendish aura of the Battle Demon Mountain and enter the independent space. Almost everyone believed that Feng Chun was hiding a great secret. Brat, who are you? Why have I never seen you in the ancient immortal continent? A burly man asked. Feng Chun frowned. What does my identity have to do with you? You're courting death. The burly man angrily attacked, wanting to kill Feng Chun. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Feng Chun's strength. Whoosh! A cold sword light flashed. The burly man's eyes widened as he looked at Feng Chun with unwillingness before his corpse fell to the ground. The ninth one. This was the ninth Yang Yuan realm martial artist that Feng Chun had killed along the way. These people all coveted Feng Chun's secrets and wanted to kill him, but they all died in the end. Rumor has it that the chances of survival in the Godsfall battlefield are slim. Feng Chun murmured. The so-called dangers of the Godsfall battlefield were not only due to the harsh environment, but also the viciousness of human nature. After killing the burly man, Feng Chun saw a glimmer of light in front of him. What's that? The bright light instantly attracted him. He leaped forward and sped forward. After a short while, they appeared in front of a valley. That light came from the valley. Looking at the valley in front of him, Feng Chun was quite excited. This was because the closer they got to the valley, the more intense the apocalypse painting was. Could it be that the second half of the picture scroll of annihilation is in this valley? Feng Chun said, "Let's go in and take a look." Soon, he arrived at the valley. "Mo Long, we're rich." Ha ha! The Imperial Demon General looked at the pool in front of him and said excitedly, "I didn't expect to find a sword-nurturing pool here," Mo Long said. The two of them were divine generals under Lord Tao. They were ordered to explore the independent space and came to this valley by accident. What made them excited was that there was a sword-nurturing pool in the depths of the valley. What was a sword-nurturing pool? It was rumored that only experts who had reached an extremely high level of sword principle would use their own sword principle blood to create a pool of water called the sword-nurturing pool. The water in the sword-nurturing pool contained the sword principle insights of a sword principle expert. Its greatest use was to nurture a sword. The most important weapon for a sword cultivator was the longsword. The strength of the longsword directly determined the dominant position of the martial artist in a battle. A longsword nurtured by the sword-nurturing pool was invincible among those of the same level. Ha! Although we're not sword cultivators, we could get a huge sum of money even if we sell such a big sword-nurturing pool. We can exchange it for yin and yang pills, which will be enough for us to reach the 5 elements Saint Realm. The Imperial Demon General was very excited. Beside him, Mo Long stared at the sword-nurturing pool with burning eyes. Someone's here. Fang Chun saw Divine General Mo Long and the Imperial Demon Divine General. The two also noticed Fang Chun and looked at him warily. In essence stage? Clearly, Divine General Mo Long was surprised. How could an in essence stage martial artist enter the gate of the void and find this place? He must have been brought in by a young essence stage martial artist and got lost in an independent space. He got lucky and came here, the Imperial Demon General sneered. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not believe that Fang Chun could come here with his own strength. Mo Long laughed sinisterly and waved his sleeve. Vast demonic chi burst out and turned into a black spear in the air. It pierced toward Fang Chun with boundless demonic chi. Scram! Fang Chun roared and punched the black spear. Gotcha! The black spear shattered, and the void trembled. The two divine generals exclaimed in surprise. Interesting. An essence stage martial artist can block my attack. He's not simple, Mo Long said. He's not simple. Since he ran into us, he's dead for sure, the Imperial Demon General said nonchalantly. Fang Chun looked at the two of them angrily. Brat, you can only blame yourself for coming here and running into the two of us. Anyone who dares to offend a divine general will be killed without mercy. The two divine generals were overbearing, using their powerful auras to suppress Fang Chun. Fang Chun raised his eyebrows. Fang Chun, never kill the innocent, but I also never let off anyone who wants to kill me. Xiao Chun shrugged. I came to this valley by accident, and the two of you attacked me without saying anything. You even used your status as divine generals to suppress me and say that I'm a pushover. As Xiao Chun spoke, he flipped his hand, and a palm-sized drum appeared. 7-star heaven drum. The two divine generals' expressions changed when they saw this. Divine General Black Drum's 7-star heaven drum. Why is it in your hands? Are you from the Corpse Head continent? The two divine generals gave off terrifying auras as they stepped forward, working together to pressure Fang Chun. The 7-star heaven drum is in my hands. Naturally, I killed Divine General Black Drum. Fang Chun said. You're lying. Humph. How could a mere in-essence stage martial artist kill Divine General Black Drum? No matter how weak Divine General Black Drum was, he shouldn't have been killed by an in-essence stage martial artist. The two divine generals believed that the person who killed Divine General Black Drum was the expert behind Fang Chun. The two of them said sinisterly as they licked their dry lips. I originally planned to take revenge for Divine General Black Drum after this expedition to the Remnant. Now, it looks like I can collect some interest first. Fang Chun smiled coldly. He was now much stronger than when he killed Divine General Black Drum. Even if the two divine generals worked together, he would not fear them. What was laughable was that the two divine generals were like idiots. Chapter 34:25. The two divine generals looked at Fang Chun mockingly, as if they were hunters looking at their prey. The 7-star heavenly drum is the weapon of Divine General Black Drum. How dare you touch it? Divine General Mo Long sneered. In this territory, Lord Mo Tao was the absolute ruler, and the divine generals under his command were experts, second only to him. Divine General Black Drum was a divine general and had the same status as them. In their view, no one had the right to touch a divine general's item. Anyone who dared to submit would be killed without mercy. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Detain his primordial spirit and let him suffer 99 levels of torture before refining him into a puppet, said the Imperial Demon Divine General. Divine General Mo Long took a step forward, and a violent aura spread out from his body. He clenched his fist, and the terrifying evil aura in the surrounding void instantly gathered and condensed into a fist aura. Kill! Divine General Mo Long let out a low roar and threw out a punch. With one punch, heaven and earth changed colors. Fang Chun was indifferent, and he didn't even look at Divine General Mo Long. He lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, "Since you want to die, don't blame me for being impolite." Boom! A powerful sword chi halo appeared around Fang Chun's body and shrouded him. At the same time, The terrifying fist aura landed heavily on his body. Crack! The frightening power of the fist whizzed out and quickly seeped into the halo of the sword aura. Humph! You can't even withstand a single blow. Divine General Mo Long sneered and was about to increase his strength to break Fong Chen's defense when a sudden change occurred. Divine General Mo Long's pupils shrank as he saw a shocking scene. The sword chi halo around Fong Chun emitted sword-shaped runes, and in a strange way, they quickly revolved and devoured his fist aura. Rip! Just as he was stunned, his fist aura instantly dissipated. The sky returned to normal. Fong Chun stood with his hands behind his back, and the sword chi around him dissipated as if he had never fought. Ding, ding, ding. Divine General Mo Long stabilized his body, and his eyes flickered as he stared at Fong Chun. A moment later, he said coldly, "So what if your defense is strong? Watch as my demonic dragon smashes you to smithereens." At this moment, Divine General Mo Long was filled with killing intent. He waved his hands, causing a monstrous demonic aura to form a demonic dragon that emitted a deafening roar. The demonic dragon blasted toward Fong Chun with unparalleled power. Divine General Mo Long is one of the top 5 divine generals under Master Mo Tao's command. Although he's not as good as the first divine general, he's quite powerful among the warriors in the completion of Yin Yang Origin Realm. He is merely a Yin Essence stage cultivator. I cannot think of any way he can block the full-powered strike of the demonic dragon divine general. The Imperial Demon Divine General said. Mo Long's strike was Divine General Mo Long's strongest attack. It was precisely because of this that his reputation had spread throughout this territory. Dead. The Imperial Demon General nodded when he saw that the demonic dragon was about to engulf Fong Chun. Anyone who offended a divine general would definitely die. This was basically an iron law. Even a completion of Yin Yang Origin Realm expert would not dare to offend so many divine generals. You are slightly stronger than Divine General Hegu, but that's all. Fong Chen's eyes were burning. The red glass sword had appeared in his hand at some point. Heavenly Star Sword Art. There was no need to use the Universe Sword Art to deal with 2 divine generals. The Heavenly Star Sword Art was enough. Whoosh! The violent sword chi formed a dazzling sword light in the void. Sword inscriptions were faintly discernible. Crack! The red glass sword carried endless power. It resonated with the dazzling sword light and pierced the body of the demonic dragon. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Divine General Mo Long sneered and waved his hands. The demonic dragon opened its bloody mouth, trying to devour the red glass sword. You have quite a big appetite. Fong Chun pushed off with the tip of his foot and flicked his wrist. The red glass sword flicked and tore the demonic dragon's bloody mouth apart. Roar! A furious roar came from the demon dragon's mouth. It moved its sturdy body, wanting to kill Fong Chun. However, in the next moment, a long rainbow pierced through the demonic dragon's body. Boom! 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 The demonic dragon instantly shattered, and a vast demonic aura dissipated. Pucci! Divine General Mo Long suffered a backlash. His throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How could this be? His eyes were filled with unwillingness. His all-out attack had been easily dispelled by his opponent. Damn you! Divine General Mo Long fell into a state of madness. Ever since he became a divine general under Lord Mo Tao, no one had dared to provoke him. He had rarely fought in the past, but now he was forced into such a state by a Yin Essence realm martial artist. He was furious. Not good. As an outsider, the divine general demon resisting divine general could feel how terrifying Fong Chun was. What a terrifying sword art. The divine general demon resisting divine general's body trembled, and his pupils shrank. Could it be that divine General Gu was really killed by him? He recalled what Fong Chun had said before. Suddenly, his head shook, and he shouted, "Demonic dragon, be careful!" At the same time, he stomped his foot and charged toward Divine General Mo Long Dai. He performed the Heavenly Star Sword Art again, and the red glass sword suddenly pierced through Divine General Mo Long's body. Bang! Divine General Mo Long's body fell to the ground. By the time the Divine General Demon resisting Divine General arrived, it was already too late. Divine General Mo Long had already lost his life. No! The Divine General Demon resisting Divine General shook his head frantically. One sword strike killed Divine General Mo Long. It was simply unbelievable. The Divine General Demon resisting Divine General looked at Fang Chun in horror. Run! Without any hesitation, he fled far away. You want to run? Fang Chun slashed out with his sword. The void shattered, and the Divine General Demon resisting Divine General's miserable body flew backward. Boom! At this moment, scorching flames burned around the Divine General Demon resisting Divine General. He burned his essence blood to perform a forbidden secret technique. His speed suddenly soared as he dragged his battered body and fled into the distance. At the same time, the Divine General Demon resisting Divine General took out a talisman and crushed it. Rumble! Countless lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the sky and swooped down, blocking Fang Chun's path. Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman? Fang Chun quickly retreated, dodging the lightning bombardment. In the blink of an eye, the Divine General Demon resisting Divine General had completely disappeared. Damn it! Fang Chun cursed. He did not expect the Divine General Demon resisting Divine General to have such a treasure. As expected of a Divine General, he can even take out the Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman. The Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman was a powerful talisman, and its value was comparable to a sacred treasure. It could even be compared to a top sacred treasure. Not long after, the energy of the Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman was exhausted. Fang Chun took Divine General Mo Long's Sumeru ring and left. In a wasteland thousands of miles away. Bang! The Divine General Demon, resisting Divine General, crashed to the ground like a cannonball, and dust flew everywhere. Damn you! The Divine General Demon, resisting Divine General, will not live under the same sky as you. At this time, the Divine General Demon, resisting Divine General's face was pale, and he was severely injured. However, he was extremely furious in his heart. His heart was bleeding. That was the Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman, and it was used up just like that. I have followed Lord Mo Tao for countless years and worked for him. It was not easy for me to be given a Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman. I was going to use it when fighting for the last opportunity. The Divine General Demon, resisting Divine General's face, was ferocious. Chapter 34:26. The Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman was a thunder attribute talisman. It contained a powerful thunder power, and it was said to be the rare Divine Firmament Thunder. Such a thunder talisman was worth at least tens of thousands of yin and yang pills. He didn't expect the Imperial Demon General to have one. You're lucky. Fang Chun shrugged. He didn't expose his identity anyway, so it didn't matter if the Imperial Demon General escaped. Soon, Fang Chun left the battlefield and came to a hidden place. He took out Divine General Mo Long's Sumeru ring and checked it carefully. If the Imperial Demon General had such a powerful talisman like the Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman, then Divine General Mo Long might have something good too. Rip! His divine sense spread out and instantly swept through the entire Sumeru ring, and he found a talisman. Fang Chun's mind moved, and the talisman bathed in flames appeared in his palm. What a powerful flame! Even the fire origin bloodline in his body couldn't match it. The flame is purple, and it contains 3 flames. Is this the legendary purple fire talisman? Fang Chun's lips curled up, revealing a bright smile. The purple fire talisman was a talisman on the same level as the Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman. It contained 99 layers of purple flames, and it took 81 years to successfully refine it. Once released, the 99 layers of purple flames instantly spewed out, burning the sky. It was very terrifying. The power of this purple fire talisman can't be resisted as long as one's cultivation hasn't reached perfection. Fong Chen murmured. Previously, the battle between Divine General Mo Long and Fong Chen was too fast. He didn't even have time to take out the purple fire talisman before Fong Chen killed him. And this talisman naturally benefited Fong Chen. Yin and Yang pills. Then, Fong Chen's gaze fell on the Yin and Yang pills in the Sumeru ring. With a rough estimate, there were at least 30,000 Yin and Yang pills. Amazing! Fong Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. As expected of a divine general, his status was respected. In this territory, he was second only to Lord Mo Tao. After so many years, he had actually obtained so many Yin and Yang pills. Next, Fong Chen quickly checked. Divine General Mo Long had a lot of good things. There were many rare refining materials, alchemy materials, and some powerful secret techniques. Unfortunately, these secret skills were not suitable for Fong Chen. Fong Chen curled his lips. He took all the useful things in the spatial ring and put them into his own. Although the God's Fall battlefield is fraught with danger, there are also many cultivation resources. These Yin and Yang pills are unimaginable in the outside world, but here they can be found everywhere. The more it was like this, the heavier Fong Chen felt. What exactly happened back then? Why did the Battle of God's Fall erupt? Was the result of the Battle of God Fall really like this? Why did the supreme laws of the ancient primal chaos become incomplete and enter the degenerate age? All sorts of doubts surfaced in his mind. Fong Chen forcefully shook his head, somewhat at a loss. Wang, his primordial spirit moved slightly, and the half-perfect blood released a trace of cool aura, instantly returning him to normal. Whoosh! He took a deep breath, and a resolute look appeared in his deep eyes. He clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "One day, I will find out what happened back then and find a way to make up for the supreme laws of the ancient primal chaos." Rumble. At this moment, there was a sudden earth-shattering movement on a mountain peak not far from here. Fong Chen looked up and saw a black bear the size of a small mountain, standing upright and fighting with someone. That is, Fong Chen was dumbfounded. The aura released by the black bear made even Fong Chen palpitate. "What's going on?" Fong Chen frowned. The more he looked, the more he felt that something was wrong. He had a feeling that the black bear was looking at him while fighting. "Is it looking at me?" Fong Chen murmured. The movement on the mountain peak attracted the attention of many surrounding martial artists. Exclamations came one after another. "Who is that person? Why have I never seen him before? He is only at the Yin Essence stage, but he can fight that black bear to a standstill." They could tell that the martial artist fighting the black bear was only at the Yin Essence stage. "Quick, look! His aura is rising." It was unknown who shouted, but everyone's eyes were fixed on the mountain peak. The aura of that straight figure soared rapidly. Layers of energy layered over each other, forming 9 layers. Boom! He clenched his fist tightly, and as if gold had been poured into it, it gathered in the void. With the power of 9 layers of superposition, he blasted it towards the black bear. Roar! The black bear roared furiously. Its massive body barely blocked the golden fist light and forced it back. "Damn fellow!" The black bear said in human tongue, its murderous intent spreading out. Not far away, Fong Chen narrowed his eyes. "Gu Tianhua." Xiao Chen felt somewhat stunned. Back then, Xiao Chen led the Holy Palace's experts to the ancient region and destroyed the Gu clan. Gu Tianhua successfully underwent his tribulation and tried to stop Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen defeated him. At the crucial moment, the Gu clan's ancestors saved Gu Tianhua from the boundless void. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen would meet Gu Tianhua here? Fong Chen's lips curled up, revealing a strange smile. Roar! Dust flew up from the mountain peak as the shock waves of the battle spread out. Many people goggled, wanting to know the result of the battle. However, a strong aura surrounded the mountain peak, completely sealing off the battle. Only the furious roars of the black bear could be heard. Yin Essence Stage. Currently, Gu Tianhua had already reached the Yin Essence Stage. After all, he was the top genius of the ancient era before Fang Chun. He had great potential. Hence, even though he was in the Yin Essence stage, his combat prowess was not something an ordinary Yang Essence stage cultivator could compare to. Furthermore, Gu Tianhua had cultivated the ancient extermination secret technique to consummation. With a 9-layered energy, his might was unparalleled. Gradually, the black bear could no longer hold on. Oh no! Just as Fang Chun was thinking, Gu Tianhua took out a talisman from his clothes. Boom! Gu Tianhua exerted force with his fingers and crushed the talisman. In that instant, surging waves swept through the sky with Gu Tianhua as the center. What a terrifying corrosive power! Fang Chun was flabbergasted. Oh no! It's the heavy water talisman. Indeed, the black bear, which had been barely holding on, showed signs of cracking after being swept by the surging waves. Its fur instantly fell off, and its expression turned ferocious as it entered a berserk state. The heavy water talisman was similar to the purple fire talisman. Heavy water was an extremely cold water with extremely strong corrosive power. Yang Essence stage cultivators would find it hard to block. The black bear was in danger. Fang Chun's eyes flickered. Eventually, he stepped forward and shielded the black bear. Boom! Xiao Chun crushed the purple fire talisman with one finger. Whoosh! Scorching purple flames enveloped Fang Chun and the black bear. The terrifying heavy water stopped advancing after coming in contact with the purple flames. Let's go! Fang Chun shouted in a low voice. He grabbed Black Bear and fled into the distance. It's you! Gu Tianhua cried out after seeing Fang Chun. Immediately, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Stop right there! Gu Tianhua jumped and chased after Xiao Chun. On the mountain peak, the purple flames and the heavy water collided and exploded. A terrifying shockwave spread out. Heavens, what is that? It's the heavy water talisman. The black bear is dead for sure. However, as soon as they finished speaking, they saw the scorching purple flames. That's the purple fire talisman. Who saved He Xiong? Could it be Divine, General, and Mo Long? At the foot of the mountain, countless cultivators exclaimed. The purple fire talisman was famous. Everyone knew that Divine, General, and Mo Long had one. However, the figure was too fast for them to see clearly. It shouldn't be. After the initial shock, everyone slowly regained their senses. Divine General Mo Long is extremely powerful. If it's really him, he wouldn't have escaped. Hearing this, the others agreed. Divine General Mo Long was one of the divine generals under Lord Mo Tao. In this territory, he was considered a top existence. Even if that young cultivator had the heavy water talisman, it was impossible for him to be Divine General Mo Long's opponent. Whoosh! Not long after, Gu Tianhua returned to the mountain peak alone. His face was gloomy and filled with anger. The people below were secretly discussing. It seemed that he did not catch the black bear. After this battle, Gu Tianhua's name had spread far and wide. News of his battle achievements spread far and wide. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few days later, Fang Chun appeared in a forest. Bang! The black bear's huge body fell to the ground. You won't die, right? Fang Chun asked. The black bear shook his head and looked at Fang Chun with his big eyes. Who the hell are you? Fang Chun stared at the black bear. The reason why he attacked was not only because the opponent was Gu Tianhua, but also because there was a more important reason. That was, he felt a familiar aura in the black bear's body. It was an aura from the immemorial chaos. This aura was unique to people from the immemorial chaos. Therefore, Fang Chun guessed that the black bear was also from the immemorial chaos. You are from the immemorial chaos? The black bear said in a hoarse voice. In fact, when he was fighting with Gu Tianhua, he also felt the aura in Fang Chun's body. Therefore, he had been looking at him. Fang Chun nodded. As expected, the black bear said in a deep voice. Then, the black bear fell into silence. Fang Chun stared at him with burning eyes. A moment later, the black bear's expression seemed a little lonely. My master is the Tianyi Sword Emperor. What? Fang Chun was shocked. The Tianyi Sword Emperor was a peak expert who was as famous as the Reincarnation Sword Emperor. When he was growing up, he had always heard the legend of the Tiani Sword Emperor. He was even misunderstood as the successor of the Tiani Sword Emperor. But later, when he became the leader of the human race, he did not know where the Tiani Sword Emperor went. He did not expect him to enter the Godfall battlefield. This also explained the aura in the black bear's body that came from the immemorial chaos. Then you. Logically speaking, the black bear's master was the Tiani Sword Emperor, and he could sense the familiar aura. He should not have attacked Gu Tianhua, but he is a descendant of the Gu family. The black bear said, "The Gu family once plotted against my master." Fang Chen was stunned and a little surprised. "Where is your master?" Trying hard to suppress the shock in his heart, Fang Chen asked. The black bear was here, which meant that the Tiani Sword Emperor was still alive. Fang Chen vaguely felt that the place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign died was closely related to the Tiani Sword Emperor. Chapter 3427. According to Black Bear, the Tiani Sword Emperor was indeed in the Godsfall battlefield and had come to the War Demon Continent. Not long after he entered the Godsfall battlefield, he even fought with the expert from the ancient Immortal Continent. Because he wasn't strong at that time, he was defeated and fled. The Tiani Sword Emperor was here. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows as he had some guesses. Black Bear nodded. He told Fang Chen that the Tiani Sword Emperor had indeed been here. Moreover, he was good friends with the World Devastator Prime Sovereign and had once sparred with him. Black Bear also said that the World Devastator Prime Sovereign seemed to know some of the reasons why the primordial chaos had entered the primordial chaos. Countless years ago, he was the one who had sent the World Devastator painting into the primordial chaos. After knowing all this, Fang Chen's heart was shaken. "Then where did your master go?" Fang Chen asked anxiously. In fact, this was what he was really concerned about. It seemed that the Tiani Sword Emperor knew a lot of things. If he could find him, perhaps all the doubts in his heart could be solved. Black Bear shook his head. When the Tiani Sword Emperor left here, he had given the World Devastator Prime Sovereign a treasure. If any primordial chaos martial artist came here in the future, he was to give it to him. Treasure? Fang Chen's face was grave. The heaven-defying token. Black Bear's eyes flashed with a strange light. Obviously, he was also very clear about the value of the heaven-defying token. "What?" Fang Chen exclaimed. He didn't expect that the heaven-defying token that everyone was talking about was actually given to the World Devastator Prime Sovereign by the Tiani Sword Emperor. Could the Tiani Sword Emperor be from the heaven-defying alliance? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. One must know that the heaven-defying alliance was the most terrifying and powerful force in the entire Godsfall battlefield. It had gathered most of the descendants of ancient experts, and after countless years of development, it had reached an extremely terrifying level. It was rumored that the heaven-defying alliance only accepted geniuses. Ordinary people couldn't even find the heaven-defying alliance's lair. The Tiani Sword Emperor was a legendary figure in the primordial chaos. He had entered the Tao with the Sword Tao and embarked on the path of a supreme sword cultivator. After stepping into the Quasi-Emperor realm, he left the primordial chaos and entered the Godsfall battlefield. Who would have thought that he would join the heaven-defying alliance? It seemed that he had gained a lot in the Godsfall battlefield. Master has great potential and unparalleled swordsmanship. It's only natural for him to join the heaven-defying alliance. Black Bear replied. Not long after he left the heaven-defying alliance, for some reason, the World Destruction Prime's Sovereign encountered a powerful enemy and fell here. The enemy was too strong, so the Black Bear could only hide. Previously, he had only attacked Gu Tianhua because he had sensed the Gu clan's aura. Black Bear looked at Fang Chen and seemed to understand what he was thinking. The heaven-defying token was originally left by Master for the human tribe of the immemorial chaos. Since you can come here, you naturally have the right to try. As for whether you can obtain it, it will depend on your overall ability. The heaven-defying decree was of no use to ordinary people. On the contrary, it might even lead to a fatal disaster. Naturally, the World Destruction Prime Sovereign had set up some tests before his death. Only those who passed the test could obtain the heaven-defying token. The heaven-defying token is at the core of this independent space. The black bear said. It was very clear about this independent space. However, there are some problems right now. Black Bear was vexed. Several Five Elements Sacred Realm experts have also entered this place. If I rashly bring you to the core, we will definitely be discovered by them. Five Elements Sacred Realm experts were not people that ordinary yin-yang origin realm cultivators could compare to. They were above the yin-yang origin realm, and their words were law. Even in ancient times, they were considered peak experts. Their lifelong pursuit was to step into the legendary primal chaos supremacy realm. Feng Chun frowned. He had not expected that the place where the world destruction prime sovereign had fallen would attract several Five Elements Sacred Realm experts. He had originally thought that only Lord Mo Tao had entered. Apart from Mo Tao, there are also several Five Elements Sacred Realm experts from other domains. They have already reached the core, but they won't be able to walk out of the maze set up by Master. Black Bear said confidently. Moreover, their goal is the heaven-defying token, so they are restraining each other. No one is willing to act rashly, which gives us a chance. Feng Chun listened quietly. Black Bear was very clear about this place and should know what to do next. I see that your cultivation is only at the Yin origin realm, which is a little low. I'll take you to a place to train for now. The time will be ripe in 3 months, Black Bear said. Oh. Feng Chun nodded. Soon, Black Bear brought Feng Chun to a very secluded place. There were broken walls here, and the debris on the ground had long been reduced to ashes. At a glance, there was only a mountain range of rocks. This is it? Feng Chun asked. Black Bear nodded. That descendant of the Gu clan is infinitely close to the great perfection Yin-Yang origin realm. Although you saved me from him, there is still a gap between you and him. There are 3 great perfection demonic beasts in this mountain range. Your goal in the next 3 months is to defeat them. Feng Chun was stunned. Although Gu Tianhua was strong, he could easily kill him if he used his full strength. However, Gu Tianhua had activated the heavy water talisman, so he had no choice but to use the purple fire talisman. It was because of the purple fire talisman that he escaped after saving Black Bear. After all, the purple fire talisman came from Divine General Mo Long. Once the news spread, Divine General Mo Long and the others would know immediately. Although he did not fear Divine Generals, he was somewhat wary of Lord Mo Tao. Great perfection demonic beasts are extremely strong. I advise you to kill the Yang origin realm demonic beasts in the periphery to increase your combat experience, Black Bear said. Feng Chun did not say anything else and walked into the mountain range. Roar! As soon as he entered the mountain range, he heard the roars of demonic beasts. At the same time, he also felt a faint ripple of sword chi spreading in the void. The Tianyi Sword Emperor once cultivated here, Feng Chun said. The air was filled with the Tianyi Sword Emperor's aura. Rip! While he was in a daze, a golden lion opened its bloody mouth and charged at him, as expected of the battlefield of gods. Looking at the golden lion, Feng Chun could not help but click his tongue. Golden light flowed on the golden lion's body, and an ancient aura rushed toward him. This was something that the immemorial Chaos Demon Clan did not have. Descendant of an ancient demonic beast, the golden lion's body contained an extremely thin, ancient demonic beast bloodline. Although it was very thin, it was enough to make it superior to other demonic beasts of the same level. Die! The golden lion pounced at Feng Chun as fast as lightning and clawed at his head. Outside the mountain range, Black Bear sat on a blue stone and watched the scene. The blood of the ancient Golden Lion King flows in the golden lion's body. This bloodline contains the genes of war. With the help of war, its strength will increase by at least 30%. Black Bear muttered to himself. In ancient times, the Golden Lion King was famous. Its terrifying golden bloodline looked down on the world. Can this guy block it? Black Bear's eyes flickered. Boom! However, just as he finished speaking, a strange scene occurred. The golden lion pounced at Feng Chun aggressively, but as soon as it came into contact with the latter's fist, it was directly sent flying. It was as if there was an invisible barrier around Fang Chun, blocking it. What's going on? Looking at the golden lion on the ground, Black Bear's eyes widened in surprise. Roar! The golden lion was completely enraged. Golden blood spurted out from its gong-sized eyes, and a golden halo formed around its body, forming a terrifying defense. Whoosh! It charged at Fang Chun again. However, what greeted it was still a simple punch. Crack! The golden lion's body was sent flying again. This time, it did not get up and fell to the ground, motionless. Tongue! Black Bear stood up and stared at the golden lion. Black Bear was shocked. Just one punch killed the golden lion with the bloodline of the ancient golden lion king? Did he hide his strength before? Black Bear frowned. No, his bloodline seems to be very special and coincidentally restrains the bloodline of the golden lion king. Suddenly, Black Bear's eyebrows relaxed as it discovered the abnormality around Fang Chun. Interesting. He Xiong grinned. He couldn't wait to see Fang Chun's performance. The smell of blood permeated the entire mountain range. Suddenly, the cries of demonic beasts could be heard. Fang Chun killing the golden lion aroused the anger of many demonic beasts in the periphery of the mountain range. Swoosh! Swoosh! In a moment, more than 20 Yang Yuan realm demonic beasts surrounded Fang Chun. Oh no! Black Bear shouted. If you can't match them, quickly leave the mountain range. Your life is more important. It knew that these demonic beasts could not step out of the mountain range. So although Fang Chun was in a dangerous situation, it was not too worried. Rumble. Dust flew. More than 20 demonic beasts in the mountain range pounced crazily at Fang Chun. Fang Chun licked his lips. Too weak. These demonic beasts were not qualified to make him use his sword skills. Boom, boom, boom. His fist looked down on everything. Wherever the fist light passed, the demonic beasts were all killed. 15 minutes later, Black Bear was stunned and shocked. It had underestimated Fang Chun's potential. More than 20 Yang Yuan realm demonic beasts working together could at least match a great perfection realm demonic beast, but they were all killed by his bare hands. What terrifying potential, Black Bear murmured. In its mind, it recalled the scene when it first saw the Tianyi Sword Emperor. Could it be another peerless genius? Fang Chun turned around and smiled brightly at Black Bear. These demonic beasts are too weak. I'll go and meet the 3 Great Perfection Realm demonic beasts now. Be careful. The Great Perfection Realm demonic beasts are very strong. Don't make too much noise. Black Bear reminded, Master once cultivated here. Master's sword essence is left in the void. If you comprehend the sword principle here, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Before it finished, Fang Chun stepped into the inner area of the mountain range. He slowly drew out the red glass sword. Buzz! A gust of sword chi soared into the sky. Even from far away, one could feel the terrifying sword essence in the sword chi. Chapter 34:28. Roar! An angry roar came from the depths of the mountain range. Suddenly, the quiet mountain range was in an uproar. Countless demonic beasts appeared from the dark. They stared at Fang Chun with their eyes wide open. A demonic beast in the complete realm. Fang Chun's gaze landed on the demonic beast in the middle of the demonic beasts. The latter was a darkness annihilation leopard. Dark Panther. Fang Chun licked his lips. He didn't expect that the extinct demonic beast would appear here. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Sword chi surged around him. The red glass sword vibrated, and the sound of the sword echoed in the mountain range. The blood in his body flowed quickly, and the heavenly star swordsmanship was activated. Human. The Dark Panther spoke in human language, and its cold eyes fell on Fang Chun. Die! The Dark Panther stomped its feet, and the ground shook. Its big claws carried endless power and slammed toward Fang Chun. This is the Dark Sky Destroying Claw. In ancient times, the Dark Panther clan was a powerful clan among the beast clans. According to Fang Chun's understanding, once the Dark Panther reached adulthood, its cultivation would reach the complete yin-yang origin realm. It was the strongest in the clan, and even in the five-element Saint realm, it was the strongest. Back then, the Dark Panther clan dominated the Beast clans. However, the Dark Panther clan was exterminated in the Battle of Gods. No, Fang Chun felt that something was wrong when the Dark Panther attacked. The blood in his body is not strong. Fang Chun was stunned, and then he thought of something. A descendant of the Dark Panther clan? The Dark Panther's blood was not pure. This meant that the Dark Panther was not as powerful as he had imagined. Heavenly Star swordsmanship. Swoosh. He swung his sword 3 times, and each sword contained strong Heavenly Star sword chi. The 3 sword lights floated in the air and intertwined to form a terrifying sword formation. Rip! The red glass sword stabbed out, and the sword formation in the air fell on the Dark Panther. Boom! Boom! Under Fang Chen's control, the 3 sword lights exploded. The terrifying sword chi pierced through the dark destruction leopard's skin, causing blood to spurt out. Roar! The dark extermination leopard attack was blocked by Fang Chun. It was furious and glared at Fang Chun. As expected of the dark annihilation leopard, Fang Chun couldn't help but click his tongue. He had just executed the first 3 levels of the Heavenly Star Sword art. The power of each level stacked together, but he had only managed to block the Dark Extermination Leopard's attack. He had not injured it. One could only imagine how powerful the Dark Annihilation Leopard's attack was. With my current strength, I should be able to defeat him if I use the Primordial Chaos Sword technique. But Fang Chun rolled his eyes, and an idea popped up in his mind. In the following time, the Dark Extermination Leopard fought fiercely with Fang Chun. The battle was extremely intense. Sword chi swept across the area, causing the surrounding demonic beasts to continuously retreat. Outside the mountain range, Black Bear narrowed his eyes. This guy. Black Bear shook his head, his heart trembling even more. Fang Chen's strength had exceeded his expectations. He even felt that Lin Fan's potential in Sword Principle was stronger than his master, the Sky One Sword Emperor. He is actually using the Dark Extermination Leopard to train his Sword Principle? Indeed, it was just as Black Bear thought. Fang Chen's main purpose of fighting with the Dark Extermination Leopard was to train his Sword Principle. Swoosh! A few days later, Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes and swung the red glass sword in his hand. Sword chi swept across the area, and a cold light flashed. Heaven and earth trembled as the Dark Extermination Leopard attacked with all its might to block the sword light. Crack! The sword light pierced through the Dark Extermination Leopard's claws. The Dark Extermination Leopard let out an angry roar. Whoosh! Fang Chun took a deep breath, and a smile appeared on his face. The 4th level of the Heavenly Star Sword art is completed. Actual combat was always the best way to train one's sword principle. In just a few days, Fang Chun had completed the 4th level of the Heavenly Star Sword art. He was very happy. The Heavenly Star Sword art has a total of 9 levels. Once I have completed all of them, my power will be enough to kill a complete realm expert. Fang Chun muttered to himself. In 3 months, he would try his best to cultivate the Heavenly Star Sword art. After 3 months, the fight for the Heaven-Defying Decree will officially begin. A few 5 elements Saint Realm experts will be eyeing me covetously. If I don't raise my cultivation level, how can I compete with them? Fang Chun muttered to himself. Time flew by, and Fang Chun was improving every day. In the beginning, he was evenly matched with the Dark Extermination Leopard. Later on, the Dark Extermination Leopard was suppressed by him. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 2 months later, he finally reached the 7th level of the Heavenly Star Sword art. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck. During this period, Fang Chun had been absorbing the power of the Yin-Yang elixir. His cultivation level had reached the later stage of Yin-Yuan realm and was only a step away from the peak. The Heavenly Star Sword art has reached a bottleneck. Fang Chun said, Ancestor Tian Chun is indeed impressive to be able to create such a sword art. It's really extraordinary. The higher Fang Chun's cultivation level was, the greater his understanding of the sword principle was. Now that he looked back, his invincible sword principle did not seem to be truly invincible. However, The invincible sword principle has great potential and can be improved continuously. One day, it will grow into a true invincible sword principle. Fang Chun did not give up on the invincible sword principle that he had created just because the Heavenly Star Sword Art, Apocalypse Sword Art, and Chaos Sword Art were powerful. Since ancient times, any expert who had reached the peak of the sword principle had created their own sword principle. He had created his own sword principle a long time ago. The reason why he named it the Invincible Sword Principle was because of his obsession. He had worked hard all his life to reach the peak of the sword principle and achieve true invincibility in the sword principle. Suddenly, his body was filled with mighty sword essence. He had a slight understanding in his mind. He had mastered the 8th level of the Heavenly Star Sword Art. Swoosh! Fang Chun got up, shook his wrist, and waved the red glass sword. Rays of sword light floated in the void like gold, giving off a unique scene. After a while, the cultivation session ended. Fang Chun came to the depths of the mountain range again, in the territory of the dark, exterminating leopard. "Human, what are you doing here?" The dark, exterminating leopard stared at Fang Chun warily. In the past 2 months, it had witnessed the growth of the human in front of it with its own eyes. It was simply incredible. Therefore, not long ago, it had said that it would no longer make things difficult for Fang Chun. But now, Fang Chun had come to its territory, which made it very angry. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" The dark exterminating leopard said angrily. "There are 3 monsters in the Great Perfection realm in this mountain range, and I'm the weakest. If you really want to fight to the death, I'll send a message to the other 2. No matter how strong you are, you won't have any advantage if the 3 of us join forces." If possible, the dark exterminating leopard didn't want to be Fang Chun's enemy. "I don't have any other intentions. I just have some understanding of the sword principle and want to exchange pointers with you." After days of fighting, Fang Chun had developed a friendship with the dark exterminating leopard. "Really?" The dark exterminating leopard asked with its eyes wide open. Fang Chun nodded. "Okay, we beasts like to fight. Since you just want to exchange pointers, I'll fulfill your wish." Then, a terrifying dark aura appeared around the dark, exterminating leopard, forming a powerful vortex in an instant. "I'm going to use my full strength," the dark, exterminating leopard warned. Darkness descends. With a roar, the dark vortex moved quickly. The dark, exterminating leopard was in it, waving its claws and forming a complicated seal. Heavenly Star Sword Principle, Level 8. Fang Chun displayed the Heavenly Star Sword Principle, Level 8. In the void, 8 illusory sword lights shot forward together, bursting with terrifying power. Wind comes. Whoosh, whoosh. A gale suddenly rose and swept across the land. The power of the 8 sword lights instantly skyrocketed and merged with the gale. Here comes the rain. Crash! In a clear sky, it suddenly started to rain. Raindrops fell from the sky, wetting the ground. "Lay, come here. Bring the electricity." After 4 consecutive sentences, a phenomenon appeared in the sky. Strong winds, torrential rain, thunder, and lightning. Void flurry. The wind, rain, thunder, and lightning merged together, resulting in a terrifying force that completely devoured the 8 sword intents. At this moment, the might of the Heavenly Star Sword Art was raised to the highest level. In the distance, the Black Bear was stunned. "Good fellow." Black Bear was speechless. He did not expect that Fang Chun's comprehension of Sword Dao had already reached such a level. Impressive. Black Bear was not stingy with his praise. At this moment, facing the dark extermination leopard, Fang Chun was full of confidence. The so-called Heavenly Stellar Sword Dao is the fusion of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning with sword techniques. Once mastered, it can burst forth with the strongest power. The profound meaning of the Heavenly Star Sword Art was the 4 laws. The 4 great laws, which were completely different, merged together to form the Sword Dao. Fang Chun was amazed. Ancestor Tian Chun was a 1 in a million Sword Dao genius. Break it! Although the dark extermination leopard felt its heart palpitate, it still used the dark strike. Boom! Its claws bombarded the 8-sword intense, instantly detonating the 4 laws of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Dong! 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 The void trembled, the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning struck as if the end of the world had arrived. Crack! The sword intense shattered under the dark extermination leopard's attack. When the 6th sword intense shattered, the dark extermination leopard's claws were dripping with blood. Too strong. The dark extermination leopard's heart palpitated. It had already used its strongest attack, but it only blocked the attack of the 6th sword intense. It looked at the last 2 sword intense in horror, and there was only one thought in its mind. I can't fight it. The dark extermination leopard quickly retreated, and the remaining 2 sword intense chased after it. Oh no! Seeing that the 2 sword intense were about to pierce it, the dark extermination leopard cursed. Just as it was about to burn its blood to block the attack, the 2 sword intense stopped abruptly. The sky became clear again, and the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning disappeared instantly. It was as if nothing had happened. Rip! The 2 sword intense dissipated in front of it. Looking up, the dark extermination leopard saw Fong Chen's smiling eyes. Phew! The dark extermination leopard took a deep breath. Pervert! Just now, it felt the fear of death, and, for a moment, it thought that Fong Chen wanted to kill it. But fortunately, the latter did not want to kill it. What a pervert! In just 2 months, Fong Chen's growth was miraculous. Even the dark extermination leopard, who had inherited the ancient memory, was amazed. Is he the reincarnation of an ancient expert? Chapter 34:29. After 2 months of hard work, he had reached the 8th level of the Heavenly Star Sword Art. So powerful. Fong Chen was speechless. The Heavenly Star Sword Art was a top Emperor-level sword art. Now that he had reached the 8th level, he had a deeper understanding of the Heavenly Star Sword Art. The 4 different laws have been integrated and evolved into the Heavenly Star Sword Art. Ancestor Tian Shan was indeed a genius in the sword principle. It was a pity that he had fallen. If Ancestor Tian Shan was still alive, there would be a place for him in the sacred palace. Fong Chen said confidently. Ancestor Tian Shan might even become the 2nd expert after the immortal emperor to step into the emperor realm during the Age of Chaos. Huff! Fong Chen took a deep breath and restrained his aura. After reaching the 8th level, he felt that he had reached a bottleneck. If he wanted to break through again, he needed an opportunity. Crazy! Not far away, the dark exterminating leopard widened its eyes and looked at Fong Chen. With the latter's current strength, he could easily kill it, but he did not do so. This made it have a good impression of Fong Chen. You are the most outstanding genius I've seen in a long time. The dark exterminating leopard praised. In front of you, even the super experts of the ancient times will pale in comparison. Once upon a time, the dark exterminating leopard thought that there were many experts and countless geniuses in the ancient times. It also dreamed of being able to shed the mortal world and achieve supreme hegemony. However, after countless years of training, it increasingly believed that it was impossible for the current era to reach the glory of the ancient times. However, Fong Chen's appearance caused it to change its mind. I can see that you want to practice your sword art. The dark exterminating leopard said, My eldest and 2nd brother, I am no longer qualified to be your sparring partner. Not long ago, my eldest and 2nd brother sent a message that they are about to come out of seclusion. I can recommend you, but I have to remind you that my eldest and 2nd brother are much stronger than me. If you're not strong enough and die in their hands, don't blame me. Thank you. Fong Chen cupped his fists. In the deepest part of the mountain, there was a dark cave. Today, multicolored light shot out from the cave as 2 enormous figures walked out leisurely. Greetings, Your Majesty. The surrounding monsters knelt down to welcome the 2 great monsters. One of the demonic beasts was a yellow bull, and the other demonic beast was a python. The 2 demonic beasts exuded an eerie aura that was much stronger than the dark destruction leopard. Where is 3rd brother? The 2 demonic beasts looked at each other, and the python said, Whoosh! At this moment, two ear-piercing sounds could be heard. Congratulations, big brother and second brother. The dark, exterminating leopard laughed. Third brother. The python grinned. Did anything major happen during this period of time? Third brother. Who is he? Yellow Ox frowned. He was somewhat dissatisfied that the dark leopard had brought a human here. Big brother. Second brother. This person can be considered a friend of mine. 2 months ago, he intruded into our territory. Originally, I wanted to kill him, but he was extremely strong. Even after using all my strength, I could only fight him to a standstill. The dark, exterminating leopard said, I have been fighting with him for 2 months. He is growing too fast. Now, I am no match for him. Hearing this, the python and the yellow bull stared at Fong Chun with gloomy faces. Eldest brother, second brother, don't misunderstand. He came here with no evil intentions. He just wants to improve his swordsmanship. That is why I brought him here. At the same time, the dark, exterminating leopard secretly sent a message to the python and the yellow bull, informing them of Fong Chen's incredible potential. Is he really that powerful? The dark, exterminating leopard wanted them to befriend Fong Chun. If such a genius with such potential did not die, he would definitely stand at the top of the martial arts world. He might even restore the prosperity of the ancient times. If they could befriend him when he was still weak, that would be the best outcome. As the descendants of the ancient demonic beasts, the python and the yellow bull were not reckless people. They pondered. If Fong Chun was really as excellent as the dark, exterminating leopard said, it would not hurt to befriend him. In that case, let me practice swordsmanship with Brother Fong first. The python took a step forward, its aura fluctuating as it spat out its tongue, and said with a smile, It just so happens that I have made a breakthrough while I was in seclusion. I have touched the threshold of the 5 elements sacred realm. Maybe I can break through the bottleneck by fighting with you. Okay, Fong Chun said bluntly. He took out the red glass sword. The loud sound of the sword rang through the sky. He felt the pressure from the python, so he performed the heavenly star swordsmanship as soon as they started fighting. The 6th move, the 7th move, the 8th move. He performed 3 moves in a row. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning appeared in the sky again. They intertwined with the terrifying sword light and formed a shocking sword net. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Fong Chun and the python fought fiercely. Interesting. Yellow Ox looked at the battlefield and murmured, This guy is only in the Yin Essence realm, but he can erupt with such terrifying power. More importantly, Yellow Ox saw Fong Chen's sword Dao. He is a natural sword cultivator, and his comprehension of the sword Dao has reached an incredible level. It won't be a problem for him to enter the 5 elements sacred realm in the future. It did not dare to think about the primal chaos supreme realm. This swordsmanship alone is rare among those in the great perfection realm. No wonder third brother is no match for it. Big brother. The dark, exterminating leopard walked to Yellow Ox and explained. This swordsmanship is called the Heavenly Star Swordsmanship. It is a top emperor-level swordsmanship with a total of 9 levels. When he fought with me for the first time, he had only cultivated the 1st or 2nd level. What? Yellow Ox was shocked when I heard this. You mean he only used 2 months to cultivate this swordsmanship to the 8th level? The dark, exterminating leopard nodded. Yellow Ox was dumbfounded. There is actually such a monstrous genius in the world. Amazing. After a long time, Yellow Ox squeezed out 2 words. Outside the mountain range, the black bear saw the battle through the void. The python's strength is considered top-notch among those in the great perfection realm. I don't think he can defeat it with the 8th level of the Heavenly Star Swordsmanship. The black bear said. It knew that Fong Chun was using the python to practice the Heavenly Star Swordsmanship and wanted to take the opportunity to comprehend the 9th level. Let me see what the upper limit of your potential is. Time flew by. The python was also belligerent. Since the first time it fought with Fong Chun, it took the initiative to challenge Fong Chun almost every day. Of course, the latter would not refuse. Where could he find such a sparring partner? The 3-month deadline was getting closer and closer. and Fong Chen's comprehension of the heavenly star swordsmanship was getting deeper and deeper. He had already touched the threshold of the 9th level. He only needed an opportunity. One day, when Fong Chen was fighting with the python, he entered a state of epiphany. Seeing this, the python immediately stopped attacking and retreated to Yellow Ox's side. Epiphany? Yellow Ox's eyes widened. Wasn't this guy too monstrous? Second brother, how do you feel? Yellow Ox asked with a smile. The python tried hard to think of a word to describe Fong Chen, but it found that it didn't know how to describe him other than monstrous. He's obviously fighting with me to hone this swordsmanship. He's still holding back and hasn't used his full strength, the python said. If he uses his full strength, I probably won't be his match. In fact, there was something he didn't say in his heart, and that was that Yellow Ox might not be able to defeat Fong Chen. Since the fall of the Prime Sovereign, us 3 brothers have been trapped here. If we want to leave, we can only break through to the 5 elements sacred realm, Yellow Ox muttered to himself. But even if we're infinitely close to the 5 elements sacred realm, it's still very difficult to enter. After all, this is an independent space created by the Prime Sovereign and is isolated from the outside world. The python and Dark Destruction Leopard naturally understood what Yellow Ox meant. Big brother, what do you mean? The python's eyes flickered. Dark Destruction Leopard also widened its eyes. It didn't expect its big brother to have such an idea. I think we can let him try, Yellow Ox said. No, what if he wants to kill us? Once he succeeds, our lives will be completely in his hands. That's absolutely unacceptable. The python and Dark Destruction Leopard objected. Boom! In the sky, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning intertwined. Fong Chen was bathed in it. Sword-shaped runes flickered around his body, reflecting the light of heaven and earth. Streams of terrifying sword chi spread out. Even the breeze felt incomparably sharp. You've seen his potential. It's only a matter of time before he enters the 5 elements sacred realm. In the future, he might even become a top expert on the God's Fall battlefield. Yellow Ox sighed. It's better to follow him than to be trapped here forever. Yellow Ox didn't say anything else. He let the python and Dark Destruction Leopard think carefully. Heavenly Dawn swordsmanship. Fong Chen muttered and suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning in the sky merged into the sword chi. He gently pinched his fingers, and a sword light that pierced through heaven and earth slashed horizontally. Rip! The void shattered and the earth was cut. Terrifying chi waves swept through the space. Buzz! Heaven and earth returned to normal. Fong Chen slowly got up. I see. He had finally mastered the 9th level of the Heavenly Dawn swordsmanship. Thanks to the python for sparring. Fong Chen grinned. He raised his head and looked not far away. Coincidentally, the 3 demonic beasts were also looking at him. Fong Chen shrugged, somewhat puzzled. Why are you looking at me like that? Yellow Ox stepped forward, followed by the python and Dark Destruction Leopard. Brother Fong, Yellow Ox said solemnly, if we acknowledge you as our master, would you be willing? Fong Chen was stunned. The Dark Destruction Leopard explained in detail to Fong Chen how they were trapped here. After a while, Fong Chen understood. I see. Fong Chen nodded. Of course I would. 3 perfected demonic beasts were definitely a powerful force. Currently, he had a strong enemy like Lord Mo Tao in the God's Fall battlefield. Naturally, he had to find a way to improve his overall strength. But the Dark Destruction Leopard's eyes flickered. Fong Chen saw through its thoughts and laughed heartily. I, Fong Chen, treat my brothers like my own hands and feet. I will fight to the death with my enemies. Hearing that, the 3 demonic beasts grinned. In that case, you can refine it. Yellow Ox pointed behind him as he spoke. Chapter 34:30. Upon closer inspection, it was not a flower but a small tree. This is... Fong Chen raised his eyebrows as he sensed the powerful pressure emanating from the small tree. This is an immortal seed. We are trapped here because of this immortal seed, Yellow Ox said. The immortal seed was a legendary item. It was said that only super experts of the 5 elements sacred realm could nurture an immortal seed with their blood. 4 yin-yang origin realm martial artists. Once they refined an immortal seed, they could devour it. It would be of great help to their own comprehension. It could even strengthen the yin-yang origin in their body. When Fang Chun first stepped into the yin origin realm, his yin-yang origin was 110 feet long. Now, after such a long time of cultivation, his yin-yang origin had grown to 1,000 feet long. Immortal seed, Fang Chun licked his dry lips. My yin-yang origin hasn't reached its limit yet. It can still be improved. Fang Chun was eager to try. Yellow Ox, the python, and the dark destruction leopard brought Fang Chun to the immortal seed. Just as Fang Chun was about to refine it, Black Bear's voice suddenly sounded. Wait. Hearing this, Fang Chun stopped and turned to look at Black Bear. It's you? Yellow Ox obviously knew Black Bear. After seeing Black Bear, Yellow Ox glared at him. You dare to appear in front of us 3 brothers. The python spat out its tongue and said coldly. As for the dark destruction leopard, it was surrounded by a strong dark aura and was ready to attack. The 3 of you. Black Bear chuckled. Back then, I unintentionally ruined your matter. Moreover, there's no need to remember such a trivial matter until now, right? Black Bear waved his hand. Bullsh *T. The python had a bad temper. It rebuked and was ready to attack. Don't you want to leave here? Seeing that the python was about to attack, Black Bear didn't dare to fight and hurriedly shouted, This little guy is from the same sect as my master. If you attack me, you'll never be able to leave here. Hearing Black Bear's words, Yellow Ox was stunned and hurriedly stopped the python. What did you say? Yellow Ox stared at the Black Bear and asked. Black Bear told Yellow Ox about the relationship between Fang Chun and the Sky One-Sword Emperor. After the 3 demonic beasts heard this, their expressions changed. In the end, Yellow Ox felt relieved and no longer mentioned that incident. Consider yourself lucky. Don't provoke us 3 brothers in the future. After saying that, Yellow Ox let Fang Chun try to refine the immortal seed. This immortal seed contains an extremely strong power. You must be careful. If you're not careful, you might suffer a backlash. Although Yellow Ox really wanted to leave this place, it had to inform Fang Chun of the possible dangers in advance so that the latter could weigh the pros and cons. No. The Black Bear attacked again, stopping Fang Chun. Black Bear, what do you mean? If you don't let him refine the immortal seed, could it be that you want us to be trapped here forever? Clearly, the Black Bear's actions had completely infuriated the python and the other 2. What happened? Fang Chun turned his head and looked at the Black Bear. If you rashly refine the immortal seed, you will definitely suffer a backlash. The Black Bear shrugged. I once heard from my master that this immortal seed is extraordinary. It's the one closest to the ancient immortal seed. Fang Chun's heart skipped a beat. He was a little surprised. The immortal seed of the ancient era contained the power of heaven and earth. In this era, it was already very lucky to encounter an immortal seed. As for the power of the immortal seed, it was far inferior to the ancient era. However, the Black Bear said that this immortal seed was infinitely close to the ancient immortal seed. Why was that? This immortal seed was nurtured with the blood of the master of the world, Destroyer Prime Sovereign. His master was considered a top expert in the 5 elements sacred realm. Most importantly, this expert's bloodline is the famous Heaven Refining Bloodline from the primordial era. Heaven Refining Bloodline. After hearing these words, even Yellow Ox and the other 2 couldn't help but tremble in fear. What did you say? Yellow Ox asked. The Black Bear nodded and told them that this immortal seed was nurtured by the Heaven Refining Bloodline and contained the power of the bloodline. Once it was invaded by external forces, it would completely explode. Even though Fang Chun's combat strength was tyrannical, it would be difficult for him to stop the Heaven Refining Bloodline. Heaven Refining Bloodline? Fang Chun had also heard of this bloodline. I wonder if my half-perfect bloodline is comparable to the Heaven Refining Bloodline. In the ancient era, the Heaven Refining Bloodline was known as a super bloodline that could refine the heavens. Could it be that your Black Bear has a solution? Yellow Ox asked. The Black Bear shook its head. I don't have a way. If my master was here, he might be able to refine it. Unfortunately, The black bear appeared to stop Fang Chun from dying. After all, it was going to bring Fang Chun into the core area to find the heaven-defying token. How could die here? You. Yellow Ox was a little angry. But soon, it calmed down and looked at Fang Chun with a questioning gaze. I want to try. Fang Chun spoke his mind. In fact, he still had a certain degree of confidence in his half-perfect bloodline. No. The black bear tried to stop him. You're courting death. Do you know that? Fang Chun was very calm and shook his head gently. I once had an opportunity to possess a powerful bloodline, so want to try? Even if I can't refine the heaven-refining bloodline, I'm confident that I can escape unscathed. Fang Chen's attitude was very firm and unquestionable. Brother Fang, you already know the danger here. I advise you to be careful, the dark vanquishing leper reminded. Even if we three brothers want to leave this place, we won't let you die for no reason, the python also said. Yellow Ox was the only one who remained silent. It's okay, Fang Chen said. Let me try. In fact, Fang Chun wanted to refine the immortal seed for two purposes. First, he wanted to refine the immortal seed to increase the yin essence in his body and improve his strength. Second, he wanted to compete for the heaven-defying token, so he would definitely be blocked by all parties. If he could subdue the three brothers, they would definitely be a great force. He even wondered if the three brothers could stop Lord Mo Tao's attack if they joined forces. Thinking of this, Fang Chun stepped forward and sat cross-legged in front of the immortal seed. The immortal seed was quietly rooted in the soil, surrounded by a seven-colored light, and each leaf was different. Sigh. The black bear sighed and said nothing. Fang Chen's hands touched the first leaf of the immortal seed. In order to refine the immortal seed, he had to refine the 7 leaves separately. Boom! At this moment, a scorching hot aura suddenly rushed into his body, instantly colliding with his internal organs. Pucci, caught off guard, Fang Chun vomited blood and his face was slightly pale. Did it fail? The python shook its head. The black bear seemed to have expected this. Is this the heaven-refining bloodline? Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he carefully sensed the aura of the heaven-refining bloodline. After a short period of adaptation, he had already investigated the specific situation of this immortal seed. Chapter 34-31. After the baptism of time, the power of the heaven refinement bloodline in the immortal seed had become extremely thin. Boom! Fang Chun released his half-perfect bloodline without hesitation. Dong! 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 The sound of something breaking through the air came from the void, and a terrifying aura was released from his body. This is Yellow Ox, the python, and the dark destruction leopard widened their eyes in shock when they saw this scene. Heavens, what kind of bloodline is this? It's too powerful. The blood in Black Bear's body instantly froze, and his heartbeat accelerated as he felt an extremely powerful pressure. Is this the power of his bloodline? Yellow Ox's eyes lit up as if he saw a glimmer of hope. The golden light shone brightly, and the half-perfect bloodline gradually invaded the first leaf. Hiss! Hiss! Almost without any resistance, the first leaf was refined. Then, the second leaf and the third leaf. About an hour later, Fang Chun finally refined the 7th leaf. At this moment, the motionless immortal seed emitted a dazzling light, and the thin power of the heaven refinement bloodline suddenly erupted and poured into Fang Chen's body. Yellow Ox and the others were very nervous. This was the most important moment, and they must hold on. However, Fang Chun did not disappoint them in the end. He slowly got up and grabbed the immortal seed with his hand. Rip! He opened his mouth and swallowed the immortal seed. Dong! Dong! The power in his body surged wildly, and the primordial yin appeared above his head. Did he really refine it? Black Bear was the most shocked. He did not expect Fang Chun to be able to refine the immortal seed. This is too terrifying. He felt his heart palpitate when he saw the power of the bloodline around Fang Chen's body. Not to mention, Master, even the super powerhouses of the 5 elements sacred realm might not be stronger than his bloodline. The power of the immortal seed completely merged into Fong Chen's body. The primordial yin also increased rapidly because of this. 310 feet, 320 feet, 330 feet. The primordial yin increased rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it had grown to 500 feet. After the initial shock, Yellow Ox praised Fong Chen profusely. He's using the immortal seed to increase his yin essence. Yellow Ox said, refining the heavenly immortal seed is extremely powerful. I wonder how powerful his yin essence will be after he absorbs it. It's already 500 feet, the python said. I remember that in this epoch, the strongest primordial yin cultivator can reach 900 meters. It's already very strong for him to be able to condense it to 500 feet. A terrifying name emerged in the minds of Yellow Ox and the other two. At the moment, Fong Chen was fully immersed in his cultivation. The primordial yin above his head continued to grow, not slowing down at all. The black bear had long been stunned. It had sworn to follow its master into battle, but it had never seen such a monstrous martial artist. This guy, Black Bear, smiled bitterly. Could it be that he's really going to surpass that person? In just a few hours, Fong Chen's primordial yin had already reached 8,000 feet. At this moment, even Yellow Ox and the other two couldn't hold back anymore. The refined heaven immortal seed is so powerful. The hearts of the three of them trembled. Given his potential, he's definitely one of the strongest in the heaven-defying alliance. His shock gradually turned into a wide grin, because they had made the right bet. After refining the immortal seed, Fong Chen could be considered their master. They were willing to follow such a master. It seems that it won't be long before we can follow master into battle, the Dark Destruction Leopard said with a grin. Since ancient times, there had been such a saying. The greater the primordial yin, the higher the chances of entering the five elements sacred realm in the future. Under normal circumstances, as long as the primordial yin reached 500 feet, one would definitely enter the five elements sacred realm. It only needed time. In ancient times, the level of a genius was measured by the primordial yin. 800 feet was enough to rank among the top 100 monstrous geniuses of ancient times. In this era, he was unrivaled and unrivaled. The black bear stared blankly at the primordial yin above Fong Chen's head. Its eyes darted around, wondering if it should follow Fong Chen and leave the war demon continent. I wonder where Master is. It thought of the Chinese Sword Emperor and felt a little depressed. No matter where you are, I will definitely find you. A moment later, the black bear clenched its fists and swore to itself. I haven't reached my limit yet. Fong Chen had already absorbed more than half of the heaven-refining immortal seed. However, his primordial yin had only increased to 900 feet. He felt that he had not reached his limit yet. As he continued to absorb the heaven-refining immortal seed, his primordial yin was also growing. However, it was growing at a slow rate. Heavens! The black bear was already stunned. 900 feet. Fong Chen's primordial yin had already reached 900 feet. Yellow Ox and the other two laughed heartily. The grievances they had accumulated for countless years were swept away. Their eyes flickered as if they were witnessing the birth of a monstrous genius. Boom! Boom! When Fong Chen's primordial yin reached 3,000 feet, it finally stopped growing. Whoosh! Fong Chen opened his eyes and felt a vast power fill his body. With a thought, he absorbed the 3,000-foot primordial yin into his body. The limit of the primordial yin stage. Fong Chen muttered, "This subordinate greets master." Yellow Ox and the other two hurriedly knelt before Fong Chen. Fong Chen's potential completely conquered the three of them. Congratulations, master, for condensing 3,000 feet of primordial yin. Master's potential is unprecedented. Even the black bear gave Fong Chen a thumbs up, praising him. You're too strong. You've truly shocked me. The black bear admitted that even its master, the heavenly one-sword emperor, was not as strong as Fong Chen. That's natural. How can your master compare to our master? The Dark Destruction Leopard gloated. Soon, Fang Shan learned that his 3,000-foot primordial Yin could rank in the top 50 of the top 100 monstrous geniuses of the ancient era. Xiao Qian's heart trembled, and he showed a complicated expression. The strongest primordial Yin stage cultivator of this epoch had only condensed 900 feet of primordial Yin. However, Xiao Qian had condensed 3,000 feet of primordial Yin, replacing that cultivator as the strongest primordial Yin stage cultivator. However, with such potential, he could barely rank in the top 50 of the top 100 monstrous geniuses of the ancient era. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the ancient era was. 3,000 feet of primordial Yin is unrivaled in this epoch. Master is destined to become a lofty figure like the upper echelons of the heaven-defying alliance in the future. Yellow Ox said. The python and the dark destruction leopard also kept praising Fang Shan. Black Bear, let's write off the grudges between you and us three brothers. What do you think? Yellow Ox said. If Black Bear had not brought Fang Shan here to train his sword skills, they would not have acknowledged Fang Shan as their master. Therefore, they were very grateful to Black Bear from the bottom of their hearts. Black Bear was very open-minded and said that he had never taken this matter to heart. Looking at its shameless appearance, Yellow Ox could not help but want to punch it. By the way, what grudges did you have in the past? Fang Shan asked curiously. Yellow Ox and the other two instantly turned pale when they heard that. They stared fiercely at Black Bear. Black Bear chuckled awkwardly. It's nothing. I accidentally passed by this mountain range and had a stomachache, so I pooped. Who would have thought that it happened to be the place where you three brothers were barbecuing? At this point, Black Bear did not dare to continue. Puffed. Fang Shan could not help but laugh. Chapter 34-32. 1,000 feet of Yin was a threshold. Even in ancient times, those who could condense it were few and far between. Now that Fang Shan had refined the heaven-refining immortal seed, his strength had grown even stronger. Buzz. His primordial spirit vibrated in his mind. He could sense three bizarre auras seeping into it, but they soon dissipated into nothingness. He knew that this was the power of karma from Yellow Ox and the other two. From now on, they would be loyal to him. Unless he died, they would never betray him. In fact, this was also a gamble for Yellow Ox and the others. Fang Shan's strength was obvious to all, and his potential was also abnormally strong. However, who knew what kind of person he was before they got to know him? If he became stronger in the future, it was also possible that he could kill the three of them with a flip of his hand. But now, they had no other choice. Sometimes, loneliness was the most terrifying enemy. We pay our respects to Master. Yellow Ox, the python, and the dark destruction leopard knelt on the ground and greeted him as a master and servant. Get up. Fang Shan nodded, very satisfied. Even if he had super strength, he could not beat Lord Mo Tao single-handedly. With the addition of Yellow Ox and the other two, his combat strength soared. At least he wouldn't be caught off guard when facing Mo Tao. Black Bear, don't you plan to come with us? Yellow Ox glanced at the Black Bear. The inheritance is about to open. After Master obtains it, we will leave this place. The python stuck out its tongue. The dark destruction leopard also grinned. The Black Bear was silent. Its master, the Sky One-Sword Emperor, was still alive. How could it change its master? As if seeing the Black Bear's hesitation, Fang Shan said, Your master, the Sky One-Sword Emperor, is a meritorious subject of the human race's sacred palace. Since we met here, I will naturally take you away. However, before that, you have to help me obtain the inheritance of the Prime Sovereign and the Sky One-Sword Emperor's heaven-defying token. Okay. The Black Bear was instantly energized and nodded heavily. Outside the mountain range, two middle-aged men were walking slowly. I say, Brother Yang, everyone has entered the core area. Why are we here? The man called Brother Yang was wearing golden armor and flowing light. One could tell at a glance that this person was extraordinary. Forget it, forget it. There's no point in asking. Seeing Brother Yang's indifferent look, the man in black shook his head. It's been 1 billion years since you and I reached the great perfection stage. We can't miss this opportunity. The two of them came from the Sacred Fire continent, which was extremely far away from the War Demon continent. It was also much bigger than the ancient Immortal continent and had more resources. The Sacred Fire continent was the core of Lord Mo Tao's territory. It was rumored that in the Sacred Fire continent, there was a peerless expert who had survived the battle of the ancient gods. He had been sleeping all this time, as if he was recuperating. Although it was only a legend, it had intimidated countless martial artists. Even Lord Mo Tao did not dare to invade the Sacred Fire continent with great fanfare. As a result, although the Sacred Fire continent was under Lord Mo Tao's control, it was not under his jurisdiction. Yang Kuan was the #1 expert of the Sacred Fire continent. Mo Han was second only to Yang Kuan. Both of their cultivations had reached the level of great perfection. In fact, he was almost on par with the first divine general under Lord Mo Tao. Mo Tao is eyeing our Sacred Fire continent covetously. We must find a way to break through. The completion of the Yin-Yang origin realm was the 5 elements sacred realm. Once one entered the 5 elements sacred stage, everything would change. Then why do we come here? Mo Han asked curiously. Yang Kuan's black eyes stared into the depths of the mountain range. After a long while, he said slowly, I sense the aura of the heaven-refining bloodline. What? Hearing this, Mo Han exclaimed. He knew better than anyone what the heaven-refining bloodline meant. Brother Yang, are you saying that the heaven-refining bloodline's aura exists in this mountain range? Mo Han asked hurriedly. Yang Kuan said, that news is true. There should be an immortal seed in this mountain range. Heaven-refining immortal seed. At this moment, the smile on Mo Han's face had long disappeared and was replaced by a frozen expression. Immortal seeds, that was something they yearned for even in their dreams. Not good, Yang Kuan suddenly exclaimed. The heaven-refining bloodline's aura is weakening. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yang Kuan's figure flashed as he rushed into the mountain range. Seeing this, Mo Han followed closely behind. Soon, the two of them arrived at the deepest part of the mountain range. They suddenly saw Fong Chun and the 4 great beasts. Perfected stage beasts? Mo Han stopped in his tracks and widened his eyes. Yang Kuan, who was at the side, stared at Fong Chun. Who is he? Mo Han frowned. So it's you. Yang Kuan recognized Fong Chun. To be precise, he recognized the black bear beside Fong Chun. 3 months ago, the battle between the black bear and Gu Tianhua attracted a lot of attention. Later, a mysterious martial artist appeared out of thin air and rescued the black bear. This matter spread like wildfire. Gu Tianhua has been looking for you. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. After the shock, Mo Han stabilized his body and sneered. Roar. The black bear roared angrily and was very unhappy. Yellow Ox and the other two looked at Yang Kuan mockingly. I can sense a trace of the heaven-refining bloodline's aura on your body. As he spoke, Yang Kuan stretched out his palm. Hand over the heaven-refining immortal seed, and I can spare your life. He was calm as if he didn't take Fong Chun seriously at all. Fong Chun raised his eyebrows. How does he know about the heaven-refining immortal seed? But soon, Fong Chun came back to his senses. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Are you pretending to be stupid? Mo Han was furious and attacked as fast as lightning. Roar! The dark destruction leopard roared and opened its bloody mouth, charging at Mo Han. Crack! Caught off guard. One of the Mo Han's arms was bitten off by the dark destruction leopard. A miserable scream came out of Mo Han's mouth. His eyes were scarlet and he bared his teeth. Beast, you're courting death. Then he used his strongest attack, wanting to kill the dark destruction leopard. Since you're in my way, I'll kill you now. Mo Han flipped his palm and a flame whizzed out, quickly condensing into a fireball. Be careful. After feeling the powerful force of the fireball, the python swung its tail and collided with the fireball. Rumble. A deafening sound spread. One side of the python's tail was char-black. The fireball, after staggering, continued to blast towards the dark destruction leopard. You gone too far. Yellow Ox was furious. With a moo, it kicked the fireball with its hoof. Boom! The fireball exploded and flames soared into the sky. Bang! Emohan's body flew backward and spat out blood. Yang Kun caught him. Stupid humans. Yellow Ox spoke in human language. They had just recognized Fang Shun as their master. These two guys in front of them were rude to their master, so they naturally had to express their stance. You're not my match. Get out of the way. My target is only it. Yang Kun was still very arrogant. Chapter 34-33. There were strong and weak Great Perfection Realm experts. And this Yang Kun was the top Great Perfection Realm expert. Everyone knew that the strongest Great Perfection Realm expert under Lord Mo Tao was the first Divine General. And this Yang Kun had once fought with the first Divine General. As for the outcome, no one knew. They only knew that since then, the first Divine General had never stepped into the Sacred Fire Continent again. Emohan and him were like brothers. However, he was injured by a few stupid beasts. He couldn't accept it. Brother Yang. Emohan endured his injuries and reminded him, these beasts are a little strange. Be careful. After all, they were 3 Great Perfection Realm beasts. If they joined forces, he was afraid that Yang Kun wouldn't be able to defeat them. Yang Kun waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. He walked step by step towards Fang Shun. In his eyes, there was only Fang Shun. The closer he got, the more he could sense the heaven-refining bloodline aura emitted from Fang Chen's body. Give me the immortal seed. Yang Kun's face was gloomy as he said angrily. He seemed to have thought of a possibility, which made him even angrier. I did get the heaven-refining immortal seed, and I could tell you clearly that it has already been refined by me. Fang Chen sneered. If you want it, take it out of my stomach. You're courting death. Yang Kun attacked. He gathered all the strength in his body and punched out. Crack! The void shattered, and a vast power rushed towards him. This punch was enough to kill any Yang Essence Realm martial artist. Even an ordinary Great Perfection Realm martial artist wouldn't dare to block it. This was Yang Kun's overbearingness. The vast power swept everything. Yang Kun rode on the clouds and looked down at Fang Shun from above. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Weak. In his opinion, Fang Shun was a weak martial artist. He could kill him with a flick of his finger. Ignoring us? Yellow Ox was furious. In their territory, he actually ignored them and directly attacked their master. This was intolerable. Kill. Yellow Ox took the lead, and the python and dark leopard attacked together. They appeared around the fist radiance from different directions. Wong. Yellow Ox kicked the beast with its hoof while the python swung its tail. As for the dark, vanquishing leopard, it opened its mouth wide in an attempt to devour the fist radiance. Boom! The attacks of the 3 demonic beasts landed on the fist radiance. In an instant, the fist light shattered and an extremely terrifying aura spread to the horizon. It bombarded the clouds under Yang Kun's feet, forcing him to take a few steps back. After stabilizing himself, Yang Kun re-examined the 3 monster beasts. Interesting. Its gaze fell on Yellow Ox. That was because it could feel how terrifying Yellow Ox was. Although the 3 demonic beasts were all at the consummate level, Yellow Ox was the strongest. Let's end this quickly and finish off this Yellow Ox. Yang Kun thought. He attacked again, fighting against the 3 demonic beasts. Fang Chen shrugged. You can't even beat the 3 of them. And you want to kill me? Dream on. Yang Kun, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Kill. Yang Kun's eyes turned red as he fought fiercely with the 3 demonic beasts. However, he was only a human after all. The 3 demonic beasts were all descendants of ancient beast kings. They were extremely powerful. The 3 of them worked together and forced Yang Kun to retreat. Bang! Finally, after Yellow Ox's hoof, Yang Kun was sent flying and smashed into the soil. Brother Yang. Emohan ran wildly and came to the big pit 10 miles away to help Yang Kun up. Let's go. Yang Kun grabbed Emohan without any hesitation and jumped, quickly escaping from this place. However, how could Yellow Ox let him get what he wanted? This is my territory. Moo! Yellow Ox looked up to the sky and roared. It stomped its hooves and turned into a long rainbow, chasing after them. Master, don't worry. Those two humans won't be able to escape. Although Big Brother is a bull demon, his speed is something that even birds can't match. The python said. The dark annihilation leopard also nodded. They knew Yellow Ox's speed very well. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yellow Ox returned. Bang! Two figures fell under Fong Chen's feet. At this moment, Yang Kuan was covered in blood and his face was ferocious. He seemed to have been seriously injured. As for Mo Han, he was on the verge of death. Huh? Fong Chun found that Yang Kuan's primordial spirit had been severely injured. This guy was dishonest. He wanted to trick me, but I almost smashed his head with my hoof. Yellow Ox said calmly. Hearing that, Fong Chun was stunned. It seemed that Yang Kuan's primordial spirit was cracked because of Yellow Ox's hoof. It looked at Yellow Ox and re-examined it. Master, I don't dare to say about other bull demons, but my hoof is harder than a holy treasure. How can a yin-yang primordial realm cultivator resist it? Fong Chun was speechless. He didn't expect Yellow Ox's hoof to be so hard. He nodded slightly and then looked at Yang Kuan and Mo Han. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Yang Kuan was cold and silent, while Mo Han kept screaming. Bang! Yellow Ox gave Yang Kuan another kick with its hoof. The latter almost fainted. You! Fong Chun hurriedly stopped it, afraid that Yellow Ox would kick Yang Kuan to death. Master, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Yellow Ox said. Although it looked rough, it was very meticulous. It also wanted to know how Yang Kuan knew about the heavenly seed of immortality. Under Yellow Ox's coercion, Yang Kuan finally couldn't take it anymore and began to answer. After hearing that, Fong Chun understood. You too, instead of living a carefree life in the sacred fire continent, you came to my territory to behave atrociously. You really don't know how to spell the word death. Yellow Ox sneered. Yang Kuan and Mo Han's hearts were filled with curses. If I knew that there was such a freak like you in this mountain range, I wouldn't have come even if I was beaten to death. How did you find the heavenly seed of immortality? Yellow Ox forced. It didn't believe that the outside world would know about this. I can sense the aura of the heavenly seed of immortality. Yang Kuan said, because we have a bloodline that is very similar to the heavenly seed of immortality. Yellow Ox looked at Fong Chun, waiting for him to make a decision. I'm not a merciful person. You guys wanted to kill me, but you guys were restrained by me. Tell me, should I kill you all or throw you into the horde of beasts and let them torture you? Fong Chun smiled evilly. Hearing that, Yang Kuan and Mo Han's hearts tightened. You can't kill us, Mo Han shouted. We are people of the sacred fire continent. If you kill us, there will be a great disaster, Yang Kuan said. Bang! Another sudden hoof. Mo Han directly fainted, while Yang Kuan's internal organs were shaken and he directly fell to the ground. Don't you know who you are? How dare you threaten my master? Yellow Ox said. Fong Chun stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Yang Kuan with interest. Give me a reason not to kill you. Yang Kuan's expression changed. After a moment of silence, he finally revealed a secret. Chapter 34:34. The warriors who survived the Battle of Ancient Gods were definitely not ordinary people. Fong Chun was moved. He didn't expect the Holy Fire Continent to have such a peerless expert. One had to know that the Battle of the Ancient Gods was extremely tragic. Only 1 in 10,000 could survive. And even if they survived, they would be in a deep sleep. Compared to the descendants of the ancient era, their deterrence was many times stronger. To be honest, Fong Chun could kill people like Yang Kuan and Mo Han with a finger. But even if the expert of the Holy Fire Continent was seriously injured and in a deep sleep, he didn't want to provoke him. Is this true? Black Bear's face was serious. He knew what this meant. Humph! Even if he's an expert who survived the ancient battle of gods, what does it have to do with you? I don't believe that if you die, the sleeping expert will avenge you. Yellow Ox and Python sneered after a moment. Dark Destruction Leopard nodded. They were also descendants of the ancient times, so they knew very well just how terrifying the battles that those sleeping powerhouses had been through were. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes at Yang Kuan and didn't say anything. Yang Kuan saw Fang Chen's eyes, and his heart trembled. He said anxiously, "Both of us have the sky refining bloodline. We came from the sleeping expert." Finally, Yang Kuan told the truth. After they dominated the Holy Fire continent, they explored a relic and accidentally found an opportunity. From then on, their bloodline evolved into the sky refining bloodline. This was why they could sense the aura of the sky refining bloodline. Sky refining bloodline. Fang Chen frowned. He seemed to be thinking about something. "You're lying," Yellow Ox scolded. "The sky refining bloodline in your body is very weak. How can you be the descendant of the sleeping expert?" Yellow Ox didn't believe it. Yang Kuan said helplessly, In fact, the sky refining bloodline in their bodies did come from the sleeping expert's inheritance. However, this thin bloodline was nothing to the sleeping powerhouse. He didn't see them as his descendants at all. It was just what they thought. "I see." The Dark Destruction leopard nodded. "Do you think that sleeping expert will avenge you if we kill the two of you?" The experts who had survived the ancient times would turn their inheritances into countless opportunities and scatter them all over the God's Fall battlefield. Obtaining one of the fortuitous encounters did not mean that it had much to do with this expert. Only by obtaining the core opportunity could one be considered a true successor. Yang Kuan's face sank, and he remained silent. Fang Chen gently flicked his finger and asked, "Do you know where the sleeping expert is?" Hearing this, Yellow Ox and the other two's expressions changed drastically. "Master," Yellow Ox had guessed Fang Chen's intention. "No, we can't compare to the experts who have survived since the ancient times, even if they're seriously injured." The python was also trying to dissuade him. Fang Chen waved his hand. "I'm just interested in the space refining bloodline. The heaven refining bloodline could nurture the heaven refining immortal seed. Although the space refining bloodline was the first level of the heaven refining bloodline, it might be able to nurture other immortal seeds. Moreover, Fang Chen's real purpose was to absorb all the magical bloodlines in the world and transform his half-perfect bloodline into a true perfect bloodline." Thinking of this, Fang Chen licked his dry lips. His eyes flashed as he looked at Yang Kuan. "There are only two paths in front of you. The first is to submit to me, and the second is to die." Yang Kuan was shocked and looked at Mohan. The two shook their heads helplessly, sighed, and chose to submit. After the two made the martial oath, their lives were completely in Fang Chen's hands. Of course, they were different from Yellow Ox and the others. Yellow Ox, the python, and the Dark Destruction leopard had a much higher status in Fang Chen's heart. Strictly speaking, they were Fang Chen's servants. Yang Kuan greets master. Mohan greets master. Yang Kuan and Mohan knelt on the ground. "Get up and tell me everything you know." Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking very indifferent. But in Yang Kuan's heart, he was unstoppable like a giant. "Master, the sacred fire continent." A moment later, Yang Kuan told Fang Chen what he knew. However, they were unable to determine where the sleeping powerhouse was. Fang Chen nodded. "Let's not talk about this matter for now." After leaving the War Demon continent, he would go to the Sacred Fire continent to investigate. "What do you know about Lord Mo Tao?" Fang Chen asked. "Lord Mo Tao?" Mohan was a little puzzled. "I have some grudges with Mo Tao," Fang Chen said in an indifferent manner. However, when Yang Kuan heard this, his body trembled. "Master, how did you provoke Lord Mo Tao?" Mohan asked hurriedly. "Lord Mo Tao is the absolute ruler of this territory and has many divine generals under his command." Before Yang Kuan could finish, Fang Chen waved his hand to stop him. Yang Kuan's expression changed slightly as he continued. "Scenic Demon Palace?" The territory that Mo Tao was in was called the Scenic Demon Territory, and it was led by the Scenic Demon Palace that he had founded. There were countless broken continents under the Scenic Demon Palace. Mo Tao was the Scenic Demon Palace Master and also a 5-element Sacred Realm super expert. He had many divine generals and countless yin-yang origin realm martial artists under his command. After hearing this, Fang Chun frowned slightly. The scenic demon palace's strength was beyond his imagination. However, this alone was not enough to make him fearful. With my current strength, if I go all out, I should be able to escape unscathed from Mo Tao. In the God's Fall battlefield, he had nothing to worry about. If he wanted to escape, Mo Tao could not do anything to him. However, the scenic demon palace's strength is not limited to this. Yang Kuan said, I once killed a divine general of the scenic demon palace and learned a great secret from him. Speaking of this, Yang Kuan's expression turned solemn. Behind the scenic demon palace, there are 3 experts who survived from the ancient times. What? Yellow Ox and the others could not help but be surprised. 3. Black Bear nodded. It was no wonder that the scenic demon palace could occupy a territory in the dangerous God's Fall battlefield. Back then, there was a prodigy of the heaven-defying alliance who wanted to take over the scenic demon palace, but he mysteriously disappeared in the end. It is said that it was the doing of those 3 experts. Yang Kuan said, this was a secret of the scenic demon territory. Ordinary people would not know about it. Fang Chen's eyes turned. He felt that the God's Fall battlefield was even more unfathomable. Next, Yang Kuan talked about the scenic demon territory and the heaven-defying alliance. Of course, he was too weak and knew too little about the heaven-defying alliance. Forget it. Once I get the heaven-defying token, I will know everything. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Yang Kuan and Mo Han were heavily injured, so the group rested here for a few days. After a few days, the 2 of them recovered from their injuries. A piece of news quickly spread through the independent space. The inheritance of the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign had appeared. In the core area, several 5 elements, Sacred Realm powerhouses were locked in a fierce battle. The yin-yang origin realm martial artists did not dare to approach. Let's wait until they are both injured before we go, Black Bear said. Black Bear said, if they went now, even if they used a secret passage, they might be discovered by Mo Tao and the others. During this period of time, the independent space was very chaotic. Shocking news continued to spread one after another. An expert went against the heavens and killed a divine general, angering Lord Mo Tao. Lord Mo Tao attacked with lightning speed, severely injuring the expert and forcing him to flee. Not long after, another piece of news spread that Lord Mo Tao had entered the inheritance land. Fang Chen heard news from time to time. However, one day he suddenly opened his eyes. Is the news accurate? Fang Chen asked. Yang Kuan nodded. It was rumored that a young martial artist surnamed Gu had unparalleled fist seals. His iron fist swept through the yin-yang origin realm and even forced back a divine general with one punch. The man surnamed Gu? Fang Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. If he guessed correctly, this person must be Gu Tianhua. It said that this man surnamed Gu has an unfathomable expert behind him. Even Lord Mo Tao and the others don't want to offend this expert. The ancestor of the Gu family? Fang Chen pondered. Is there any news about him? Yang Kuan shook his head. That expert was very mysterious and had not made a move yet. However, Lord Mo Tao ordered his divine generals not to offend the man surnamed Gu. This was also something that shocked everyone greatly. Master, you can't be. Seeing Black Bear, Yang Kuan naturally thought of the person who saved Black Bear from Gu Tianhua that day was Fang Chen. Now, looking at Fang Chen's expression, he had a bad premonition. Gu Tianhua's cultivation level is low, but his methods are very strange, Yang Kuan warned. Gu Tianhua is nothing. He's lucky that I didn't kill him that day. Black Bear said angrily. Yang Kuan and Mo Han said nothing. You don't believe me? That day, this kid's strength was far beyond Gu Tianhua's. He only chose to escape because he used the purple fire talisman and was afraid that the people of the Demon Scenic Palace would sense his aura. Black Bear said the truth. That day, everyone thought that Fang Chen was no match for Gu Tianhua and had escaped. Purple fire talisman? Isn't that divine General Mo Long's item? Yang Kuan was stunned. Fang Chen did not hide anything and told Yang Kuan that not only divine General Mo Long, but even divine General He Gu had died in his hands. Unfortunately, the divine General Yu demon had escaped with serious injuries. Fang Chen curled his lips and said it casually. However, Yang Kuen's heart was trembling. He looked at Fang Chen with a complicated gaze. What kind of freak was his master? How could he easily kill a divine general? Demon Scenic Palace is nothing. If they dare to offend Master, we three brothers will just destroy them. Dark Destruction, Leopard said. The python flicked its tongue, and its attitude was obvious. Only Yellow Ox did not speak. Boss, say something. Are we going to do it or not? Dark Destruction, Leopard asked. Could it be that all these years, time has erased your domineering aura? Hearing that, Yellow Ox raised its head. Moo! A terrifying aura soared into the sky. Yellow Ox spoke in human language. Mo Tao is not scary. The scary ones are the three supreme experts behind the Demon Scenic Palace. Chapter 34-35. At the core of the standalone space, countless cultivators stood at the foot of the mountain, not daring to casually ascend it. After traveling for several days, Fang Chun and the others arrived at the foot of the mountain. The inheritance of the world destroyer prime, sovereign, and the heaven-defying token are in this mountain. Fang Chun asked. The black bear nodded. It looked around with its large eyes and finally confirmed that the danger was over. Those 5-element sage experts have already entered the mountain and will not be able to come out for a while. This meant that no one in this vast standalone space could threaten Fang Chun. Many corpses littered the desolate plain, and blood flowed like a river. In the past few days, there had been endless battles. Many cultivators had fallen, leaving behind only extremely strong cultivators. The arrival of Fang Chen's group attracted the attention of some people. They discovered that Fang Chen was only an Yin Essence stage cultivator. Fang Chen's lips curled up in a meaningful smile. An Yin Essence stage cultivator dares to come here? Are you seeking death? An extremely unfriendly voice came from the crowd. Just watch. This brat will not live past today. He will definitely die. Right now, everyone is waiting for the commotion in the mountain. To think that this fellow dares to come and join in the fun. A boorish man walked towards Fang Chun. Brat, hand over everything you have, and I can spare your life. This person gave off a terrifying aura. Clearly, he was a peak young essence stage cultivator. Scram! The black bear said angrily. Black bear? At this moment, the crowd discovered that the black bear that Gu Tianhua nearly killed back then was actually here. I say, Black Bear, don't tell me that this brat is the reinforcements you found. Many people roar with laughter. Fang Chen remained calm, standing with his hands behind his back. He did not care about the crowd's mockery. You're seeking death. The burly man did not fear the black bear's roar. He threw a punch at Fang Chen. Bang! However, before the burly man's fist could reach Fang Chen, it was blocked. Immediately after, the burly man felt a terrifying force rush over, quickly invading his body and sending him flying. Boom! His body smashed heavily onto the ground. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone present. Mo Han of the Sacred Fire Continent. Someone recognized the person who stopped them and was surprised. That's Yang Kuen. Since he recognized Mo Han, he naturally recognized Yang Kuen. Only then did the crowd realize that the two cultivators had also arrived. Mo Han, what do you mean? The burly man who had been sent flying earlier got up and said angrily, If you say another word of nonsense, do you believe that I won't kill you? Mo Han sneered. Yang Kuen remained silent as he stood behind Fang Chun. Yellow Ox and the other two had restrained their auras, making them look like ordinary demonic beasts. The burly man was a little afraid of Mo Han, so he didn't say anything else. However, there were quite a few powerhouses here, and there were even quite a number of great perfection deities. Sure enough, a consummate paragon couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward. Yang Kuen, Mo Han, this is not your sacred fire continent. Don't be so arrogant. Boom! Without another word, Mo Han attacked. A moment later, the paragon who attacked Mo Han retreated in defeat. Mo Han, you've gone too far. Extremely dissatisfied voices came from the crowd. An essence stage cultivator is not qualified to come here. We are only targeting him. Why do you keep attacking him? Someone questioned. Emohan swept his gaze across the crowd. Then, he said coldly, "Anyone who speaks rudely to my master will be killed without mercy." Whoosh! Startled cries rang out in the desolate plain. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. What? This fellow is Emohan's master? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could it be that he hid his aura? Everyone stared at Fong Chun with fervent gazes. However, some people who didn't believe in heresy continued to attack Fong Chun. However, the result was extremely miserable. Emohan attacked again and killed that person. Emohan had just arrived, but he already killed a great perfection deity, shocking everyone. From the start to the end, Fong Chun did not say anything. Yellow Ox snickered. These idiots actually dared to challenge his master. If the three of them released their auras of great perfection deities, these people would probably be scared silly. However, they didn't do so. Ha! Everyone feared Fong Chun and kept retreating. Just at this moment, a melodious voice rang out. A person walked out of the crowd. This person wore black armor and had a sullen expression. He exuded a berserk aura. "It's the Black God General," someone exclaimed. At the same time, they rejoiced. With the Black God General here, Yang Kuan and Emohan could no longer be arrogant. That fellow would definitely die. Humph! Do you think that you can sit back and relax after hugging the Holy Fire Continent's thigh? What a joke. The Black God General is cruel and vicious. This place has already been sealed off by the Demon Scenic Palace. In essence, realm cultivator barging in is just seeking death. Ha! I want to see how Yang Kuan and Emohan will deal with this. Everyone discussed spiritedly. The Black God General's gaze remained fixed on Yang Kuan. As for Fong Chun, he did not care at all. Such a small fry was not worthy of him personally making a move. This place has already been sealed off by my Demon Scenic Palace. The Black God General asked, "What is the meaning of this from the Holy Fire Continent?" Not only did they barge in, but they also killed a Demon Scenic Palace cultivator. This was a capital offense. I already said that anyone who insults my master will be killed without mercy. Emohan's gaze turned cold. The Black God General pointed at Fong Chun and mocked. "Did I hear wrong? Or has your Holy Fire Continent declined? You actually acknowledged in essence realm trash as your master?" The Black God General looked down on everything, hating the Holy Fire Continent. Emohan frowned. However, his frowns soon relaxed. "Back then, you were ordered to go to the Holy Fire Continent to invite the two of us. However, we rejected you, feeling humiliated. What's wrong? Are you trying to use this opportunity to redeem yourself?" On hearing Emohan's words, the Black God General's expression turned even more sullen. However, he still suppressed the rage in his heart. Emohan and Yang Kuan were extremely strong. Right now, he was the only Black God General in this region. He probably could not defeat the two. Hence, he did not want to seek trouble for himself. In essence, Realm Cultivator is not qualified to come here. The Black God General said, "I just want to kill this brat. As for your Holy Fire Continent, I'll give you some face." The Black God General's words were extremely arrogant. It was like Fong Chun was a dead man in his eyes. "Idiot," Fong Chun mocked. Although Fong Chun's voice was soft, everyone present was a peak Yang Essence Realm expert or even a consummation Yang Essence Realm cultivator. Hence, they heard it very clearly. "What did you say?" The Black God General glared at Fong Chun. "If not for Yang Kuan and Emohan, you would have died 100 times already." However, not only was Fong Chun not afraid, but he even dared to look directly at the Black God General. "In my eyes, you are like an ant. Killing you is easy." Fong Chun stood with his hands behind his back, looking extremely arrogant. "However, I didn't want to dirty my hands, so I spared your dog life. If you provoke me again, I will definitely kill you." The surroundings roared with laughter, thinking that Fong Chun was just putting on an act. "I'm going to kill you." The Black God General roared furiously. Emohan was the first to step forward and stop the Black God General. After that, Yang Kuan made a move as well. Yang Kuan, are you really going to fall out with our Demon Scenic Palace? The Black God General used the Demon Scenic Palace to threaten Yang Kuan. A hint of hesitation flashed across the latter's eyes, but in the end, he still stood opposite the Black God General. Let's end this matter here, Yang Kuan said. The current them was not strong enough to fight against the Demon Scenic Palace, so they would try their best to avoid conflict. Good, very good. I have already informed the other divine generals of the Demon Scenic Palace. When they arrive, all of you will die, the Black God General said furiously. Feeling the killing intent from the Black God General, the dark exterminating panther could not hold back. Since you have found helpers, I will kill you first. The dark exterminating panther attacked with lightning speed, and a terrifying aura instantly spread and swept across the land. What is that? Everyone exclaimed. An aura that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth rushed toward them. Everyone was completely shocked. They did not expect this Black God General to be a great fulfillment. Heavens, this is a great fulfillment demonic beast. What is going on? Why is a great fulfillment demonic beast willing to follow him? Could it be that he is a 5-element saint realm elite who is deliberately hiding his aura? Countless guesses spread out. Everyone looked at Feng Chun with complicated expressions. Boom! In the sky, a deafening sound came, and a terrifying aura filled the land. Ah! The Black God General roared and entered a frenzied state. I will kill you, you beast. The Black God General was enraged to the extreme for a divine general to be forced to such a state by a beast. Die! The dark exterminating panther attacked with all its might, directly crushing the Black God General. No! The latter was terrified and frantically fled. You can't escape. The dark exterminating panther chased. Everyone in the wilderness was completely shocked. They were evenly matched just now, but in the blink of an eye, the Black God General was suppressed. Was this real? Heavens, that is a divine general, but he is being chased like a stray dog. Too strong. Is this the power of a great fulfillment demonic beast? I now understand why Yang Kuan and Mo Han recognize that person as their master. Perhaps it is because of this great fulfillment demonic beast. However, what they did not know was that Feng Chen's strength was not weaker than the dark exterminating panther. A bunch of fools. If Master makes a move, they will all die. Yellow Ox said. Feng Chen shook his head and looked ahead. A bold idea appeared in his mind. Since he would not rest until one of them was dead, he might as well take the initiative to attack. I killed Mo Tao's son, Divine General Mo Long, and Divine General Black Drum, and Divine General Mo escaped. This matter has probably reached the ears of the upper echelons of the Demon Palace. Feng Chen pondered. This matter would be exposed sooner or later. With the means of a 5-element saint, it would not be difficult to find him. Rather than that, he might as well strike first and weaken the Demon Palace's strength while Mo Tao entered the mountain. Feng Chun licked his dry lips. Divine generals had a high status in the Demon Palace, and they were extremely powerful. If I kill all these divine generals, the overall strength of the Demon Palace will be greatly reduced. Of course, Feng Chun had another motive for having such an idea. That was to disrupt the Demon Palace's vision and take advantage of the chaos to obtain the heaven-defying token. Master, Yellow Ox's eyes darted around, seemingly guessing Feng Chen's thoughts. Let's wait a little longer. Boom! While Feng Chen was thinking, another rumbling sound came from the sky. The Black God General roared hysterically as his aura weakened and his vitality dissipated. Chapter 34-36. I can't accept this. With a furious roar, the Black Divine General fell into a pool of blood unwillingly. Everyone in the wasteland trembled. They could not help but take a few steps back. At this moment, even the great fulfillment experts looked at Feng Chen with complicated expressions. They were curious as to who this guy was and how he could control such a powerful demonic beast. Crack! The dark, annihilating leopard stepped on the Black Divine General and crushed his head. Too weak. Then it turned around and muttered, When everyone heard this, they could not help but have the urge to curse. You're the one who's too strong. That was the Black Divine General. Among the many divine generals under Lord Emo Tao, he was at least in the top 5. How dare you kill the people of Scenic Demon Palace? You're dead meat. Among the crowd, there were martial artists from Scenic Demon Palace who were furious. However, they did not dare to show their faces because of the dark, annihilating leopard and Yang Kuan's strength. In the Scenic Demon territory, Scenic Demon Palace is the absolute ruler. How dare you kill the people of Scenic Demon Palace? No one can save you. Everyone, are you going to sit by and do nothing? Humph! Once Lord Emo Tao returns from the mountain, all of you will have to bear his wrath. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned solemn. They could not bear Lord Emo Tao's wrath. For a moment, everyone was wavering. Those from Scenic Demon Palace who were hiding in the dark sneered. As long as they were bewitched, they could make them waver. With Scenic Demon Palace's strength, it would not be long before they took action. Junior, who hides his head and shows his tail. Come out if you dare. The dark, annihilating leopard said angrily. Humph! The Divine General of Scenic Demon Palace will be here soon. You're dead meat. Bang! The python attacked. It swung its huge tail, and a few figures in the crowd were instantly entangled by its tail. Hiss! It flicked its tongue, and its venom sprayed on the figures. Immediately, these people's bodies were corroded, and their souls were scattered. Great fulfillment? The restless crowd fell into a state of complete silence. Great waves of shock surged in their hearts. The darkness annihilation leopard alone was enough to give them a headache. Who would have thought that a perfect stage demonic beast would jump out now? At this moment, the python emitted a terrifying aura. Its huge body stood upright on the ground as it said coldly, "Those who dare to threaten my master will be killed without mercy." Suddenly, the wasteland fell silent. The people from Scenic Fiend Palace who were hiding in the dark were trembling in fear. Those martial artists who were about to attack also retreated rapidly while cupping their fists at the python. Brother Python, this is a misunderstanding. We are not from the Scenic Devil Palace. We will definitely not be your enemies. That's right. We only live within the Scenic Devil Dominion. We'll leave immediately. Many martial artists saw that the situation was not good and fled in panic. He's here. Yang Kuan shrugged his shoulders and said in a low voice. Fang Chun looked into the distance. The clear sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. A terrifying power swept through the world. Who dares to kill a divine general of my Jingma Palace? A shocked voice came from the thunderclouds. Everyone was moved. The Scenic Devil Palace's divine general had arrived. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Countless sonic booms sounded. The 9 divine generals of the Scenic Devil Palace had all arrived. Behind them were a few elders of the Scenic Devil Palace. The leader was dressed in silver armor. He was the first divine general of the Scenic Devil Palace. Yang Kuan? His gaze was fixed on Yang Kuan. Your sacred fire continent dares to be enemies with my Scenic Devil Palace? The first divine general said coldly. Back then, you killed a divine general of my Scenic Devil Palace. We have yet to settle the score. It's fine if you hide in the sacred fire continent, but you dare to be so arrogant in the war demon continent? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Yang Kuan was known as the strongest person below the divine general. He was an extremely powerful, great perfection. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Yang Kuan to have the power to match a divine general several years ago. He had even killed a divine general. The most important thing was that he was able to live until now unscathed. It was not hard to tell from the first divine general's words. The Scenic Devil Palace seemed to be wary of the expert behind the sacred fire continent. Yang Kuan remained silent. It's him. Behind the first divine general, the Imperial Demon Divine General was furious when he saw Fang Chun. He was the one who killed Divine General Mo Long. At the same time, the Divine Generals saw He Xiong at the side and instantly understood. The one who had saved He Xiong from Gu Tianhua must be Fang Chun. Oh! The first Divine General looked at Fang Chun with interest. In essence stage, Fang Chun looked at the first Divine General fearlessly. The 9 divine generals, including the 3 who had died earlier, made a total of 12. They were all present. Fang Chun licked his dry lips, full of fighting spirit. "Get over here and accept your death," the first divine general said coldly. "You're courting death." Emohan was furious. His body turned into a beam of red light as he attacked first. "I'll kill him." A slightly weaker divine general was fighting against Emohan. "Yang Kuan, I'll deal with you." The fourth divine general leaped and found Yang Kuan. Kaboom! Fists and legs collided. The entire world turned dark. The martial artists hiding in the distance were even more shocked. Next, two more divine generals walked out and entangled the python and the dark destruction leopard. At this time, only He Xiong and Yellow Ox were left beside Fang Chun. "You're making enemies for the demon's spectacle palace," He Xiong said. "With just the two of you?" The first divine general was very conceited. "I'm curious. What kind of courage do you have to stand against me?" Facing the first divine general's arrogance, Fang Chun calmly retorted. His words shocked everyone present. Everyone held their breaths, wanting to see if the first divine general would fly into a rage. "How dare you?" Another divine general walked out, wanting to capture Fang Chun. "Get lost." Yellow Ox attacked first, sending the divine general flying with a hoof. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The divine general fell to the ground, dying. "Oh my God!" The surrounding crowd was shocked. A hoof heavily injured a divine general. Wasn't this too terrifying? What's the background of this Yellow Ox? It's too powerful. Has this Yellow Ox already taken that step? Even the first divine general might not be a match for it, right? The discussion reached the first divine general's ears. His eyes were sharp as he stared at Yellow Ox. "So it's your backer?" After a while, the first divine general sneered. He looked high and mighty, as if everything in the world was under his control. "I admit that it's stronger than ordinary great perfection cultivators. But don't forget that the Demon Spectacle Palace is able to command the Demon Spectacle Weave without any foundation." Boom! The first divine general took a step forward and flew above Yellow Ox's head. "I haven't fought for a long time. The world seems to have forgotten how powerful I am." The first divine general attacked. The moment he attacked, he and Yellow Ox fought fiercely. Everyone was shocked again. Yellow Ox was too powerful. The first divine general was recognized as the strongest person under the five-element saint realm in the Demon Spectacle Weave. Over the countless years, every one of his achievements was traceable. Not long ago, there was news that a small force had defied the will of the Demon Spectacle Palace, and the first divine general had attacked and uprooted it. It was said that this force had 3 peak great perfection cultivators, and all of them were killed by the first divine general. When the news came out, the world was shocked. Now, Yellow Ox was able to fight evenly with the first divine general. One could only imagine how strong this Yellow Ox was. Many people realized that Yellow Ox was extraordinary. It was a demonic beast, but it had the attacking means of humans. It was quite strange. This Yellow Ox is not simple. It must have obtained a secret technique from the Prime Sovereign. That's right. At first glance, it seems to be attacking with brute force, but if you look carefully, each of its hooves can easily block the first divine general's attack path. Amazing. Everyone was impressed by Yellow Ox. "Master," while fighting with the first divine general, Yellow Ox transmitted a message to Fang Chun. There were also 3 divine generals who were eyeing Fang Chun covetously. "Kill him for me." In the sky, the first divine general gave a death order. The 3 divine generals formed a triangle and surrounded Fang Chun. "Retreat first." Black Bear was the weakest in the group and could not resist the might of the divine generals. Therefore, he did not try to be brave and retreated far away. "Your injuries have healed?" Fang Chun looked at the Imperial Demon divine general mockingly. The latter's heart trembled, and he involuntarily retreated. "Imperial Demon." The other 2 frowned unhappily. As divine generals, it was humiliating to be scared away by an essence stage ant. "This kid is strange. Let's work together and end this quickly." The Imperial Demon General had a feeling that Fang Chun had a huge secret. A long night would bring trouble. I think you're just scared out of your wits," one of the divine generals said. Divine General Mo long died because he was too careless and underestimated the enemy. Another divine general curled his lips. "If the three of us work together, he will definitely die." The three divine generals were full of fighting spirit. Fang Chun shook his head, still standing with his hands behind his back. Aside from Yellow Ox and the first divine general, the other four battles in the sky were nearing their end. Mo Han was the weakest and was at a disadvantage. However, it did not matter, as Yang Kuan had already suppressed his opponent. He only needed to kill Yang Kuan to help Mo Han. As for the dark exterminating leopard and the python, it was also one-sided. Their opponents did not even have a chance to catch their breaths. Only now did everyone realize that this small team could not be underestimated. I wonder how strong this fellow is as the leader of this small team. He shouldn't be too weak. Otherwise, why would the three consummation demonic beasts and Yang Kuan Mo Han recognize him as their master? Even if they were beaten to death, they would not believe that Fang Chun was an essence stage cultivator. "Although you are weak, I don't mind sending you to meet Divine General Mo Long," Fang Chun said. "You are courting death." The three divine generals executed terrifying attacks at Fang Chun. Whoosh! Just as everyone's eyes widened, a resplendent sword light shot out from the three terrifying attacks. Rip! The sword light was indestructible. It pierced through the Imperial Demon Divine General's attack and pierced through his head at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Bang! By the time everyone reacted, they saw the Imperial Demon General fall to the ground. The air was filled with an unprecedented chill. Even the battles in the other areas came to an abrupt end. The divine generals were dumbfounded. The Imperial Demon Divine General fell with one sword. Chapter 34-37. In the Silent Land, Fang Chun stood proudly. Wherever his gaze landed, there was no one who didn't evade. It was too shocking, too terrifying, and too unbelievable. He had killed the Imperial Demon Divine General with just one sword. Even the first Divine General was shocked to see such a heaven-defying technique. After a long while, the crowd finally reacted. "Damn it! How dare you kill the Imperial Demon Divine General? You are dead meat." The Scenic Demon Palace was the absolute ruler of the Scenic Demon Territory. The Divine Generals under its command were second only to Lord Mo Tao. In the eyes of the Divine Generals, they represented the Scenic Demon Palace. Killing a Divine General was equivalent to going against the Scenic Demon Palace. Until now, they were still naive enough to think that Fang Chun would be afraid of the Scenic Demon Palace. "Kid, kill yourself quickly to atone for your sins. Otherwise, you will not be able to withstand the wrath of the Scenic Demon Palace." The remaining two Divine Generals who were attacking Fang Chun said angrily. In the distance, countless spectating warriors were also in deep thought. The Divine General of the Scenic Demon Palace was dead. The world was about to change. Kill. The red glass sword was in his hand. Crack. Another Divine General was killed by the sword light. No. There were three Divine Generals who were attacking Fang Chun. In the blink of an eye, two of them had fallen. The remaining Divine General was terrified. He only had one thought in his mind, which was to escape from this troublesome place. However, it was too late. Swoosh! Fang Chun swung his sword again. The terrifying sword light broke through the sky and pierced through the Divine General's head. Rip! Fresh blood spurted out from the Divine General's exploded head. His body fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. At the same time, the other battlefields in the sky gradually came to an end. Boom! Yang Kuan was extremely powerful. He was on par with the first Divine General. It was easy for him to deal with a mid-tier Divine General. After a round of fighting, Yang Kuan found an opportunity to kill the Divine General with a single strike. After that, he went to Mo Han's side and joined forces with Mo Han to kill another Divine General. Ah! A miserable cry came from the sky. The python and the darkness-vanquishing leopard also killed their opponents. At this point, only the first Divine General of the Scenic Demon Palace was left. This scene caused countless cultivators in the distance to tremble in fear. This guy, a white-haired old man, suddenly appeared in the crowd. This person was the old man that Fang Chun had met before. I was planning to help him when he was in danger, but it seems like there's no need for that at all, the white-haired old man said. Boom! A deafening sound was heard as Yellow Ox forced the first divine general back with a single punch. Damn it! The first godly general steadied himself and glared at Fang Chun. He roared, "Who the hell are you?" At this moment, he did not believe that Fang Chun was just an ordinary in-essence stage martial artist. As he watched the divine generals die one by one, his heart burned with rage. However, the yellow bull in front of him was extremely powerful. It gave him an incomparably oppressive feeling. For the first time, he had the thought of retreating. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with flames. "I am Gu Tianhua's younger brother, Gu Tianming." Fang Chun grinned. Yellow Ox staggered in midair. Yang Kuan and the others were speechless. Fang Chun was purposely making enemies for Gu Tianhua and the Gu clan ancestor behind him. One had to know that the other party was the famous Demon Scenic Palace. What a Gu Tianming! A cold glint flickered in the first godly general's eyes. "My Demon Scenic Palace values your brother, Gu Tianhua's potential. Not long ago, we invited him to join us. At that time, he agreed, saying that he would join us after leaving the War Demon Continent. Now, he betrayed my Demon Scenic Palace in the blink of an eye. Good, very good. I want to see how your Gu clan can withstand my Demon Scenic Palace's anger." Now, the first godly general was venting all his anger on Gu Tianhua and the Gu clan ancestor. Fang Chun shrugged. This matter had nothing to do with him anyway. He secretly sent a voice transmission to Yellow Ox. The latter gave him an answer. Although Yellow Ox could suppress the first godly general, it could not kill him. The first godly general has a terrifying treasure on him. If he is forced into a corner, he might release it. At that time, we will all suffer. Yellow Ox's expression was solemn. However, he also told Fang Chun that the treasure was of great importance. Even the first godly general could not release it easily. Otherwise, he would have to pay an unimaginable price. Unless his own life was in danger, he would not act rashly. Hearing this, Fang Chun was relieved. At the same time, he was even more convinced that the treasure on the first godly general should not be released easily. What a pity. He originally wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop, but now he had encountered such a thorny problem. Let's attack together. I wonder if we can catch him off guard? Fang Chun asked, still unwilling to give up. Yellow Ox shook his head. Brat, wait for my Demon Scenic Palace's anger. However, just as the two were discussing, the first godly general found an opportunity to shatter the void with a punch and escape amidst the chaos. Lord Mo Tao will not let you off. An angry voice came from afar. Everyone was shocked. They thought that there would be a great battle, but it ended in a flash. Let's go, Yellow Ox urged. Let's leave this place quickly. The group of people quickly disappeared. Not long after they left, the mountain trembled as terrifying figures appeared from within the mountain. One of them was shrouded in a terrifying light. When he saw the corpses of the godly generals on the wasteland, his expression changed drastically. Who is it? An angry voice was heard. Mo Tao, it seems that your scenic demon weave is not peaceful either. Immediately after, a mocking voice was heard. To kill so many godly generals of your scenic demon palace and the scenic demon weave, I'm also very curious as to who did it. On the mountain peak, there were several figures. They were the high and mighty 5 elemental Saint Realm experts. The battle for supremacy of the mountain had ended. Right now, Mo Tao was extremely angry. Whoosh! The first godly general returned with some injuries on his body. Lord Mo Tao. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness from Lord Mo Tao. After hearing this, the latter clenched his fists so tightly that they creaked. With a stomp of his foot, the mountain peak shook and countless cracks appeared. The Goof family? Soon, Mo Tao regained his calm and suppressed his anger. Pass down the order. Do your best to search for the Gu family. Then, Mo Tao turned around and looked to the side. Everyone, the matter here has come to an end. Would you like to come to my residence for a chat? Forget it. I still have matters to attend to. I will take my leave first. I will also take my leave. Not long after, the five elements Saint Realm powerhouses left. On the mountain peak, Mo Tao stood proudly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Not only did I not obtain the heaven-defying order, but I also lost so many godly generals. The interior of the mountain was completely sealed, and the outside world could not investigate at all. In front of a secret chamber, several figures suddenly appeared. They came in. Yang Kuan was stunned. They had followed He Xiong and did not expect to enter the mountain from another passage. Be careful. If you encounter a Mo Tao, you are dead. Right now, they did not have the strength to fight against a Mo Tao. Don't worry. The five elemental Saint Realm experts have already left. He Xiong told them what he knew. Creak. Pushing open the stone door, the secret chamber was empty except for a statue. It could be seen that a great battle had taken place here. They had a fierce battle here. Yellow Ox said. This was the place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign had fallen, and the statue was also the statue of the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign. Using the World Destroyer painting, Fang Chun had successfully found the second half of the painting, which made him very excited. Unfortunately, some of the wealth left behind by the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign had been taken away by Mo Tao and the others. Hey Xiong, where is the heaven-defying order? They didn't take it away, right? Fang Chun asked. He Xiong shook his head and knelt in front of the statue, then walked with complicated steps. 15 minutes later, the stone slab in front of the statue loosened. He Xiong opened it and saw an iron box. He opened the iron box, and the heaven-defying order emitted a dazzling light. This is the heaven-defying order? Fang Chun fiddled with the heaven-defying order, somewhat puzzled. There was nothing special about the heaven-defying order. The word defying was written on the front, and a glorious palace was drawn on the back. The heaven-defying order only has one function, and that is to recommend. He Xiong said, only those with the heaven-defying order can participate in the assessment of the heaven-defying alliance. Otherwise, the heaven-defying order will ignore you. In other words, the heaven-defying order was the first step to joining the heaven-defying alliance, and it was also a very important step. Fang Chun put away the heaven-defying order. Is there anything else here? He Xiong shook his head. The destruction here was too serious. Even the statue of the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign was destroyed. Whoosh! There was a faint trace of sword light in the statue's eyes. Fang Chun raised his eyebrows and carefully sensed it. He felt a faintly discernible World Destroyer aura. Then, he involuntarily displayed the World Destroyer sword art. Whoosh! One sword light after another, exuding a terrifying power that could destroy the world. Fang Chun fell into a state of epiphany and constantly displayed the World Destroyer sword art. Master, Yang Kuan was about to speak when he was interrupted by Yellow Ox. Don't disturb Master. He is using the sword chi left behind by the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign to comprehend the World Destroyer sword art. At the same time, he sighed calmly. As expected of our master, his potential is really frightening. In confusion, Fang Chun felt as if he had entered the World Destroyer scroll. The middle scroll slowly unfolded. The wind blew and the grass rustled. Sword chi wantonly rampaged. Each sword light contained a different World Destroyer intent. And Fang Chun closed his eyes and continued to wield the sword. This state lasted for about 3 days. Boom! At a certain moment after 3 days, he finally opened his eyes. The red glass sword in his hand used a strange method to display the World Destroyer fourth sword art. Crack! The earth shook, the secret room shook, and the sword chi rampaged. So strong. Yellow Ox's eyes widened, and his heart trembled. Fang Chun's strength was getting stronger and more unfathomable. Stopping his sword dance, Fang Chun bowed to the statue to express his gratitude. With the help of the World Destroyer sword chi, he had mastered 2 moves of the middle scroll, the World Destroyer fourth sword art and the fifth sword art. His strength had soared again. Congratulations, Master. Not far away, Yellow Ox python, dark extermination leopard, and Yang Kuan Mo congratulated Fang Chun on his improvement. Fang Chun nodded. This time he had gained a lot. Most importantly, he had obtained the heaven-defying token, subdued 3 monsters at the Great Perfection level, and 2 humans at the Great Perfection level. Chapter 34-38. In the spacious secret chamber, there was only a statue that was undamaged. After standing in front of the statue for a long time, Fang Chun finally came back to his senses. It seemed to have sensed the destruction painting and the destruction sword chi on him. Therefore, an obscure aura emerged from the statue and drilled into his mind. After receiving this information, he finally understood the relationship between the Prime Sovereign and the primordial chaos. Do all the experts of the God's Fall battlefield want to enter the primordial chaos? Fang Chun had obtained a very important secret. This was simply too shocking for him. The Prime Sovereign was the descendant of the ancient era's destruction, Supreme Wind, and had a good relationship with the Sky One Sword Emperor. It was said that there was a very important secret hidden in the primordial chaos. The God's Fall battlefield was closely related to the primordial chaos. However, the Prime Sovereign was too weak and hadn't reached the 5-element Saint realm, so he didn't know the specific situation. Fang Chun clenched his fists. The only thing he was happy about was that the God's Fall battlefield was very powerful. The God's Fall battlefield had a very strong binding force. It was virtually impossible for ordinary people to leave if they wanted to. Even an elite of the 5-element Saint realm would have to pay a hefty price to leave. Moreover, from the information left behind by the Prime Sovereign, the primordial chaos was too weak and its laws were incomplete. It was very difficult for it to withstand the power of a 5-element Saint realm expert. If they rashly entered, they would directly cause the primordial chaos to collapse. This was also why no 5-element Saint realm expert had entered the primordial chaos for countless years. Occasionally, there would be yin-yang origin realm experts who entered by mistake. It seems that the primordial chaos isn't as simple as it seems. Fang Chun made up his mind to increase his strength. The primordial chaos was his hometown, and he wouldn't allow anyone to enter. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, he gathered his thoughts. I need to increase my strength as soon as possible. Fortunately, the primordial chaos hadn't encountered any great danger yet. However, Fang Chun felt that there would be a day when the primordial chaos and the God's Fall battlefield collided. At that time, the 2 different civilizations would collide. Master! Yang Kuan's voice sounded in Fang Chun's ears and woke him up. This independent space seems to be collapsing. It's time for us to leave. Fang Chun nodded and turned to leave. It's a pity that the yin and yang pills were taken away by Mo Tao and the others. Fang Chun pursed his lips. For the current him, the yin-yang pill was very important. However, Mo Tao and the rest were extremely powerful. He did not dare to rashly provoke them either. Suddenly, some figures appeared on the barren land. The battle for the ruins has come to an end. Scenic Devil Palace has already left. The others are also leaving one after another. Yang Kuan said, the space was about to collapse, and no one was willing to stay here. The Scenic Devil Palace has lost so many divine generals this time. They will definitely be furious. Master, be careful. The Scenic Devil Palace will most likely send experts to guard the battled Devil Continent. Emohan whispered. Beside him, Black Bear also nodded. A few days later, Fang Chun and the others finally found the exit and returned to the battled Demon Continent. Whoosh! As soon as he came out of the War Demon Continent, he could feel the independent space behind him crumbling. Turning around, Fang Chun sighed. Boom! It was also at this moment that a cold, killing intent suddenly appeared in the void. Immediately after, an angry roar was heard. Fang Chun looked up and saw a giant figure diving down from the sky. Not good. Yang Kuan cried out in his heart as he desperately stood in front of Fang Chun. Crack! However, the power contained in the giant palm was too strong. He could not match it at all. With a bang, Yang Kuan and Mo Han both crashed into the mountain peak and were heavily injured. Roar! With Yellow Ox as the leader, the 3 demonic beasts showed their might. "Master, leave quickly. We will stop him." Yellow Ox roared into the sky. Its hooves stepped on the air, smoke coming out of its nostrils. Its two horns emitted a terrifying aura as it rushed towards the giant figure in the sky. Behind it, the python transformed into its true form. Its body was 100 feet long as it floated in the air, wanting to entangle the giant figure. The Dark Annihilation Leopard activated its bloodline power and let out an invincible roar. The three demonic beasts were all at the great perfection level and were only one step away from the five-element sacred realm. At this moment, they joined forces and actually blocked the giant palm that was diving down. Crack! The giant palm shattered. Yellow Ox bore the brunt and launched an attack. Those below the Saint Realm are all ants. In the sky, the giant figure said coldly. Whoosh! After seeing the giant figure, Fong Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought that Mo Tao would personally take action, but now it seemed that it was just his projection. Arrogant? Fong Chun grinned. As a five-element sacred realm expert, Mo Tao was too arrogant and thought that those below the Saint Realm were all ants. Let's end this quickly. Fong Chun also joined the battle. Although it was just a projection, after all, his true body had the strength of a five-elements sacred realm expert. It would be difficult to defeat the projection. Roar! Yellow Ox roared and kicked out its hooves, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. The python swung its tail and fiercely whipped the giant figure. The Dark Annihilation Leopard took the opportunity to activate its bloodline power. It stood on the python and formed a joint attack with the python. Die! The giant figure said coldly. Its palm turned into an illusion and suddenly pressed down. A terrifying power swept across the entire War Demon continent. The martial artists who had not yet left the War Demon continent felt their hearts palpitate. It's too terrifying. Is this the strength of a five-elements sacred realm expert? It's just a projection, but it's already so powerful. Everyone trembled. They kept retreating, afraid that they would be affected by the battle. However, at this moment, in the sky above the War Demon continent, three demonic beasts and Fong Chun were working together to fight the projection. Heavenly Star Swordsmanship. Fong Chun shouted in a low voice. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning instantly appeared in the sky, and dark clouds covered the sky. 8 dazzling sword lights merged with the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, bursting forth with the most powerful force. Whoosh! Fong Chun stomped his foot, and the red glass sword shot out. Seeing this scene, the giant figure also let out a soft cry of surprise. He did not expect an essence realm martial artist to have such high attainments in swordsmanship. Crack! The 8th level of the Heavenly Star Swordsmanship was extremely powerful. Together with Yellow Ox and the others, they defeated the giant palm. At this moment, the giant figure was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, it spoke. You have some ability. The giant figure stood high above, looking down at Fong Chun. It was like the giant figure could see through all of Shao Chen's secrets with one glance. You killed my Devil Scenic Palace's divine general. Originally, you deserve death. The giant figure changed the topic and said, however, as the Devil Scenic Palace's palace master, I'm giving you a chance. Be my servant, and I will spare your life. Clearly, the Devil Scenic Palace's divine general saw Fong Chen's potential. A mere essence realm martial artist could block one of the Devil Scenic Palace's attacks. Although Shao Chun had the help of the Yellow Ox Python and the Dark Destruction Leopard, his true combat prowess already surpassed many consummation cultivators. He could be considered the strongest person below the Sage Realm. Hence, Mo Tao wanted to take Shao Chun in as his subordinate. Mo Tao alone could fight against all the divine generals. Benefits came first. This was Mo Tao's first rule. Although the death of the divine general had a great impact on him, he was also furious. However, after seeing Fong Chun's impressive potential, Mo Tao decided to take in Fong Chun as his servant and have him work for him. Serve my Devil Scenic Palace for 10 billion years, and you can atone for your crimes. Mo Tao's words were filled with threats. Humph! You want my master to be your servant? Dream on. The yellow ox mooed, appearing very displeased. Mo Tao ignored the yellow ox and stared at Fang Chun, waiting for his reply. At the edge of the war demon continent, countless cultivators hiding in the dark discussed this matter. This fellow is really lucky. He killed a divine general. Originally, you would have died. Who could have imagined that Lord Mo Tao would take a fancy to him? After joining the Devil Scenic Palace, with his potential, he will definitely reach the Sage Realm in the future. At that time, he will definitely become one of the strongest experts in the Devil Scenic Weave. His future is limitless. Almost everyone believed that Fang Chun had no other choice but to lower his head. I dare to bet that if he refuses, he will definitely die. That's right. Even if he can fight against Lord Mo Tao's projection for a short time with the three demonic beasts working together, they will definitely lose over time. Robes fluttered in the wind. Fang Chun held a red glass sword, brimming with fighting spirit. Be your servant for 10 billion years? Fang Chun sneered. Not to mention a projection. Even if Mo Tao himself was here, he was not qualified to make him a servant. You seem to have made up your mind. Mo Tao said indifferently, as if everything was under his control. Fang Chun nodded. Whoosh! Without another word, he slashed out with his sword. Crack! Suddenly, the void shattered, and a thick sword light whizzed out. You're courting death. Mo Tao was furious. He turned his hand and slammed it on the sword light, causing a deafening sound. Apocalypse swordsmanship. Fang Chun did not want to delay, as he was afraid that Mo Tao himself would come. Therefore, he used the Apocalypse swordsmanship. Apocalypse fourth sword. The mighty sword Qi shrouded the world like darkness descending. A white light tore through the darkness. Dawn had arrived. Whoosh! The sword light pierced through Mo Tao's palm, but it was blocked in the end. This is Mo Tao recognized the Apocalypse swordsmanship and roared in anger. You got the inheritance? Then Mo Tao went completely crazy and attacked Fang Chun like a madman. Master, the three of us can use our special abilities to restrain Mo Tao for a short time. How about you be the main attacker? Yellow Ox said. Soon, the three beasts, Yellow Ox, Python, and Dark Annihilation Leopard, used their special abilities. Behind them, three huge shadows appeared. They were on the same level as Mo Tao's projection. They were in a triangular position and used a joint battle formation to firmly lock Mo Tao. Even the void was imprisoned. Do it, Yellow Ox roared. At this moment, two cold sword lights pierced over. Apocalypse fifth sword. First level of the Heavenly Star swordsmanship. The two sword techniques instantly burst out and complemented each other. They climbed into the red glass sword at an incredible speed. Crack! The red glass sword stabbed over as fast as lightning, and the sealed space also shattered. After Mo Tao regained his freedom, he roared and was about to counterattack, but he was drowned by the monstrous sword Qi. Whoosh! The two sword lights pierced through his chest one after another. Ah! Mo Tao roared angrily. He was very unwilling. You're courting death. His shadow was collapsing. It could no longer withstand the power. Hiss! Hiss! In the blink of an eye, his projection completely collapsed. My true body will be here soon. None of you can escape. Mo Tao's angry voice spread. Go! Chapter 34-39. A violent wind blew. Fang Chun was alone, quickly moving on the vast land. Although the war demon continent was large, it was extremely dilapidated. One couldn't see the end of it at a glance. At this moment, Fang Chun only had one thought in his mind, and that was to escape from the war demon continent. Faster, faster, Fang Chun said anxiously. He had already activated the rock movement technique to the extreme. Ordinary perfected warriors might not be able to catch up with him. I must escape before Mo Tao comes to the war demon continent. Although the yellow bull python and the dark destruction leopard could entangle Mo Tao for a short period of time, he was still a 5-element elementalist. However, that was a super expert of the 5-element sacred realm after all. He might have some super powerful techniques or powerful weapons. Once he was stopped, there would be endless trouble. Although the divine generals of the scenic demon palace had fallen, their foundation could not be ignored. Just as Fong Chan was moving, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Can I? He raised his head, looked ahead, and muttered. The next moment, he began to try and release the half-perfect bloodline. The terrifying bloodline carried the suppression from the primordial spirit level and swept out, completely enveloping Fong Chun. Evolve! Fong Chun shouted in a low voice. The half-perfect bloodline around him was actually changing. Not long after, a trace of the rock bloodline aura appeared. He was evolving the rock bloodline. The rock movement technique was the supreme movement technique of the rock clan. It was extremely fast. If it was compatible with the rock bloodline, its speed would soar. Buzz! Before this, Fong Chun had never thought of it. In a few seconds, Fong Chun felt the birth of the rock bloodline. He raised his hand, and a wisp of bloodline aura lay in his palm. It's a little thin. Fong Chun curled his lips. Because of the urgent situation, he could only evolve the thin rock bloodline. It was very difficult to evolve the true rock bloodline of the ancient times. With his current strength, he might not succeed. Even so, it's enough. Fong Chun stomped his foot and circulated the thin rock bloodline. His speed soared to the extreme. He could clearly feel that the rock movement technique was evolving. Sure enough, it works. Fong Chun was overjoyed. After the evolution of the rock body technique was completed, Fong Chun discovered that his speed had increased by 30%. This was a terrifying statistic. Originally, his speed was already above that of a great perfection expert. Now that the great rock movement technique had evolved, coupled with the rock bloodline, his speed was comparable to that of a 5-element Saint Realm super expert. Let's go. With this layer of protection, Fong Chun was full of confidence. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the battle demon continent. Heavens! From the beginning, Fong Chun's speed had already shocked many experts. How can this guy's speed be so fast? Even Master Immortal Refinement and other experts who are good at speed can't catch up to him, right? Of course, there were also some people who were not optimistic about Fong Chun's chances. This kid is too arrogant. Not only did he kill the divine general of Devil's Cape Palace, he even destroyed Lord Mo Tao's projection. This is a grudge that will not rest until one of them is dead. Although his speed is incomparably fast, who is Lord Mo Tao? He can suppress him in a matter of minutes. These people shook their heads. Fong Chun's current speed was at most at the level of a great perfection expert, incomparable to a Saint Realm expert. Boom! However, at this moment, there was a sudden exclamation from the crowd. His speed has increased again. This voice was like a bomb, exploding in the crowd. Everyone's eyes looked into the distance. Dust flew, and the space was in chaos. They could vaguely see a tall figure floating away. 30%? How is that possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This fact was beyond everyone's expectations. After the shock, everyone realized a problem. That was, the sky of Devil's Cape Weave was about to change. Fong Chun's speed had increased by 30%, comparable to Lord Mo Tao. How could the latter catch up? Once he escaped, there would be no end of trouble. This guy has already become a legend. Some old men shook their heads and muttered to themselves. Boom! Not long after, a terrifying aura descended on the battle demon continent. Mo Tao's body was burning with flames, and he was extremely angry. His powerful consciousness swept across the battle demon continent, but he did not find any trace of Fong Chun. You can't escape. He did not believe that there was someone in Devil's Cape Weave who dared to challenge his authority. No matter where you go, no one can save you. It was not until a long time after Mo Tao left that the battle demon continent gradually returned to peace. This news quickly spread throughout the Devil's Cape Weave. Many people were waiting for the news. However, ever since Fong Chun left the battle demon continent, he seemed to have disappeared without a trace. No one could find him. Even Mo Tao had returned empty-handed. When the news came out of Devil's Cape Palace, Missouri Tao was furious. He had already issued an order that anyone who could provide Gu Tianming's specific location could become his personal disciple. Those who could provide the location of Gu Tianhua and the Gu family ancestor could become his in-name disciple. When the news came out, the entire Devil's Cape weave was in an uproar. One had to know that Mo Tao was a saint. As the palace lord of Devil's Cape Palace, he was the absolute ruler of the Devil's Cape weave. Being able to become his disciple indicated that one's future was limitless. Many people were fighting for this opportunity. I absolutely can't miss it. This was the thought of many people. At the same time, a frenzy of people searching for Fang Chun swept through every corner of the Devil's Cape weave. 10 days later, news spread that the Gu family ancestor and Gu Tianhua's location had been exposed. Lord Mo Tao personally came and fought with the Gu family ancestor. The latter had a top sacred treasure that could release an unparalleled domain. After the Gu family ancestor was severely injured by Lord Mo Tao, he used the domain's sacred treasure to send Gu Tianhua out of the Devil's Cape weave. As for the Gu family ancestor, he knew that he could not escape, so he simply pestered Mo Tao with all his might. In the end, the Gu family ancestor died, and Gu Tianhua's whereabouts were unknown. When the news spread, everyone was shocked. Fang Chun, I, Gu Tianhua, swear that I will kill you in this life. After leaving the Devil's Cape weave and finding a safe place to stay, Gu Tianhua was furious when he heard the news. His Gu family had no grudges with the Devil's Cape Palace, but they had been tricked by Fang Chun. Even if he explained to Mo Tao face to face, it was useless. The latter did not listen at all and directly attacked. Ancestor, I will avenge you. Gu Tianhua was cold, his eyes scarlet as he said in a deep voice. With that, he leaped and disappeared into the darkness. During this period of time, the outside world was in an uproar. As for Fang Chun, after disguising himself, he quietly came to the ancient immortal continent. On a mountain peak with thick smoke billowing, there was a dazzling palace. This was the palace of Master Immortal Refinement. Inside the palace, in a courtyard. Master Immortal Refinement, how have you been? Fang Chun looked at the white-haired elder opposite him and cupped his fists. He did not expect that the white-haired elder he met in the War Demon continent was Master Immortal Refinement. Mo Tao has already gone crazy, and you still dare to show yourself? Master Immortal Refinement said. Aren't you afraid that I will tell Mo Tao your whereabouts? Fang Chun shook his head. The reason he took such a huge risk to find Master Immortal Refinement was because he was confident. He was confident that he would be able to escape unscathed. Back then, I met the Tianyi Sword Emperor once. Although we were not familiar with each other, his passing resolved my crisis. Master Immortal Refinement said. Therefore, he was grateful. When he found Fang Chun in the War Demon continent, he took the initiative to show himself and befriend him. Fang Chun took out the broken star hidden sword and said, Master Immortal Refinement, to tell you the truth, this junior came to find you this time because of this. Fang Chun went straight to the point. His purpose was to reforge the star-hidden sword. After learning about the fate between Master Immortal Refinement and the Tianyi Sword Emperor, he was no longer worried that the latter would tell on him. This sword is very sharp. I can help you reforge it. Master Immortal Refinement took the broken sword and nodded. It was not difficult for him to do such a thing. Master, can you help me add some Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid? Fang Chun asked. Oh, you have Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid? Master Immortal Refinement was also surprised. I got to buy luck. Fang Chun did not mention that he had a large amount of Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid. If it absorbs 100 drops of Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid, I'm confident that it can reach the level of a holy treasure. Moreover, it won't be an ordinary holy treasure. Master Immortal Refinement smiled. If there's more Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid, I can even make it reach the level of a pinnacle holy treasure. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Senior, may I ask how much Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid you need? Master Immortal Refinement extended a finger. At least 10,000 drops. Success rate, 50%. If there was more Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid, the success rate would naturally increase. There were not many pinnacle holy treasures, even in the scenic demon dominion. What if I had 10,000 drops? Fang Chan raised his eyebrows slightly. 80%. Master Immortal Refinement said. 80% success rate was already his limit. Even if he added more Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid, his chances of winning would not increase. After all, reforging a weapon was much more difficult than refining a new one. Fang Chun took out 30,000 drops of Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid. 20,000 drops will be used to reforge my weapon. The remaining 10,000 drops will be your reward, Grandmaster. This, Master Immortal Refinement wanted to decline, but when he saw Fang Chen's firm attitude, he finally accepted it. To be honest, 10,000 drops of Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid was a great gift to him. All right, I won't say anything courteous. If there's anything I can help you with in the future, just ask. Master Immortal Refinement said straightforwardly. He also told Fang Chun to wait in the palace with peace of mind. He would collect the other materials needed to reforge the Hidden Star Sword. 3 months. This was the time Master Immortal Refinement gave Fang Chun. Reforging was simple, but absorbing the Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid was a little time-consuming. Master Immortal Refinement did not want to be too careless. Thank you, Master. Master Immortal Refinement was willing to help him reforge his weapon in order to repay the Sky One Sword Emperor's kindness. This was a huge risk of offending the scenic Demon Palace and Mo Tao. Fang Chun was naturally very grateful, so he gave 10,000 drops of Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid. After all, he had plenty of this stuff. After raiding Old Ghoul Corpse's lair, he had more than 1,000,000 drops of Termination Soldier Spiritual Liquid. Chapter 3440. The Immortal Tempering Mountain was located a little to the east of the ancient Immortal Continent. The climate here was extremely hot all year round, but today it was snowing heavily in the vicinity of the Immortal Tempering Mountain. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. This was a phenomenon from the heavens. 3,000 years. It had not snowed for 3,000 years. The falling snow covered the Immortal Tempering Mountain in a thick layer of silver frost. Some martial artists in the surrounding cities were secretly guessing what was going on. Why was it snowing in the Immortal Tempering Mountain? And why was it snowing so heavily? Countless martial artists were looking at the miracle from afar. Of course, there were also those who thought that something was amiss. The Lord of Luo City was one of them. He hovered above Luo City, his dark eyes looking toward the northeast. He frowned slightly as he looked at the snowflakes in the sky. He seemed to be in deep thought. After a long time, the weather here is very hot all year round. The last time it snowed was 3,000 years ago. The Lord of Luo City recalled. I remember that Master Immortal Refinement's refining had a qualitative leap and broke through to a higher level, which caused the phenomenon of heaven and earth. Thinking of this, the Lord of Luo City's eyes showed a trace of shock. The current Master Immortal Refinement was considered the strongest blacksmith in the entire ancient Immortal Continent and even the scenic Demon Weave. He was the only powerhouse who had a chance of refining an origin weapon. Could this snow be a phenomenon caused by Master Immortal Refinement? The Lord of Luo City's heart trembled, and his body involuntarily took a few steps back. If the truth was as he guessed, it would be a little scary. No matter what, I must let Lord Yuanxin know about this. Soon, the Lord of Luo City took out a communication token and sent the news to Lord Yuanxin. Not long after, a layer of ripples appeared in the void, and a burly figure appeared out of thin air. Greetings, Lord Yuanxin. The Lord of Luo City saw this person and immediately greeted him respectfully. Yuanxin looked up at the Immortal Tempering Mountain. That old thing broke through? The Lord of Luo City did not dare to speak. After all, standing in front of him was one of the 2 giants of the ancient Immortal Continent, Lord Yuanxin. He knew very well that Lord Yuanxin had a strange temper. If he said the wrong thing, he would die without a doubt. Last time, when I fought against him, although I was barely able to suppress him, I also felt the pressure. Yuan Xin stood with his hands clasped behind his back. If he breaks through again, won't he no longer fear me? Having reached this point in his train of thought, Yuan Xian's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and arrived at the immortal smelting mountain. On the immortal training mountain, many of his servants were also curious. Why would it snow again 3 years ago on the immortal training mountain? At this moment, Fong Chun, who was in the secret chamber, suddenly opened his eyes. Who? His entire body was vaguely enveloped by an incomparably powerful sword aura. He gently opened his palm. Immediately, a vast amount of sword aura gathered before his palm and transformed into wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. In the end, the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning transformed into snowflakes. If anyone else was here, they would definitely be shocked, because the snowflakes in Fong Chen's palm were exactly the same as the snowflakes in the sky above the immortal refinement mountain. I didn't expect the heavenly star sword technique to contain such laws. I'm truly amazed. Even a genius swordsman like Fong Chun could not help but sigh. Ancestor Tian Chen's comprehension of sword principle was much stronger than his. In fact, the difference between the 8th level and the 9th level of the heavenly star sword technique is not that big. Fong Chun muttered. The 8th level required one to comprehend wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and then mix them together to unleash it. The 9th level allowed the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning to undergo a fundamental change. This was the so-called heaven and earth phenomenon. With a flick of his wrist, the snowflakes fell to the ground and melted instantly. At the same time, the snow on the immortal refinement mountain stopped. The snowflakes on the ground disappeared completely in an instant. I wonder how Master Immortal Refinement's preparations are going. After comprehending the 9th level of the Heavenly Star Sword technique, Fong Chun was in a good mood and was ready to go out for a walk. It stopped. Yuan Xian, who had just ascended the Immortal Refinement Mountain, saw this scene and was even more certain that the heaven and earth phenomenon was caused by Master Immortal Refinement. An old friend has come to visit. Master Immortal Refinement, please come out for a chat. A thunderous voice spread throughout the entire Immortal Refinement Mountain. All the servants heard it clearly. Dang, dang, dang. A servant walked out of the palace. Lord Yuan Xian, Master went out not long ago and has yet to return. Yuan Xian frowned. Buzz. A powerful divine sense enveloped the Immortal Refinement Mountain. He thought that Master Immortal Refinement was unwilling to see him, so he used his powerful divine sense to check. However, just as his divine sense enveloped the Immortal Refinement Mountain, he saw a shocking scene. Why does that guy look so familiar? Suddenly, Yuan Xian's heart skipped a beat. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He's Gu Tianming? Yuan Xian recognized Fong Chun. Soon he understood. The Demon Scenic Palace is frantically searching for him. But he's hiding here? Yuan Xian's eyes darted around as a perfect plan appeared in his mind. With that old bastard Immortal Refinement around, I can't completely control the ancient Immortal Continent. If he dies, it'll be the best for me. Moreover, Fong Chun was a major criminal of the Demon Scenic Palace. If he could suppress him and hand him over to Lord Mo Tao, he could become his personal disciple. Yuan Xian was excited at the thought. That was Lord Mo Tao's personal disciple. His status was much higher than his current status. Don't make any noise when you walk. Yuan Xian turned to look at the Luo City Lord. Let's go. The Luo City Lord nodded and turned to leave. However, the moment he turned, Yuan Xian's palm stabbed into his chest. The Luo City Lord would never have dreamed that Yuan Xian would attack him. Bang! The Luo City Lord's body fell to the ground. Yuan Xian informed the servants of the Immortal Refinement Mountain that the Luo City Lord had offended Master Immortal Refinement, and he was asking Master Immortal Refinement to attack him. After that, he barged into the Immortal Refinement Mountain. Yuan Xian? Fong Chun frowned when he heard Yuan Xian's voice. Buzz. At that moment, his surroundings were suddenly sealed by an array. Fong Chun turned around and saw a mocking face. Kid, you've really hidden yourself well. Yuan Xin walked over step by step. Yuan Xin looked at Fang Chun with a burning gaze. As long as he could suppress him, he could become Lord Mo Tao's personal disciple. Instantly, Fang Chun understood Yuan Xion's intention. He had been careless. However, he also wanted to kill Yuan Xion. Before the hidden star sword was completed, he could not expose his identity. Glancing at the array around him, Fang Chun smiled faintly. What? You want to kill me? Being Lord Mo Tao's personal disciple? Who can deal with this condition? Furthermore, Yuan Xin had another idea if he wanted to deal with Fang Chun. He had heard of Fang Chun's various deeds with his own ears. Therefore, he guessed that Fang Chun must have some valuable treasures on him. Once he killed him, he could obtain those treasures. Since you know me, you should know that I have more than one great perfection expert by my side. Fang Chun shrugged. How are you going to kill me? Yuan Xion was also a great perfection expert, but his strength was not as strong as the first divine general. Since I dare to come to you, I naturally have something to rely on. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Xion's wrist shook, and a palm-sized mirror suddenly appeared. Rip! A dazzling light shot out from the mirror and enveloped Fang Chun. Fang Chun's primordial spirit had been invaded. A sacred treasure that can erode the primordial spirit. Seeing that Fang Chun did not move, Yuan Xion laughed loudly. Kid, trapped by my mirror, no one could do anything to you. Fang Chun shook his head. I don't need anyone to deal with you. My sword is enough. In fact, Fang Chun also wanted to use Yuan Xion to practice. I have just mastered the 9th sword of the heavenly star sword art. I'll use you as a starting point. Swoosh! The red glass sword flashed, and the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning appeared in the sky. Then, they quickly turned into snowflakes and surrounded the hidden star sword. What? Seeing this scene, Yuan Xion turned pale with fright. He thought of the vision of heaven and earth on the immortal tempering mountain. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. You caused the vision of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, it was too late to find out now. The sword mixed with wind and snow was as fast as lightning. Yuan Xion did not have any chance to dodge and was directly pierced by the sword. Boom! The moment his body fell, the mirror exploded. If I die, let's die together. However, when the power of the mirror's explosion approached Fang Chun, it was blocked by an invisible force. A long spear suddenly appeared in front of Fang Chun. That's the sacred treasure, coiling dawn spear, Yuan Xion exclaimed. Unfortunately, he could no longer support his body. You killed. Yuan Xion knew what the sacred treasure, coiling dawn spear meant. However, now that it appeared in his hands, it meant that Lord Mo Tao's son was already dead. He wanted to spread the news, but unfortunately, he could not. Bang! One of the 2 giants of the ancient immortal continent, Yuan Xion, had fallen. Rip! He put away Yuan Xion's Sumeru ring and destroyed his body, then removed the array formation restriction. A few days later, the immortal tempering mountain was as calm as usual. Master Immortal Tempering had returned. He told Fang Chun that he had encountered some difficulties in the process of collecting the materials. What? Only this material is missing. In the entire scenic demon weave, other than scenic demon palace, only that person has it. Master Immortal Tempering shook his head. He even took out the Termination Soldier spiritual liquid to make a deal, but was rejected. Did he have any conditions? Fang Chun asked. Master Immortal Refinement shook his head. This person has a strange personality. He once said that as long as it was someone he liked, he could take the materials and use them. However, Fang Chun rubbed his forehead when he heard that. This was indeed a little difficult. If he made a request, he could try to fulfill it. This liked him? Who knows what kind of person you'd find pleasing to your eyes? Clearly, he did not like Master Immortal Refinement. How about robbing him? Fang Chun suddenly asked. Master Immortal Refinement's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly shook his head. Absolutely not. Although this person is at the Yin-Yang Origin Realm, his status is too high. Even Scenic Demon Palace is not willing to offend him. Oh, Fang Chun was stunned. Chapter 34-41. The Heaven-Defying Alliance was a very mysterious organization that made people tremble in fear. There were only a few forces that could challenge the Heaven-Defying Alliance in a huge Godsfall battlefield. Furthermore, these few forces all had super existences that had survived since ancient times. However, this was only a confrontation. If a real war broke out, they would have no way of restraining the Heaven-Defying Alliance unless they joined forces. It was rumored that the members of the Heaven-Defying sect were all Heaven-Defying. Although this was an exaggeration, it was enough to show how terrifying the Heaven-Defying Alliance was. Among the many forces, the Heaven-Defying Alliance had the fewest disciples. The disciples of the other top forces were at least dozens of times more than the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The Heaven-Defying Alliance only recruited people with extraordinary potential. It didn't matter if one's cultivation base or background, as long as one's potential surpassed martialists of the same level, one could enter the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Over the years, too many monstrous geniuses had appeared in the Heaven-Defying Alliance. They had all eventually become super existences in the Godsfall battlefield. Being able to join the Heaven-Defying Alliance with an yin-yang origin realm cultivation base meant that one had extraordinary potential. Feng Chun decided to personally pay a visit to this monstrous genius of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The scenic demon territory was very vast. There were countless broken continents under it. One of the more remote continents was called the Han continent. Originally, this continent wasn't called that. However, after Yuan Venerate Han came, the continent was renamed the Han continent. Han was the name of this yin-yang origin realm genius. Yuan Venerate was his code name in the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The Han continent in the extreme north of the scenic demon territory. Is this the Han continent? In the air, two figures were flying over at high speed. Feng Chun looked into the distance and sensed a bone-chilling aura coming with the wind. The Han continent was originally a barren continent that wasn't suitable for cultivation and was uninhabitable. Therefore, it was abandoned. However, Yuan Venerate Han used special means to transform it and build a residence here. Master Xian Lian couldn't help but admire Yuan Venerate Han. The potential of the Heaven-Defying Alliance's geniuses was obvious to all. However, I think that your potential isn't any weaker than Yuan Venerate Han's. If you obtain the Heaven-Defying token, you can also easily join the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Master Xian Lian was well aware of Feng Chen's potential. Let's go. He has already discovered us. Feng Chen grinned. With a leap, he arrived at the core of the Han continent. There was a lake here. Above the lake, there was a floating mansion. Interesting. Feng Chun spread out his spiritual perception and discovered the array formation floating around the mansion. Drawing in the chi of heaven and earth, fusing with the power of the stars and the heavens, endlessly gathering here to form such a wondrous formation. Feng Chun had a unique understanding of the Tao of formations, and his attainments in it were also extremely high. Naturally, he could tell at a glance that this array was extraordinary. He could even vaguely sense the aura of the origin. At the moment, he was even more curious about Yuan Venerate Han. If one wasn't a powerhouse of array Tao, they wouldn't be able to set up such an array. What a wonderful work of art. Feng Chun was full of praise for this formation. Old man Xian Lian, you're still coming? A voice filled with disgust came from the mansion. Is this how a paragon of the Heaven-Defying Alliance treats his guests? Master Xian Lian was about to speak, but was stopped by Feng Chun. The latter smiled as he looked at the floating mansion in the middle of the lake. With a flick of his finger, a stream of air shot out. When it struck the array formation, it immediately caused turbulence. In the blink of an eye, a gap appeared in the array formation. Yuan Venerate Han, who had originally been very disdainful of Feng Chun and Master Xian Lian, had a slight change of expression. His deep eyes looked outside the mansion. Yuan Venerate Han didn't stop Feng Chun and Master Xian Lian from entering the mansion through the gap in the array formation. You must be Yuan Venerate Han? Feng Chun greeted Yuan Venerate Han. After seeing Yuan Venerate Han for the first time, he had sensed a terrifying aura from the latter. You also understand the Tao of formations? Yuan Venerate Han asked. I know a little. Yuan Venerate Han shook his head. Impossible. This array formation of mine comes from the heaven-defying alliance. It is an ancient array formation that can only be set up by stealing the essence of the sun and moon. Even Imo Tao wouldn't be able to set it up in the scenic demon territory. What he meant was that Imo Tao wouldn't be able to break the array formation. However, Fang Chun had been able to easily open a gap. This made Yuan Venerate Han take this mysterious man seriously. Not only do you understand the Tao of formations, but your attainments in the Tao of formations are also extraordinary. After saying that, Yuan Venerate Han gestured with his hands and said, sit. Fang Chun sat down. Master Xian Lian, who was behind him, felt his heart tremble. The last time he had come, Yuan Venerate Han had simply been unwilling to pay attention to him. Now that Fang Chun had arrived, Yuan Venerate Han was treating him with respect. Yuan Venerate Han, I won't beat around the bush. I came to find you this time because I want to obtain the 10,000 tempering iron from you. Fang Chun got right to the point. Actually, Yuan Venerate Han had already guessed it. I do have the 10,000 tempering iron. It isn't considered very precious in the heaven-defying alliance. Yuan Venerate Han shrugged. However, why should I give it to you? Even if your attainments in the Tao of formations are extremely high and you can break my Tao of formations, so what? Fang Chun understood what Yuan Venerate Han meant. Is this okay? Fang Chun flicked his wrist and took out the heaven-defying token. Heaven-defying token? Yuan Venerate Han was clearly stunned when he saw the heaven-defying token. Then, he quickly thought of what had happened in the Battle Demon Continent. It seems like you have obtained the inheritance of the Great Era Destroyer Prime Venerate. Yuan Venerate Han said. However, you still don't understand the heaven-defying alliance. You simply don't know how harsh the criteria for recruiting disciples are. Even if you have the heaven-defying token, you still can't join the heaven-defying alliance. Obviously, Yuan Venerate Han didn't think that the small scenic demon territory had the potential to meet the standards of the heaven-defying alliance. How would I know if I don't try? Fang Chun wasn't angry. Instead, he chuckled. If I join the heaven-defying alliance, we will be brothers, and I will also be able to obtain the 10,000 tempering iron. Fang Chun added, it's just that I have some matters to attend to now, and I urgently need the 10,000 tempering iron. That's why I came looking for you. You won't lose out on this deal in exchange for the 10,000 tempering iron. After he said that, Fang Chun didn't say anything else. He would let Yuan Venerate Han weigh the other matters himself. Yuan Venerate Han frowned and stared at Fang Chun. Very few people could remain so calm in front of a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. Although this fellow had only cultivated for a short period of time, he could feel an outstanding aura emanating from his body. Yuan Venerate Han had also heard about what had happened in the Battle Demon Continent. However, he subconsciously believed that the reason Fang Chun had been able to kill the Divine General and defeat Imo Tao's projection was entirely because of Yang Kunmo and the help of the 3 Great Perfection Realm demonic beasts. He was confident that Fang Chun wasn't as good as him, but now he suddenly had an idea. Crash! Yuan Venerate Han stood up. How can I believe that you are qualified to join the heaven-defying alliance? Buzz! Terrifying sword chi emanated from Fang Chun's body. Yuan Venerate Han felt the aura of death enveloping him. He wanted to resist, but it was too late. His heart was filled with horror, because his body was actually suppressed by the sword chi to the point that he couldn't move. He was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this fellow before him a little too strong? I have cultivated for 30 million years. Although my potential in the heaven-defying alliance is average, my potential is unparalleled in the scenic demon weave. If I go all out, I will be invincible under the sage realm. Yuan Venerate Han muttered to himself. However, he was actually suppressed by Fang Chun. What did this mean? It meant that Fang Chun had already taken a step forward and possessed the ability to contend with a sage realm expert. How long had he been cultivating for? Rip! Fang Chun retracted his sword chi and looked at Yuan Venerate Han calmly. I wonder if the current me is qualified to join the heaven-defying alliance? Yuan Venerate Han gulped and nodded heavily. He even gave Fang Chun a thumbs up. I rarely admire someone. You are really outstanding. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. After saying that, he flicked his wrist and took out the 10,000 tempered iron. Take this 10,000 tempered iron. If it's not enough, I will go to the heaven-defying alliance to get some for you, Yuan Venerate Han said straightforwardly. However, I have a condition. What condition? Yuan Venerate Han's eyes were blazing. Although you have the heaven-defying token, you don't have a referral. You have to promise me that when you participate in the heaven-defying alliance's assessment in the future, you will say that I was the one who referred you. Referring a disciple to the heaven-defying alliance could also reap benefits. Furthermore, the stronger the person who was referred, the more benefits they would receive in the future. Yuan Venerate Han was willing to befriend Fang Chun because he valued this point. All right, Fang Chun said. The 10,000 tempered iron was very important to him at this stage. He was grateful that Yuan Venerate Han had generously given it to him. I will say the same thing again. Other than your condition, my condition remains the same. After receiving the 10,000 tempered iron, he would owe Yuan Venerate Han a favor. If you need my help in the future, feel free to ask. Fang Chun said. Yuan Venerate Han would never have dreamed that a favor today would allow him to walk out of the jaws of death in the years to come. After receiving the 10,000 tempered iron, he exchanged a few pleasantries with Yuan Venerate Han. Originally, Yuan Venerate Han had wanted to contact the heaven-defying alliance to let Fang Chun participate in the assessment. However, Fang Chun still had some matters to attend to in the short term and thus declined. I will come and have a chat with Brother Han after I am done with the matters at hand, Fang Chun said before leaving. Along the way, Master Immortal Lien was full of praise for Fang Chun. Impressive. Master Immortal Lien gave him a thumbs up. That Yuan Venerate Han is so arrogant and conceited that he was directly thrown out when I went there. There was a world of difference between how he treated Fang Chun and how he treated him. After all, who asked Fang Chun to be so monstrous? If you join the heaven-defying alliance, there will definitely be a place for you in the future. Master Immortal Lien thought highly of Fang Chun and believed that if he didn't die, his name would definitely shake the world. After returning to the ancient immortal continent's Immortal Lien Mountain, Master Immortal Lien hurriedly reforged the hidden star sword. However, what Fang Chun didn't know was that the death of the ancient immortal continent's big shot Yuan Xin had triggered a series of events. Chapter 3442. Immortal Refinement Mountain. It had been 3 months, but Master Immortal Refinement had yet to come out of seclusion. He was in seclusion to reforge the hidden star sword for Fang Chun and had encountered some difficulties. The hidden star sword was nurtured by Fang Chun with great effort and contained great power. Master Immortal Refinement had underestimated the power of the hidden star sword. Fortunately, he took control of the situation in time and changed the refining method so that he could continue to reforge it. It's already been 3 months. Fang Chun looked at where Master Immortal Refinement was in seclusion and pursed his lips. Over the past few months, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the Yin Essence stage. His Yin Essence had also increased to 1,500 feet. This was unimaginable. As his Yin Essence increased, his strength also increased. Now, even if he did not use the Universe Sword Art, he could easily kill a perfected Yin Yang Essence stage expert. Now, he was truly invincible under the Sage stage. I wonder how much longer it will take. Fang Chun muttered to himself. All of a sudden, he felt a ripple in the silent void. Although this fluctuation was very faint, he still caught it. Fang Chun frowned, but did not act rashly. His powerful spiritual sense spread out and instantly enveloped the entire Immortal Refinement Mountain. He saw a shocking scene. At this moment, there were 2 perfected Yin Yang Essence stage experts outside the Immortal Refinement Mountain, silently approaching. Moreover, Fang Chun heard their conversation. I say, Taoist Green Ox, is what you said true? The thin man asked. Taoist Green Ox nodded. Of course it's true. This news came from Devil Scenic Palace. How can it be false? Hearing the words Devil's Scenic Palace, the thin man fell silent. The purpose of their trip was to get master immortal refinement, to refine a sage treasure for them. Within the palace, Fong Chen's expression gradually turned gloomy. His face was covered with frost. He clenched his fists tightly, and murderous intent surged. The primordial chaos? He had a feeling that the outside they were talking about was referring to the primordial chaos. Thinking back to Mo Tao's son invading the primordial chaos, Fong Chun felt a faint worry in his heart. It had been a long time since he came to the God's Fall battlefield. He wondered how the outside world was like. Boom! Fong Chen's mind stirred, and an incomparably powerful energy spread out, directly enveloping the two people who had entered the immortal training mountain. Courting death. When Taoist Qing Niu saw this, he roared angrily and attacked like thunder. Bang! However, he was defeated in a single exchange. Pucci, crawling up from the ground, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Taoist Azurox, are you all right? The thin man hurriedly asked. Brother, we are here to pay a visit to Grandmaster Immortal Refinement. We have no ill intentions. The thin man hurriedly explained. Even Taoist Green Ox had no choice but to reevaluate Fong Chun. Who are you? What were you guys talking about just now? Fong Chun ignored Taoist Green Ox and asked. Brat, don't be arrogant. We will give Grandmaster Immortal Lien some face and not bicker with you. Don't go overboard. Taoist Green Ox was a little angry. Boom! Fong Chun directly attacked. Seeing this, Taoist Green Ox and the emaciated man did not back down. The two of them joined forces to fight against Fong Chun. On the Immortal Refinement Mountain, a deafening sound was heard. Not long after, the battle stopped. Fong Chun stood with his hands behind his back. His powerful aura suppressed the two of them, making them unable to move. At this moment, Taoist Green Ox looked at Fong Chun with a look of extreme fear. He could not imagine that this guy in front of him was actually so powerful. Even in the Devil Spectacle Palace, there are few such experts. Brother, we really have no ill intentions. The thin man said bitterly. Fong Chun walked in front of the two of them. From now on, you will answer whatever I ask. Yes. We will tell you everything we know. Those who were able to survive from the God's Fall battlefield had all experienced life and death. They saw everything very clearly. Nothing was more important than their lives. What were you guys mumbling about outside the Immortal Refinement Mountain? The thin man looked at Taoist Green Ox awkwardly. The latter spoke. We received news from the Devil Spectacle Palace. It is said that Lord Mo Tao found a spatial rift. Through this rift, one can enter the outer realm. As you know, the cultivation environment in the Godfall battlefield is extremely harsh. With such an opportunity, we naturally want to go in and investigate. However, Fong Chun frowned. However what? Taoist Green Ox continued. Our strength is considered decent in the Devil's Spectacle Dominion. However, we have yet to step into the Saint Realm. Therefore, we do not dare to take the risk. A few hundred years ago, we met Master Immortal Refinement once. Therefore, we wanted to ask him to help us refine a sage treasure. Fong Chun was skeptical of Taoist Green Ox's words. So what if Mo Tao had received the news? How could the two of them know? Seemingly aware of Fong Chen's doubts, Taoist Green Ox explained, I have a good brother who is part of the upper echelon of the Devil Spectacle Palace. It is said that Mo Tao is preparing to head to the outer realm. He is one of the people he will bring with him. He secretly told the two of us the news. After they left, we left quietly. Some time ago, the Devil Spectacle Palace had been searching for Gu Tianming's whereabouts. However, there's been no news of him recently. That is enough to explain everything. The skinny man added. All the information indicated that the Devil Spectacle Palace was waiting for an opportunity to enter the primordial chaos. Outer realm? Fong Chun muttered. He was already certain that the outer realm that Taoist Green Ox mentioned was his hometown, the primordial chaos. Where's the crack? In the Corpse Head continent, said Taoist Green Ox. Fong Chen's body trembled slightly when he heard that. Wasn't that the place where he had entered? Did Mo Tao really discover us? Fong Chun was a little anxious and did not know what to do. Calm down, After a long while, Fong Chun gradually calmed down. He swept his gaze across the two of them and displayed unparalleled combat strength to force the two of them to submit. This was a world where the strong reigned supreme. In order to preserve their lives, Taoist Green Ox and the Skinny Man could only submit. When they learned of Fong Chen's true identity, they were shocked. This Taoist Green Ox stuttered as he looked at Fong Chun, especially when he saw the few demon beasts behind him in Yang Kunmo. He was even more shocked. "Greetings, Master." In the end, he lowered his arrogant head. "Tell me everything you know," said Fong Chun. Taoist Green Ox nodded and told him everything he knew. As it turned out, Mo Tao discovered that his son's life slip had shattered. When he was searching for his son's whereabouts, he traced it to the Corpse Head continent. Only then did he discover that the Corpse Head ghost was long dead and the termination liquid had disappeared. In his fury, he struck at lightning speed, and the entire Corpse Head continent turned into a sea of fire. Unintentionally, he blasted open the spatial barrier and discovered the crack. Immediately, he tried to project to the other side of the spatial barrier. What shocked him was that there was a complete space on the other side. The environment was beautiful and there were no conflicts. It was very peaceful. Although the supreme laws were incomplete, it was definitely a pure land for cultivation. He even guessed that it was created by a top expert and wanted to check it out. However, what shocked him was that the repulsive force of that space was too strong for him. This made him realize where the problem was. He was too strong. If he barged in recklessly, he would definitely cause the space to collapse. If he wanted to enter safely, there was only one way, and that was to use a spatial tunnel. However, it would take some time to build a spatial tunnel. During this time, he was prepared to send a group of his subordinates to explore that space. Damn it! After hearing Taoist Green Ox's words, Fong Chun clenched his fists tightly. His body emitted a terrifying, murderous aura. It was very shocking. Although he knew that the primordial chaos in the God's Fall battlefield would clash sooner or later, he did not expect it to be now. If it's just a Mo Tao, I can deal with him. Once the news spreads in the God's Fall battlefield, it will be terrible. Fong Chun thought to himself. He had made up his mind. He would return to the primordial chaos and kill all the invaders. In fact, if it was possible, he would kill Mo Tao as well. Do many people know about this? Fong Chun asked with a cold gaze. Taoist Green Ox hurriedly shook his head. Apart from Lord Mo Tao, there's only a group of subordinates that he is preparing to teleport over. He and the Skinny Man were the only exceptions. From today onwards, you're not allowed to spread any word about this, Fong Chun said sternly. Yes, Master. After subduing Taoist Green Ox and Taoist Black Ox, Fong Chun now had 7 perfection stage servants under his command. As for Black Bear, after escaping to the immortal Smelt Mountain, it bid farewell and went to find its master alone. The sounds of people chasing after Fong Chun gradually disappeared. The entire scenic demon dominion was very quiet. The more it was like this, the more Fong Chun felt that it was the prelude to a storm. He paid close attention to the scenic demon palace's movements. Corpse Head Continent, abyss of god corpses. A majestic figure soared into the sky. When he steadied himself, he revealed his true appearance. The master of the scenic demon palace, the ruler of the scenic demon dominion, Mo Tao. At this moment, Mo Tao was in a sorry state. However, there was a smile on his face. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the distant void. The Corpse Head continent borders the extraterritorial space. If there are such ruins here, there must be even more opportunities in the extraterritorial space, Mo Tao said gloomily. He was more inclined to believe that the extraterritorial space was created by a peerless expert. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as a black-clothed man quickly walked over. My lord, the candidates have been selected. Mo Tao nodded. Let's go. On the immortal Smelt Mountain. Fong Chun hoped that Master Immortal Smelt would come out of seclusion soon every day. How long has it been? Master Immortal Smelt still hasn't come out? In the courtyard, Fong Chun paced back and forth. Master, It is not easy to reforge a broken weapon. Moreover, Master's requirements are very high. He wants to add termination's soldier spiritual liquid, so Master Immortal Smelt should take some time. Yang Kuan comforted. After submitting to Fong Chun, they learned of some things that the outside world did not know. For example, Fong Chun had termination soldier spiritual liquid, and so on. I hope everything goes well. If the hidden star sword could reach the level of a sage treasure, his strength would also increase. At that time, even if he encountered a Mo Tao, he would be able to fight him and even use various methods to kill him. Chapter 3443. Did I succeed? Fong Chun was overjoyed and looked up. The flames that lit up the entire sky contained a scorching aura. This aura made Fong Chen's heart tremble. Even though he had the world's top fire elemental bloodline, he still trembled. One could only imagine how powerful the flames in the sky were. What kind of flames were these? Fong Chun was very confused. He could vaguely see a special aura in the flames that kept flowing, supporting the flames that soared into the sky. It was because of his special aura that the flames were so powerful. That is, he had a half-perfect bloodline and could derive most of the bloodlines in the world. He could even use the top fire elemental bloodline. However, Fong Chun was still shocked when he saw the phenomenon caused by the reforging of the hidden star sword. From this, it could be seen that the flames were extraordinary. In an instant, a crazy idea appeared in Fong Chen's mind. Origin source flame? He exclaimed when he thought of this. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the flames in the sky had completely dissipated. The immortal refinement mountain regained its calm. With a creak, Master Immortal Refinement walked out of the secret chamber. Whoosh! At this moment, Master Immortal Refinement's forehead was full of sweat. However, his face was full of smiles. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Master Immortal Refinement handed the weapon to Fong Chun and said with a smile. When he held the hidden star sword in his hand, a scorching aura instantly invaded his body. In an instant, the half-perfect bloodline in his body became chaotic. This surprised Fong Chun, but he soon realized that the scorching aura did not cause any harm to him. Whoosh! He felt that the consciousness of the hidden star sword seemed to be communicating with him. Good fellow. Fong Chun gently stroked the blade of the hidden star sword and could not help but be shocked. It's much sharper than before. At the side, Master Immortal Refinement stroked his beard and was very happy. This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to take that final step. Hearing this, Fong Chun noticed Master Immortal Refinement. The latter's aura was extremely powerful, as if he had already touched the threshold of the five elements sacred realm. Moreover, Fong Chun sensed an astonishingly hot aura from him, which was exactly the same as the aura of the hidden star sword. This surprised Fong Chun. You must have sensed it too, right? Grandmaster Xian Lian asked. Fong Chun nodded and looked at him in confusion. This weapon of yours is very extraordinary. It has been nurtured by extremely powerful blood. In the process of recasting it, I accidentally triggered the bloodline energy stored within it, causing it to mutate. I thought that I was going to fail, but at the crucial moment, a huge change occurred. Grandmaster Xian Lian recalled. He clearly remembered that when he took out the baleful soldier spiritual liquid, the hidden star sword frantically absorbed it. After absorbing the termination soldier spiritual liquid, the hidden star sword began to transform. After the transformation, Grandmaster Immortal was completely stunned. This was because there was actually a trace of fire element origin flowing within the hidden star sword. It had already surpassed the category of holy treasures. Grandmaster Immortal Refinement felt that it was inconceivable. Origin source flame? Fong Chun frowned. He had heard of it before, but this was the first time he had seen it. No wonder my bloodline is throbbing. The so-called origin source flame was the fire element aura at the beginning of the world. When the chaos was first born, yin and yang were divided into two, evolving into the five elements. The so-called yin and yang evolved from the earth, wind, water, and fire at the beginning of the chaos. As for the five elements, They were the 5 origin source powers that were above the laws. These 5 origin source powers were also the foundation that maintained the stability of the chaos world. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. 5 completely different powers, but they were closely connected. In ancient times, yin-yang origin realm cultivators comprehended the supreme laws, while 5 elements sacred realm cultivators comprehended the origin source. Originally, if nothing unexpected happened, the hidden star sword would at most be a peak sacred treasure after recasting. But now, there was a change, and it contained a trace of origin source flame, greatly increasing its power. Could it be? Fang Chen's eyes lit up, and he was a little excited. Grandmaster Xian Lian shook his head. It has not reached the level of an origin source weapon. The so-called origin source weapon contained one of the 5 origins. The hidden star sword only contained a trace of origin source flame, and it was still a sacred treasure. But don't underestimate it. Although it is still a peak sacred treasure, no weapon below an origin source weapon can compete with it. Grandmaster Xian Lian was very satisfied with his refinement this time. Because of this, he also vaguely touched the threshold of the origin source of fire. He had been running around like a headless fly, and he finally found a way forward. Gently stroking the hidden star sword, Fang Chun was very excited. He also handed the red glass sword to Grandmaster Xian Lian, asking him to help refine it. However, to his disappointment, although the red glass sword had advanced to the level of a sacred treasure and absorbed the termination soldier's spiritual liquid, it did not absorb the origin source of the world like the hidden star sword. Several days later, Fang Chun received the red glass sword. Kid, you should be content. A peak sacred treasure that can have a trace of the power of an origin source weapon is rare even in the entire Godfall battlefield, let alone the scenic demon weave. In fact, there was almost none. Fang Chun grinned and cupped his hands, thanking Grandmaster Xian Lian. At the same time, he also told Grandmaster Xian Lian some things about himself. Unexpectedly, Grandmaster Xian Lian patted his chest and said, "Brother Fang, you contributed greatly to me being able to take this step. Your matter is my matter. I'll go with you." Thinking about it carefully, Grandmaster Xian Lian was an yin-yang origin realm expert after all, and could be considered a great help. The two of them packed up hastily and prepared to leave. But at this moment, a figure quietly arrived. That soaring flame just now was clearly here. Why did it disappear? This person was dressed in black, and his tall and straight body revealed a powerful killing intent. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at the immortal training mountain. It must be on this mountain. He took a step and arrived at the immortal training mountain, where he happened to meet Fang Chun and Grandmaster Xian Lian. Boom! Without saying a word, the black-clothed man spread his hands, and a terrifying aura rushed over. The atmosphere on the immortal training mountain was extremely oppressive, and the weaker ones knelt on the ground. Even Grandmaster Xian Lian's body staggered, unable to resist. Sword-shaped runes flickered around Fang Chen's body as he stared at the black-clothed man with his pitch-black eyes. "Who are you? Why did you attack us?" The black-clothed man remained silent and continued to exert pressure. The pressure rose steadily, and Grandmaster Xian Lian's face turned pale. "Be careful, he's very dangerous." However, before he could finish speaking, he was forced back by the black-clothed man's aura. "You're courting death." Fang Chen was a little angry. He drew his red glass sword and slashed out. Crack! Sword light burst forth and slashed in front of the immortal training mountain, heading straight for the black-clothed man. However, when the sword light appeared an inch in front of the black-clothed man, the latter clenched his fist and the sword light shattered, and the world returned to normal. The black-clothed man seemed a little surprised. "I didn't expect that there would be another genius in the scenic demon territory besides Yuan Venerate Han. Anyone who could be called a genius by him had to be a peerless genius." The black-clothed man shook his head. "Unfortunately, you are not a member of the Heaven-Defying Alliance." Obviously, the black-clothed man was very wary of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. After discovering that Fong Chun wasn't a member of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, he began to exert pressure on him without restraint. I am Divine Lord Ta Kong. I was passing by this place and discovered a fiery vision that contained a trace of origin source flame. Divine Lord Ta Kong stood with his hands behind his back and revealed his identity. It seems that you were the ones who printed it. He waved his hand. I don't care what you have done or what you have. Hand it all over. Otherwise, I, Divine Lord Ta Kong, will make sure you die miserably. His words were very arrogant. He didn't give Fong Chun any leeway at all. Divine Lord Ta Kong? Fong Chun shook his head. Never heard of you. You. Divine Lord Ta Kong raised his eyebrows and looked coldly at Fong Chun. Do you know what you were saying? In the scenic demon territory, even a Mo Tao wouldn't dare to be so disrespectful to me. You are merely at the peak of the Yin Essence realm. Who do you think you are? Boom! Divine Lord Ta Kong swung his sleeve and a dazzling light shot out. Heavenly Star Sword Principle. Fong Chun executed the 9th level of the Heavenly Star Sword Principle. The snowflakes in the sky condensed into sword lights and shot out. Dong! 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 The two collided and an incredible power exploded. Interesting. Divine Lord Ta Kong was surprised that his attack didn't hurt Fong Chun. Ever since I comprehended Origin Source, I have no opponents below the Saint Realm. I have even killed one Saint Realm expert. Of course, the Saint Realm expert he killed was just at the entry level. He killed him with the help of many treasures. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. Behind him, the Master Immortal Refinery trembled. It was unbelievable that someone who wasn't at the Saint Realm could kill a Saint Realm expert. Although he had taken that step and touched the threshold of Origin Source, he still hadn't comprehended it. Divine Lord Ta Kong was infinitely close to the Saint Realm and was much stronger than him. Some of the weaker Saint Realm experts weren't his match. That was why he was so arrogant. Oh, Fong Chun didn't even lift his eyelids. The Hidden Star Sword contained the Origin Flame, and its power was comparable to an Origin weapon. He didn't know how strong he was when he attacked with his full power. However, he was sure that Divine Lord Ta Kong couldn't suppress him. Fong Chen's disdain infuriated Divine Lord Ta Kong completely. Humph! How could ants like you know about the power of Origin? How could you know about my name? Divine Lord Ta Kong said angrily. Fine. Today I, Sir God Ta Kong, will make a move and shock everyone in the Wildlands. Huh! Divine Lord Ta Kong attacked. He opened his hands, and the terrifying water flow gathered together to form a small whirlpool. In the whirlpool, there was mist surrounding it. That was water of origin. Origin source? Fong Chen muttered. He quickly changed the red glass sword to the hidden star sword and performed the chaos sword principle. Die! Divine Lord Ta Kong slapped, and the entire immortal smelting mountain shook. Even the space-time was affected. There was a strong airflow that spread in all directions. Fong Chun was in the middle of the water of origin, and it was dangerous. Chapter 3444. Poof! In the void, the sword light was extremely powerful. It ignored everything and pierced through Sir God Ta Kong's palm. Then, the sword light pierced Sir God Ta Kong's body. Oh no! Sir God Ta Kong shouted in his heart. With a thought, a layer of terrifying aura appeared around him. The origin energy surrounded him and formed a strong defense. Bang! In the end, the sword light hit the origin energy defense and gave out a crisp sound before it collapsed. Dang, dang, dang. However, Fong Chen's stroke was too powerful. Even someone as powerful as Sir God Ta Kong was forced into a difficult situation. After he stabilized himself, he stared at Fong Chun with his deep eyes. Who are you? It was unimaginable that a peak in origin realm martial artist could force Sir God Ta Kong into such a difficult situation. Moreover, the most important thing was that the person had only used one stroke since the beginning. What did that mean? Sage Realm. He definitely had the power of a Sage Realm. Sir God Ta Kong also had the thought of retreating. Is it important? Fong Chen shrugged. You. Sir God Ta Kong was furious. However, when he thought of Fong Chen's terrifying power, he gave up the thought of attacking. He guessed that Feng Chun was a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so powerful. It's a small world. I still have something to do today. I will stop here. I hope we will meet again in the future. Then, Sir God Ta Kong's body flashed, and he left with a whistle. Impressive. Master Xian Lian's compliment could be heard from behind. When Master Xian Lian saw that the person who had come was Sir God Ta Kong, he was nervous. However, who would have thought that Feng Chen's strength would be so powerful? Sir God Ta Kong is the strongest person below the Sage Realm. I didn't expect him to be unable to take one stroke from you. Master Xian Lian laughed. He was more and more convinced that Feng Chun had the ability to fight against Demon Palace. Sir God Ta Kong was only a small interlude. Not long after he had left, Feng Chun and Master Xian Lian had left quietly. When they came to Corpse Mainland again, they found something strange. At a glance, the Corpse Head continent was filled with the smell of blood. Feng Chen's divine sense spread out and instantly discovered that the Corpse Head continent had been plundered. Everyone in the core mansion was dead. Could it be Mo Tao? Feng Chen murmured. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly felt a powerful force descending upon him. With a thought, he directly entered the void. Mo Tao descended and looked around. I clearly sensed an unfamiliar aura entering the Corpse Head continent. How did it disappear? Mo Tao frowned. His mighty divine sense spread out and enveloped the entire Corpse Head continent to search. Secretly, Feng Chun placed Grandmaster Immortal Refinement inside Immortal Cave Mountain. As for himself, he used a secret technique to quickly move forward. Whoosh! He could feel a powerful spiritual consciousness sweeping past him. Fortunately, it did not discover him. It's all right. Feng Chun heaved a sigh of relief. The half-perfect bloodline was indeed powerful. It was able to conceal his aura perfectly. Given Mo Tao's strength, it was impossible for him to detect his presence, unless his soul Dao had reached an extremely high level. Not long after, Feng Chun arrived at the crack. He entered the crevice with ease. The world spun, and his vision was blurry. After an unknown period of time, Feng Chun felt the obstruction of the void barrier. He also felt the obvious changes in the supreme laws. In the end, he appeared in the flame abyss. I'm back. Feng Chun was overjoyed and very excited. Ever since the ancient chaos era destroyed the Gu family, the sacred palace had become the absolute ruler. Countless mystic realms in the ancient chaos era were developed by the sacred palace. Cultivation resources also continued to increase, and the overall level of the martial artists greatly improved. Now, there were hundreds of quasi-emperors in the sacred palace. However, there were still no emperors. After Feng Chun left, Palace Master Mu Qing took charge of the overall situation. Now, there were a total of 4 strongest people in the sacred palace. They were Palace Master Mu Qing, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor, the Red Emperor, and Gue South. Today, Palace Master Mu Qing gathered everyone in the sacred palace. Everyone, how's the situation in Divine Blood City? Palace Master Mu Qing glanced at everyone and asked in a deep voice. The situation in Divine Blood City is not optimistic. At some point, several experts suddenly appeared in the extremely cold land outside Divine Blood City. They had the strength to destroy heaven and earth. Although their cultivation was suppressed to the quasi-emperor realm, their methods were unimaginable. As soon as they appeared, they attacked Divine Blood City. Fire Demon, True Monarch, and the others tried their best to resist, but to no avail. Divine Blood City was breached, and there were heavy casualties. The Sacred Palace received a distress signal and immediately sent some experts close to Divine Blood City to rush over. Now, they were anxiously waiting for the results. Back then, Feng Chun was the lord of Divine Blood City. He became the leader of the human race, and Divine Blood City's status also rose. It became a superpower second only to the Sacred Palace. Once Divine Blood City was destroyed, it would be a fatal blow to the ancient chaos era that had entered a peaceful era. News has spread that those people have the strength of emperors. Divine Blood City can't resist at all. Could they be the ancient experts in hibernation? The palace masters discussed among themselves. Only the reincarnation Sword Emperor remained silent. Reincarnation, what do you think? Palace Master Wood Green asked. The reincarnation Sword Emperor looked up. The gods fall battlefield. As soon as these words came out, the entire sacred palace fell completely silent. The gods fall battlefield had always been the nightmare of the ancient chaos era. No one knew what was going on inside. The reincarnation Sword Emperor suspected that these experts who appeared out of nowhere were most likely from the gods fall battlefield. Hearing this, Palace Master Wood Green's face turned even uglier. The sky-devouring Rat Emperor and the others have already rushed over. They should be able to deal with them. The Red Empress said. She was talking about the little mouse and the others. After Fong Chun left, they had each obtained their own opportunities and inheritances, and their strength had soared. Not long ago, they had all broken through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. They had just become Quasi-Emperors, but they already had the battle strength of a top Quasi-Emperor. It was very terrifying. There's also a pure-blooded Beast Emperor. Gueso nodded. He didn't know about the others, but that pure-blooded Beast Emperor was indeed very strong. If it really matured, even Palace Master Wood Green wouldn't be its match. In a distant land of extreme cold, snow fell all year round. The Divine Blood City stood in the white snow. In the wilderness, the 5 little mouse were rushing with all their might. Divine Blood City belongs to Boss. Whoever dares to attack Divine Blood City is disrespectful to Boss. With that, the little mouse roared and rushed in the direction of Divine Blood City. At this moment, in Divine Blood City, corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. Only one person survived. The others had all died in battle. Old man, we're new here and don't know much about this world. Now, you'll answer whatever we ask. Otherwise, I'll slap you to death. A red-haired man threatened. Fire Demon True Lord was covered in flames. His face was ferocious, and his heart was in pain. His body was trembling. He was known as Fire Demon True Lord, and he could control all flames in the world. However, facing these people in front of him, he didn't have the strength to do so. He had never thought that he would die under his own flames. Can't control it anymore? Fire Demon True Lord swept his gaze over the corpses on the ground. These were all old friends who had fought side by side with him. Now, they had all left before him. He was disheartened and didn't have any desire to live. You bastards. The City Lord won't let you off. Fire Demon True Lord said angrily. Just you wait. The City Lord will avenge us. After saying that, he opened his mouth and laughed heartily, ignoring the anger of these people. You're courting death, the red-haired man said angrily. He slapped out, and the void shattered and heaven and earth collapsed. Stop! Just as Fire Demon True Lord was about to die in the hands of the red-haired man, an angry roar came from outside Divine Blood City. Then, the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain, led by the little mouse, appeared. The 5 of them stared at the red-haired man angrily. You dare to massacre Divine Blood City? The little mouse said coldly. Are you here to die? In their eyes, a boundary emperor was not worth mentioning. Although their cultivation was suppressed, their means were far beyond what these natives could imagine. Die! The red-haired man swung his palm at Fire Demon True Lord and blasted it at the little mouse. Attack together. Sensing how terrifying the red-haired man was, the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain transformed into their true forms and attacked together. The little mouse used its innate ability, and a 100-foot mouse shadow formed behind it. It opened its mouth and released a supreme power. The tentacles on Xiao Huang's head shook and summoned a dense group of royal ants. Xiao Hai spat out a torrent of seawater and drowned Divine Blood City. Pangolin used its body as a defense, forming an indestructible fortress for the brothers. Rip! The old faker turned into a towering tree. Its branches swayed and intertwined. After so many years of fighting, the 5 brothers had a tacit understanding of each other. Even Palace Lord Wood Green did not dare to underestimate their combined power. Kill. Battle cries shook the heavens as the five brothers fought until their eyes turned red. Trash. The red-haired man sneered. Slap. A simple slap landed on the five brothers' bodies. The earth-shattering attack was instantly neutralized. The five brothers' bodies were sent flying. They were shocked. You guys go. Perfected cultivator fire demon roared hysterically. He activated the power in his body to self-destruct to buy time for the five brothers. Scram. Unfortunately, his death did not cause any harm to the red-haired man. At least you have some guts, the red-haired man said. Then he turned his head and looked at the five brothers. Your bloodlines are not bad. If you have good cultivation resources, it's only a matter of time before you enter the yin-yang origin realm. He rolled his eyes and chuckled. If you're willing to follow me, I'll spare your lives. Dream on. The little mouse shouted angrily. Lu Hao, you're being scolded by trash? The others mocked. The red-haired man, Lu Hao, had a gloomy expression. Since you want to die, don't blame me for not showing mercy. As soon as he said that, his aura shook. Humph! No matter who you are or where you're from, this primordial chaos is not a place for you to behave atrociously. The little mouse did not care about life and death. With the likes of you trash? Lu Hao sneered. Suddenly, the void shook, and a terrifying wave of snow swept across the sky. Chapter 3445. The pure-blooded Beast Emperor had arrived. It rushed to Divine Blood City as soon as it heard the news. It had fought side by side with Fang Chun, and the latter was considered its boss. Divine Blood City was left behind by the Bloodline King and was later inherited by Fang Chun to become the Lord of Divine Blood City. Daring to attack Divine Blood City was equivalent to challenging Fang Chun's authority. Therefore, the pure-blooded Beast Emperor was furious. It was now considered a true top expert in the primordial chaos and was only one step away from the martial emperor realm. Its appearance gave Little Mouse and the others hope. Crack! The pure-blooded Beast Emperor threw a punch at Lu Hao's attack, shattering it in an instant. Then, the pure-blooded Beast Emperor landed in front of Little Mouse. Seeing the pure-blooded Beast Emperor, Lu Hao was a little surprised. He did not expect to encounter a pure-blooded Beast Emperor in such a low-end space. A pure-blooded descendant? Lu Hao narrowed his eyes, and the others beside him looked at the pure-blooded Beast Emperor mockingly. A pure-blooded Beast Emperor is very beneficial to us. We didn't come here in vain. Let's end this quickly and kill everyone else. Suppress this pure-blooded Beast Emperor, and then go help Lord M.O. Tao. They were experts from the scenic Demon Palace, sent by M.O. Tao to the primordial chaos. However, their cultivation was forcefully suppressed to the Boundary Emperor realm because of the incomplete Supreme Law. However, what they had seen and heard and the secret techniques they had cultivated were far from what the primordial chaos experts could compare to. You're courting death, the pure-blooded Beast Emperor said in a low voice. A solemn look flashed across its deep eyes. At the same time, it transmitted its voice to Little Mouse. These people in front of us are unfathomably powerful. Even I'm no match for them. When I attack later, run away quickly. Little Mouse immediately shook its head and refused. If they wanted to leave, they would leave together. If they wanted to fight, they would fight together. Die. At this moment, Lu Hao attacked. The others did not waste any more time and attacked together. Boom, boom, boom. When they joined forces, their attack power increased by more than tenfold. A stormy wave of attacks emerged in the void, and even the pure-blooded Beast Emperor could not withstand it. Bang! In just one exchange, it was sent flying. The Little Mouse and the others were unable to resist. What should we do? The Little Mouse glanced at the pure-blooded Beast Emperor and gritted its teeth. I'll hold them back. You guys run away quickly. The pure-blooded Beast Emperor reverted to its true form. Its huge body rose from the ground. With a stomp of its foot, the entire Divine Blood City trembled. Roar! The pure-blooded beast cub let out an angry roar and charged at Lu Hao and the others. At the edge of the primordial chaos, in front of the void rift, Fang Chun stood in the flame abyss and felt the familiar aura of his hometown. A faint smile appeared on his face. Wong. He waved his hands and formed hand seals. A majestic aura of formation filled the area. Eventually, the flame abyss was sealed by a formation. Mo Tao definitely won't be able to come over in a short period of time. But as time passes, if he builds a spatial tunnel, he will definitely descend to the primordial chaos. At that time, the primordial chaos would definitely be thrown into chaos. With my formation, even Mo Tao won't be able to send any cultivators over. After doing all this, Fang Chen stepped out and left the flame abyss. His powerful consciousness instantly spread out. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire primordial chaos. Soon, he discovered a total of 30 auras that did not belong to the primordial chaos. In other words, a total of 30 people had descended to the primordial chaos. Fang Chen's face turned gloomy. 30 yin-yang origin realm experts were undoubtedly a great disaster for the primordial chaos. Fortunately, he had received the news and rushed back in time. Not good. Suddenly, his consciousness discovered what was happening in the Divine Blood City. Damn it! His figure flashed and turned into a rainbow. He pushed the rock movement technique to the extreme. I have to hold on. As he moved, Fang Chun prayed inwardly. His combat strength was already comparable to a Saint Realm expert. His speed was also extremely fast. In just an hour, he appeared outside the Divine Blood City. At the same time, in the Divine Blood City, relying on the broken bloodline formation left behind by the Bloodline King, the pureblood beast emperors and the others were bitterly holding on. What should we do? The formation is already broken. It can't block their attacks, the little mouse said anxiously. The pureblood beast emperors maintained the formation and kept injecting their pure blood into it. This formation is strange. Lu Hao stood with his hands behind his back and stared at the formation before him. This void was probably created by a super expert in the ancient era, another person said. The supreme laws here are obviously broken. Martial arts are backward. The strongest expert here is only half a step into the yin-yang origin realm. However, we've only been here for a few days, and we've already seen many strange things. For example, the broken formation before them. This formation is extraordinary. With blood as the foundation, it has super strong defense. If it was complete, only a yin-yang origin realm expert could break it. Even in this broken state, it would take them a long time to break it. It seems that the owner of this city must be extraordinary. They guessed that there should be countless opportunities in this space. When Fang Chun entered Divine Blood City, he found that Lu Hao and the others were attacking the formation. Moreover, the formation was shaking and about to shatter. Whoosh! Fang Chun pointed his finger, and a drop of blood flew into the formation. The next moment, the formation emitted a dazzling golden light. The broken cracks were quickly mending. What's going on? The pureblood beast emperors and the others were stunned. However, when they saw the familiar figure, they were overjoyed. It's Boss. Haha, Boss is back. The changes in the formation made Lu Hao and the others even more gloomy. Who are you? Lu Hao felt that he couldn't see through this person. The person who will kill you. Fang Chun said casually. Humph, you want to kill us? How arrogant of you. Lu Hao sneered. Even the strongest expert of your world wouldn't dare to talk to us like this. As soon as he finished speaking, a man beside him attacked. Boom. Facing the ferocious attack, Fang Chun only punched. Crack. The person who attacked Xiao Chan fell to the ground as if he had been struck by lightning, dying instantly. Lu Hao sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated a few steps, staring at Fang Chun warily. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A peak Yin Essence stage cultivator could kill them with one punch. This was simply unimaginable. Could it be that you're also from the God's Fall battlefield? Lu Hao asked hastily, his eyes darting around. However, the Demon Scenic Palace controlled this crack. Every person who teleported over had to be personally selected by Mo Tao. How did this person before him get in? Could there be another entrance? Thinking of this, Lu Hao nodded. This was the only explanation. May I ask which faction fellow Taoist is from? I am Demon Scenic Palace's Lu Hao. Lu Hao introduced himself, wanting to use Demon Scenic Palace to intimidate Fang Chun. Ah, Fang Chun shrugged, revealing cold, killing intent. Demon Scenic Palace? Haven't you been chasing after me? I am here now. Chasing after you? Lu Hao suddenly thought of a person. The person who killed the Demon Scenic Palace's divine generals. You are. Before Lu Hao could finish speaking, Fang Chun waved his hand. Yang Kuan and the others immediately appeared. Kill! Yellow Ox, the Python, and the Darkness Destruction Leopard had already received news. They did not show any mercy to Lu Hao and the others. With 5 consummation cultivators attacking together, no matter how many tricks Lu Hao and the others had, they were useless. Crack! In just one move, Lu Hao and the others were killed. Demon Scenic Palace will not let you off. Before dying, Lu Hao threatened Fang Chun. He wanted to spread the news. Unfortunately, he could not do so. 27 left. After killing Lu Hao and the other 2, there were 27 left. Too weak. They cannot even withstand a single blow. Lu Hao finally had a chance to attack, but the opponent was too weak. Yellow Ox mood. As for Yang Kuan and Mo Han, they remained calm as they looked around. Master, what is this place? Yang Kuan asked. This is my hometown. Whoosh! The array opened. The pure-blooded Beast Emperor, Little Mouse, and the others quickly ran out. Boss, I missed you so much. Ha, boss, it's great that you are back. Fang Chun hugged his brothers one by one. Are you okay? The pure-blooded Beast Emperor was still bleeding, but he shook his head, indicating that it was a minor injury. Boss, do you know where they came from? Little Mouse asked. They are from Demon Scenic Palace. They are considered a major force in the God's Fall battlefield. Then, Fang Chun naturally knew their worries. It's fine. I'm back. The crisis of the primordial chaos has been resolved. After chatting for a while, Fang Chun prepared to return to the sacred region to meet his wife and daughter. There are still 27 intruders. I'll leave them to you. Fang Chun issued the mission. I don't want any of them to escape. Don't worry, Master. As long as Mo Tao doesn't come personally, we can kill the small fries from Demon Scenic Palace in a matter of minutes. Yellow Ox and his brothers went in one direction, while Yang Kuan and Mo Han went in the other. They split into 2 groups and encircled the people from Demon Scenic Palace. As for Fang Chun, he led his brothers back to the primordial chaos. Sacred region, sacred palace. In an elegant courtyard, a purple-clothed woman sat on the observation deck. Her beautiful eyes flickered. No one knew what she was thinking. Suddenly, a red-clothed woman jumped out from behind her. Mother, are you thinking about my father again? The red-clothed woman was Fang Shi, Fang Chen's daughter. Dang, dang, dang. 2 men walked into the courtyard one after another. Big sister, why are you always so elusive? You will scare Mother. Fang Chen's 2 sons, Fang Yun and Fang Han, arrived. TSK. Fang Shi pursed her lips. Mother is a quasi-emperor. How could she be scared by me? Seeing his 3 children, Star the Arch revealed a happy smile. Unfortunately, Brother Chun is not here. Star the Arch thought to himself. Who said I'm not here? Suddenly, a voice appeared out of thin air. Hearing this, Star the Arch was stunned. Fang Shi, Fang Yun, and Fang Han were ecstatic. It's Father's voice. Father is back. The 3 siblings were very excited. They looked around for Fang Chen's trace. Rip! The void tore apart, and Fang Chen appeared. Chapter 3446. Leaning in Fang Chen's arms, Star Emperor felt an unprecedented happiness. In her mind, bits and pieces of the past flashed through her mind. From a weak country on the particle continent, step by step, through untold hardships, and finally to this point. Brother Chun. This sentence was full of tenderness. Fang Chun hugged Star Emperor with both hands and gently stroked her hair. I'm back, Fang Chun said. Star Emperor wept with joy, and the 3 children beside her were also very excited. Father. After a long time, Star Emperor's emotions gradually calmed down. Seeing her 3 children, her cheeks flushed, and she broke free from Fang Chen's arms. Brother Chun, why did you suddenly come back? Is it because of the invaders? Star Emperor was very smart. and after a little thought, she guessed the purpose of Fong Chen's return. "Father, I missed you so much." She grabbed Fong Chen's arm and said with a smile, "Not bad. Among the three of you, you have the highest potential and the most hard-working." Fong Chen nodded with satisfaction. She had made great progress, and his cultivation had caught up with Star Emperor. In the Sacred Palace, he was also a well-known powerhouse and was called Emperor Shi. "Mother taught me well." Shi stuck out his tongue. "You too." When Fong Chen looked at his two sons, he shook his head helplessly. His potential was so strong, and he had become the leader of the human race in such a short time of cultivation. His cultivation had reached the yin-yang origin realm, and he was only one step away from the saint realm. But these two sons did not inherit his genes at all. Their talent was definitely worlds apart from Fong Shi's. But no matter what, they were still Fong Chen's sons, and their potential was many times stronger than ordinary people. Moreover, they had countless cultivation resources for their use since they were young. But these two guys did not have the heart to cultivate at all. "Father, how can our potential be compared to elder sisters? She has the all-fusion body and is destined to be a super genius of the Empress in the future." Fong Yin grinned. "That's right." Fong Han nodded in agreement. "Besides, with my father around, no one dares to provoke us. Big sister's potential is so strong that she can definitely inherit father's legacy. As for us two brothers, forget about it. You're not working hard, yet you're still looking for excuses. Do the two of you want to face the wall?" Fong Chen said. Beside him, Star Sovereign said softly, "Brother Chun, it's not easy for you to come back. Our family is reunited. Let's not talk about this." Star Sovereign hurriedly changed the topic. He was well aware of his husband's character. If he was allowed to talk for a while longer, the two brothers would definitely run for the door. Yes, the whole family was happy and harmonious. During this time, Shi kept asking about the situation on the God's Fall battlefield. Fong Yun and Fong Han were fiddling with some cultivation resources that their father had brought from the battlefield of gods. "Wow, this thing is good." Fong Yun picked up a mirror and couldn't put it down. His intuition told him that this mirror was extraordinary. "This snare drum is not bad either." Fong Han played with the 7-star sky drum. The news of Fong Chen's return quickly spread to the Sacred Palace. Led by Palace Master Wood Green, many palace masters were very excited and gathered at Fong Chen's residence. "Leader." Palace Master Wood Green cupped his fists. Fong Chen nodded and waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be so polite. He glanced around and saw the Samsara Sword Emperor, Red Emperor Gue So, and the others. Where's the Void Primogenitor?" Fong Chen asked. All the palace masters had come, except for the Void Primogenitor. Speaking of the Void Primogenitor, the faces of Palace Master Wood Green and the others were a little gloomy, and they couldn't say anything. "Brother Chun," Star Sovereign stepped forward and said, "The Void Primogenitor is in the Demonic Emperor's tomb." Fong Chen frowned, vaguely feeling a little strange. With the Void Primogenitor's strength, he should be able to escape from the Demonic Emperor's tomb, right? Star Sovereign shook her head. After the Void Primogenitor entered the Demonic Emperor's tomb, the Demonic Emperor's tomb changed. The entrance was sealed, and the aura of darkness it emitted covered the entire demonic realm. "We can't contact the Void Primogenitor, but we can confirm that he's still alive." The Void Primogenitor's life slip hadn't shattered yet. All the boundary emperors of the Sacred Palace joined forces to attack the Demonic Emperor's tomb, but it was useless. "We couldn't open the entrance at all," Palace Master Wood Green said. "We suspect that the mastermind behind the Demonic Emperor's tomb seems to have awakened," the Samsara Sword Emperor said. Fong Chen fell into deep thought. He had entered the Demonic Emperor's tomb before, so he knew some things about it. On the Demonic Mountain, he even had a chance to absorb the will of the 10,000 demons and become a true demonic cultivator. But he couldn't give up on his emotions and desires, so he gave up that chance. Could it be related to the will of the 10,000 demons? Fong Chen thought. After thinking for a while, he shook his head. The most important thing now was to get rid of the person that Mo Tao sent over as soon as possible and resolve the crisis of the primordial chaos. Then, he would personally make a trip to the demonic emperor's tomb. After I deal with the matters at hand, I will personally make a trip to the demonic emperor's tomb. Fang Chun said. The void primogenitor had done him a favor. When he was still very weak, the void primogenitor had indirectly passed the space-time cultivation system to the bone progenitor, which was then mastered by Fang Chun. It could be said that the void primogenitor was an indispensable figure in Fang Chun's cultivation process. Now that he was trapped in the demonic emperor's tomb, Fang Chun couldn't just sit back and do nothing. With the leader's help, the void primogenitor will definitely return safely. The Red Emperor and Gue so said one after another. After chatting for a while, Fang Chun told Palace Master Wood Green and the others some information about the demonic palace of the Godfall battlefield. What? Palace Master Wood Green's expression changed drastically. Fang Chun waved his hand. It's fine. It's just the yin-yang origin realm. It can't escape from my grasp. What I'm worried about now is that once Mo Tao comes to the primordial chaos through the space transmission channel, there will definitely be a shocking battle. The energy fluctuations in a battle between saints were too great and would definitely affect the innocent. However, he couldn't care less about that. Fang Chun had already made up his mind. Once Mo Tao came to the primordial chaos, this would be his burial ground. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Fang Chun would occasionally give guidance to Fang Shi's cultivation and have a sweet time with the Star Emperor. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian also came to see Fang Chun. However, they only said a few words and left in a hurry. Brother Chun, the Star Emperor wanted to say something but stopped. Fang Chun shook his head and sighed softly. After you left, the two of them have been working hard to cultivate, breaking through dangerous places and climbing the sky stairway, in order to have a chance to step into the Emperor realm and then go to the Godfall battlefield. The Star Emperor didn't say the rest, but Fang Chun had already guessed it. Master, just as Fang Chun was about to speak, Yang Kuan sent a message. 27 people have all been killed by us. Bring their bodies to me, Fang Chun ordered. No matter what, those people were yin-yang origin realm experts, and their blood was very precious. Yes, Master. Soon, Yang Kuan and the others brought all the bodies to the sacred palace. When Fang Chun handed these to the palace master Mu Qing, the latter almost jumped up in excitement. Great! With this emperor blood, our sacred palace is very likely to give birth to an emperor realm expert. The emperor realm was a legendary existence in the primordial chaos. The supreme law was incomplete, and the cultivation of martial artists was restricted. No matter how they cultivated, it was difficult to break free and step into the Emperor realm. For countless years, they had tried everything to not miss any opportunity to improve. Fang Chun waved his hand and gave the large amount of cultivation resources he had obtained in the Godfall battlefield to the palace master Mu Qing. I have no use for these things, so leave them in the sacred palace. Some of them can be used by quasi-emperors like you. On the side, the Red Emperor and Gue so looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Not long after they left, Fang Chun's cultivation was so strong that even they could not see through it. After sending the palace master Mu Qing away, Fang Chun began to set up a large array. He wanted to set up an ancient array to protect the sacred palace. Boom! Outside the courtyard, a small mountain was directly blown up. Wow, isn't this 7-star sky drum too strong? Fang Han exclaimed excitedly. He had just casually thrown the 7-star sky drum to the small mountain, and it directly raised the mountain to the ground. My mirror is also not bad. Fang Yun held the mirror, unable to put it down. You too. Suddenly, Fang Shi, dressed in red, walked out angrily. Did father give you weapons so that you can show off here? Big sister, don't be angry. Didn't father also give you a spear? Take it out and let us see. That's right, big sister. I really want to know if your spear or my 7-star sky drum is stronger. Fang Shi glared at her 2 younger brothers. How dare you covet my coiling dawn spear? See how I deal with you. After saying that, a spear appeared in Fang Shi's hand. She gripped it hard, and a mighty force emerged from the tip of the spear. Hum! Fong Han activated the seven-star sky drum, and the sound of the drum shook the sky. Rip! The spear pierced through the void and hit the seven-star sky drum, immediately sending Fong Han flying. Big sister, you bully me. Fong Yun activated the mirror and joined forces with Fong Han. In the courtyard, the Star Emperor was a little worried. Brother Chun, do you think they will? Fong Chun held the Star Emperor's small hand and comforted him. Don't worry, I'm here. A moment later, Fong Yun and Fong Han raised their hands and surrendered. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Big sister, you're too strong. The two brothers joined forces, but they were still suppressed by Fong Shi to the point of being unable to breathe. Sacred treasures were considered rare in the God's Fall battlefield. However, since the hidden star sword became a sacred treasure, these things were no longer useful to him. This time, he returned and gave them to his children. Although they were still unable to fully activate the power of the sacred treasure with their strength, with the protection of the sacred treasure, they could protect themselves even if a quasi-emperor attacked in the primordial chaos. Crack! Fong Chun turned his head and looked into the distance. There, the aura of Array soared into the sky, and he could vaguely see layers of void ripples. As it taken shape, Fong Chun grinned, and the next moment, he appeared in front of the Array Center. Chapter 3447. Fong Chun hovered in the air above the sacred region. His hands were forming a complicated seal, and rays of light shot out from his fingers into the ground. Crash! With a thought, 8 blackwood appeared in front of him. These were not ordinary wood, but the legendary ancient blackwood. Of course, this was only a branch derived from the blackwood. Once it grew up, it would become a blackwood. After all, the ancient blackwood was a legendary item, and it was difficult to obtain at this stage. Using these 8 blackwood as the foundation of the array can effectively unleash the power of the Space Lock Array. Fong Chun muttered to himself. The array he had set up was called the Space Lock Array. This array was very common in ancient times, and it was used by powerful sects to protect the mountains. However, the Space Lock Array had completely disappeared after the Battle of the Ancient Gods. Fong Chun had accidentally discovered it in an ancient book. With his current array attainments, he had easily grasped all the mysteries of the Space Lock Array. Rip! With a wave of his hand, the 8 blackwood flew in 8 different directions. When they were in place, Fong Chun flicked his wrist once again. A vast aura of the Tao of formations surrounded the 8 black logs and sent them underground. In the blink of an eye, the 8 blackwood had drilled into the ground. At this moment, a trace of array aura was faintly emitted from the 8 directions. These 8 auras quickly intertwined to form a small vortex. The center of the array was where the vortex converged. The array foundation is in place. Fong Chun whispered, and then his figure flashed and disappeared into the ground. All the warriors in the sacred region felt the terrifying array aura in the air. They looked up at the sky, and their hearts were filled with shock. What is going on? Why is there such a domineering array aura shrouding the sacred region? Could it be that a strong enemy has invaded the sacred region? Impossible. In the primordial chaos, there are countless experts in the sacred palace. I can't think of any force that can compete with them. Some weaker warriors were not clear about the truth, so they made wild guesses. Soon, there was an uproar in the sacred region. Most martial artists believed that the sacred domain was in danger. Palace masters led by Palace Master Wood Green stood in front of the sacred hall with their hands clasped behind their backs. Even though they were very experienced and knowledgeable, their faces were still filled with astonishment. Red Emperor's eyes flickered with a complicated look. She still remembered that when Fong Chun first set foot on the sacred island, he accidentally entered the peach blossom forest and was caught by her. At that time, the Red Emperor only felt that Fong Chun's potential was extraordinary. Who would have thought that after so many years, that fellow had already grown to a level that was out of her reach? Gue so had the same idea as Red Emperor. The latter rejoiced that they had chosen to submit to the human race and had Fong Chun as their leader. Otherwise, with such an enemy, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. No, to be exact, if he had been an enemy of Feng Chun, he wouldn't have been able to survive until now. On the other hand, Samsara Sword Emperor and the others were smiling excitedly. They had watched Feng Chun grow up as the leader of the human race. The stronger the latter was, the longer the lifespan of the human race would be. As expected of the Lord Chancellor, Fire Dome Palace Master gave him a thumbs up. He was an arrogant person and rarely praised someone. However, the person he admired the most was the leader, Feng Chun. I can feel that if this formation is successfully set up, its power will be unimaginable. Even if an Yin-Yang Origin Realm expert were to invade, he wouldn't be able to break the formation. A quasi-emperor formation master muttered. Palace Master Wood Green and the others had already heard about the commotion in the Sacred Realm. They spread the news. When everyone learned that the commotion was caused by the leader of the human race, they were all shocked. To set up a space-locking formation, one must not only be proficient in formations, but also in space-time. It just so happened that Feng Chun had a deep understanding of formations in space-time. Therefore, he could easily set up the formation. After placing all the materials into the core of the formation, Feng Chun's body broke out of the ground. The formation is complete. As Feng Chun's voice rippled out, a vast aura of formations appeared around the sacred realm. In the blink of an eye, it formed an arc-shaped cover that completely enveloped the sacred realm. Seeing that the space-locking formation had been successfully set up, Feng Chun nodded in satisfaction. Once trapped in the space-locking formation, one's speed will be completely restricted. Moreover, one will have nowhere to hide and will also suffer a strong suppression. Feng Chun said, if I were to control it personally, even a Mo Tao would have to put in some effort to get in. Of course, he couldn't control the formation all the time. Withdraw. With a thought, the formation instantly withdrew, and the ripples of formations in the air quickly dissipated. The pressure of the formation Tao in the sky also disappeared completely. The sacred realm returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Congratulations, Lord Chancellor. Palace Master Wood Green and the others stepped forward and surrounded Feng Chun, beaming with joy. Feng Chun explained the basic information of the space-locking formation to everyone. Then, he handed a jade talisman to Palace Master Wood Green. Palace Master Wood Green, this jade talisman can control the space-locking formation. Refine it. Palace Master Wood Green took the jade talisman. With this formation, even if someone from the Godsfall battlefield comes, we won't have to fear. Feng Chun shook his head. At present, with this formation, the sacred palace is basically safe, but we can't let down our guard. Feng Chun said, in the ancient chaos, the supreme laws are incomplete, causing everyone to be unable to step into the martial emperor realm. This is the most fundamental reason. If the human race wanted to increase their strength as a whole, they had to solve this problem. This was also what troubled Feng Chun the most. Although he could use the power of the supreme laws, he could control them. However, it was easier said than done to repair the supreme laws. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Let's talk about it later. Feng Chun said, the resources I left behind are enough for you to cultivate to the peak of Quasi-Emperor and cultivate Quasi-Emperor martial artists as much as possible. After I solve this problem, everything will be solved. Feng Chun firmly believed that he would be able to find the answer. If he couldn't find a solution, there was only one explanation: he was too weak. After the formation was completed, Palace Master Wood Green and the others happily familiarized themselves with the formation. As for Feng Chun, he went to the Ancestral Mountain. Standing at the top of the Ancestral Mountain and looking down at the earth, he could see every corner of the ancient chaos. This was the human race's Ancestral Mountain, and also the ancient chaos's Ancestral Mountain. And this was also the highest mountain in the ancient chaos, closest to the sky. Feng Chun raised his head and stared at the sky. Buzz! A giant face formed by the supreme laws appeared in front of him. Feng Chun could feel a terrifying power spreading and completely locking his body. What do I need to do? He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to the giant face. The giant face released a supreme power, but it couldn't make Fang Chun retreat half a step. After a long time, a message entered Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen frowned. The will of the supreme laws told him that it would be very difficult to repair it with his current cultivation. Only the 5 elements sage realm can do it. Fang Chun was flabbergasted. Is there no other way? Although his battle prowess was comparable to a sage realm expert, his cultivation was only at the peak of the Yin essence realm. He didn't know when he would reach the sage realm. Hence, he was somewhat anxious. And Mo Tao had already discovered the ancient chaos. It was hard to say whether other factions would discover it in the future. Once a peak faction like the Heaven-Defying Alliance discovered it, the ancient chaos would be destroyed. Boom! After communicating with the will of the supreme laws for a while, Fang Chun decided to give it a try. He unleashed the full potential of his half-perfect bloodline. The concentrated power of his bloodline transformed into a crimson ray of light that soared into the sky and collided with the gigantic face. Dong! The scarlet light crashed into the giant face, quickly dyeing it red. The entire sky turned blood red, as if it was hell. Fang Chen's body trembled continuously. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his expression was ferocious, as if he was resisting something. I don't believe it. Fang Chen bellowed and activated all of his strength. His body was like a cannonball as he charged into the giant face. At this moment, everyone in the ancient chaos could feel the supreme laws becoming chaotic, and the world was spinning. Poochie! A moment later, a black figure charged out of the giant face and smashed into the peak of the ancestral mountain. Fang Chen's throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The scarlet color of the giant face quickly faded, and it returned to its original state. How is this possible? Fang Chen's eyes widened as he stared at the giant face. He had just tried to repair the supreme laws, but the heavenly Tao suppressed him. He tried his best, but he couldn't stop it. Fortunately, at the last moment, he completely activated his half-perfect bloodline and barely avoided the calamity. The giant face trembled, and ripples flickered. Fang Chun smiled bitterly. With my current strength, it's very difficult to repair it. Although he couldn't repair it and even suffered a backlash, Fang Chun found something suspicious. A half-perfect bloodline. If he didn't have a half-perfect bloodline, he would have been doomed. In his mind, he recalled the Bloodline Monarch's plan. Could it be that only a perfect bloodline can solve this problem? Fang Chun guessed that the Bloodline Monarch might have known this long ago, so he planned for countless years to create a perfect bloodline. Huff! Fang Chun took a deep breath, as if he had discovered a new continent, and his eyes were burning. If that's the case, then how strong is the Bloodline Monarch? Even the Immortal Emperor didn't discover this, but the Bloodline Monarch, as a boundary emperor, discovered it and even planned to create a perfect bloodline. If it was an ordinary person, would they be able to do it? Vaguely, Fang Chen seemed to think of a possibility. Could it be that the Bloodline Monarch is a peerless powerhouse who survived the ancient battle of gods? Fang Chen's thoughts were in a mess. Crack! At this moment, the giant face shook and cracks appeared. At those cracks, scarlet light could be vaguely seen flickering. This is Fang Chun exclaimed. How could his half-perfect bloodline stick to the giant face? He looked carefully and found that the giant face seemed to have changed a little, but he couldn't tell what the change was. He closed his eyes and felt the aura of the supreme laws in the air. After a long time, Fang Chun waved his fist excitedly. Chapter 3448. At the same time, all the martial artists in the entire primordial chaos felt a subtle change. They didn't even know where this feeling came from, but they could clearly feel that the space-time they were in seemed to have changed. What's going on? Why do I feel that the world has changed? Why do I feel that the speed of absorbing the heavenly Tao power has become faster? Heavens, what's going on? This was a question that occurred in every corner. Of course, there were only a few quasi-emperors in the sacred palace. They had lived for countless years and were already very familiar with this world. They immediately felt the change in the supreme law. In front of the sacred palace, Palace Master Wood Green led many palace masters gathered together. They looked up and saw the human race's ancestral mountain. "It's the movement from the ancestral mountain," the Samsara Sword Emperor muttered. Beside him, Red Emperor and Gue So also frowned and pondered. "Have you noticed? The supreme law seems to have become stronger." Palace Masterwood Green said excitedly. The supreme law had always been incomplete. This was also the biggest obstacle that hindered many martial artists in the primordial chaos from entering the martial emperor realm. But now, they could clearly feel that the invisible obstacle seemed to have weakened a lot. Without a doubt, it must be the leader's doing. Is it the leader? The Samsara Sword Emperor's eyes flashed, and his heart was burning. If the leader could really complete the supreme law, it meant that they could all enter the martial emperor realm that they dreamed of. With the leader's help, it will definitely succeed. Palace Master Fire Dome and the others clenched their fists tightly. They were full of confidence in Fong Chun. But Palace Master Wood Green shook his head. Things were not as simple as they thought. Otherwise, it would not have troubled the sacred palace for so long. In the past, even the immortal emperor had not been able to do it. Could Fong Chun do it? In an elegant courtyard, Fong Shi and his siblings were accompanying Star Emperor. "Mother, such a big thing has happened. Aren't you curious at all?" "Yes, Mother, we both want to go out and take a look," Fong Han said with a smile, and Fong Yin also agreed. Star Emperor shook her head. She knew that this movement was caused by her husband. At the peak of the ancestral mountain, Fong Chun stood with his hands behind his back, carefully comprehending the supreme law. Dong! At this moment, he felt a vast amount of energy rush into his mind in the form of a powerful shockwave. "No!" He roared angrily and desperately tried to block the attack. However, that power was actually out of his control, wildly invading his primordial spirit. However, just as he was about to give it his all, his body suddenly froze, because he discovered a shocking scene. Endless life force? Fong Chun cried out in alarm. He had finally discovered the truth of the matter. Could it be at this moment he came to a sudden realization? He removed some of his defenses and allowed the berserk energy to invade his Yuan spirit. As it turned out, his guess was correct. This force seemed to be invading his primordial spirit, but it was actually nourishing it. Abundant vitality revolved around Fong Chun, constantly nourishing his soul. In the end, Fong Chun could even sense that his soul was rapidly strengthening. Crack! Finally, after the primordial spirit absorbed enough life force, it broke through the barrier and stepped into the saint level. At this moment, Fong Chun felt a trace of enlightenment. His primordial spirit had been sublimated, and his entire person had undergone earth-shattering changes. Rip! After a long time, he opened his eyes and shot out 2 terrifying rays of light. "I see." With a smile on his face, he finally understood the whole story. It was also at this moment that the giant face in the sky dissipated, and the mountain of ancestors returned to normal. Saint level. With a thought, Fong Chun released his powerful primordial spirit. The terrifying power merged with heaven and earth without any rejection. Under normal circumstances, the supreme law was incomplete and could not bear the power of the Emperor realm. However, not only had Fong Chun stepped into the Emperor realm, but even his primordial spirit had reached the saint level, which was above the corporeal realm. However, this world did not collapse, and there were no signs of rejection. After combining all the circumstances, Fong Chun finally understood. He was a native of his hometown. When he repaired the supreme law, his primordial spirit had already merged with it. In other words, he could now use the supreme law to look down on any corner of the primordial chaos. There was no doubt that at this moment, he was the true ruler of the primordial chaos. Back then, even the immortal emperor had not been able to do this. As expected, because of my actions, the restrictions of the supreme law have become a little thinner. Fong Chun was overjoyed. He could imagine that in the near future, the primordial chaos would become more prosperous because of this thin restriction. Martial arts would gradually reach the peak. Perhaps it won't be long before an emperor realm appears. Collecting his thoughts, Fong Chun raised his head and stared at the sky. Although I didn't succeed in repairing it this time, at least I have some experience, and the restrictions have become a little thinner. Feng Chen pondered. In the future, when I am strong enough, I will definitely do my best to repair it. With that, his figure flashed, and he left the mountain of ancestors. Sacred Palace. As soon as Feng Chen returned, Palace Master Wood Green and the others had already received the news. Haha, Lord Leader, you have really done a great thing. In just half an hour, they received a lot of good news from the Endless Territories. Some of the geniuses of the top forces had broken through their bottlenecks, and their cultivation had broken through. This was a great era. After receiving the news, Feng Chen nodded. This was within his expectations. Palace Master Wood Green. Feng Chen briefly talked about the broken supreme law, and at the same time, asked the Sacred Palace to set the relevant rules to ensure the normal development of the primordial chaos. After that, he talked with Star Emperor. Finally, he took out a token and gently crushed it. Rumble. In the sky, a terrifying force swooped down and instantly swept Feng Chen's figure away. Master seems to have entered the Demon Emperor's tomb, Emohan said. Yang Kuan frowned as he felt the obvious changes in the world. This world is extraordinary. Do I need you to say that? Master's hometown is naturally extraordinary. Dark Panther said. Although the supreme law of this world is incomplete, I have a feeling that there is a shocking secret hidden behind it, Python said. Only Yellow Ox was deep in thought. Big brother, Dark Panther and Python called out. Yellow Ox raised its head. There was a complicated look in its eyes. During Master's absence, we have to protect the safety of this world. Yang Kuan stared at Yellow Ox. The latter had lived for a long time and knew more than him. Moreover, he felt that Yellow Ox wanted to say something but stopped. It seemed to know something. Do you know something? Yang Kuan asked. Yellow Ox shook his head and did not say anything else. Python and Dark Panther also kept asking, but no matter how they asked, Yellow Ox kept his mouth shut. In the end, Yellow Ox had no choice but to leave after saying a few words. It's very likely to be related to the Battle of Ancient Gods. Battlefield of Ancient Gods, Corpse Head Continent. Buzz. Terrifying air currents intertwined, forming a brilliant spatial passage. Congratulations, Lord Mo Tao, for building the spatial passage. An elder of Scenic Demon Palace said. Mo Tao, who was dressed in black, stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the phantom of the passage in front of the spatial rift. He seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied. The other side of the rift is very unusual. The current spatial passage can only be considered as a wrinkle. It will take at least 5 years to fully build it, Mo Tao said. Recently, he had been feeling uneasy. What's going on? Mo Tao racked his brains. Could there really be a shocking secret on the other side? The Corpse Head Continent has the abyss of divine corpses. Even I didn't gain anything from it and returned in a sorry state. Mo Tao connected the various matters together. Why would such a dangerous place like the abyss of divine corpses appear on the Corpse Head Continent? And why would there be a spatial rift on the Corpse Head Continent that connected to another world? Could it be that there was some secret behind this? Thinking of this, he became even more irritated. Crack! At this moment, the 30 life slips not far from him, all shattered. Suddenly, Mo Tao's body released a shocking aura. It was so oppressive that everyone could not breathe. They're all dead? Mo Tao's face was gloomy. He could vaguely feel through the spatial rift that the stability of the space on the other side could not be compared to the battlefield of ancient gods. Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. Withdrawing his aura, the world regained its calm. However, Mo Tao could not wait to build the spatial passage. 5 years. In just 5 years, the spatial passage would be completed. At that time, he could personally cross the spatial passage. No matter what the secret was, it would eventually be grasped by him. Pass down the order. Seal off the Corpse Head Continent. No one is allowed to approach, said Mo Tao. Yes, my lord. The elder nodded. By the way, my lord, he wanted to mention the capture of Feng Chen, but was interrupted by Mo Tao. Put everything aside. The most important thing for Scenic Palace now is the corpse head continent. Yes, although the scenic demon weave seemed calm, there were undercurrents surging. What a Tao did could be hidden from ordinary people, but not from Saint Realm experts. Blood Sea Weave, Blood King Palace. A red-clothed elder sat quietly on a scarlet throne. He played with 2 red beads in his hands. His eyes moved as if he was thinking about something. The entire palace was filled with the smell of blood. What is that Tao doing? The Blood King frowned in deep thought. The corpse head continent is just an ordinary broken continent. Is it worth it for the termination, soldier arcane liquid? The Blood King was extremely ambitious. He had always wanted to annex the scenic demon weave, so he paid special attention to Tao's whereabouts. No matter what Tao is doing, my Blood Sea Weave will definitely interfere. With that said, the Blood King waved his hand and a black shadow appeared. Gather all information on the corpse head continent. Send someone to keep an eye on the scenic demon palace. Report to me immediately if there's any news. Yes, Blood King. After the black shadow left, the Blood King stood up and revealed a strange smile. Chapter 3449. Demon Imperial Tomb. As the core peak of the Demon Imperial Tomb, the Demon Mountain towered into the clouds. From afar, it was shrouded in a dark aura. When Fong Chun crushed the token, he instantly appeared at the peak of the Demon Mountain. The current Demon Imperial Tomb had undergone a great change. The resentment between heaven and earth seemed to have decreased a lot. Standing at the peak of the Demon Mountain, Fong Chen's gaze swept across the many peaks. In the end, his gaze landed on the highest mountain peak, Myriad Demon's Peak. The peak where the will of the Demon Imperial Tomb was located was also the source of the will of the Demon Imperial Tomb. Back then, when Fong Chun first stepped onto the Demon Mountain, he passed the 99th step and endured the terrifying will of the Demon Imperial Tomb. Countless wills on the peaks appeared one after another, wanting him to choose the peak. Even the wills on the Myriad Demon's Peak let him go. However, at the last moment, the wills on the Myriad Demon's Peak rejected Fong Chun. Because Fong Chun had not cut off his emotions and desires, he could not give up everything. Therefore, he was not suitable to inherit the will of the Demon Imperial Tomb. Now, after so many years, he once again came to the peak of the Demon Mountain. Rip! The black shadow appeared out of thin air and looked at Fong Chun with a smile. Little guy, you're here again. Originally, he thought that Fong Chun was here to accept the will of the Demon Imperial Tomb. However, when his wills fell on Fong Chun, he was filled with shock. Even he could not see through the latter's cultivation. How is this possible? The black shadow could not imagine that Fong Chun's improvement was so great. Emperor Realm? The black shadow shook his head. The supreme law was incomplete and heaven and earth were restricted. Ancient chaos warriors could not step into the Emperor Realm at all. How'd he do it? Long time no see. Fong Chun nodded lightly to the black shadow. Amazing. The black shadow came back to his senses and gave Fong Chun a thumbs up, praising him. This time, are you here to try to accept the will of the Demon Imperial Tomb? Fong Chun shook his head and asked, have any human warriors entered the Demon Imperial Tomb recently? The black shadow's eyes turned as he carefully thought back. Before the Demon Emperor's tomb changed, there was a human martial artist that entered it. Hearing this, Fong Chun was slightly moved. Then, do you know where that person is? The black shadow pointed at the Myriad Demon's Peak and said, he entered the Myriad Demon's Peak and never appeared. Even I can't find out what kind of state he is in. Fong Chun frowned. He had a bad premonition. Could it be that the Void Primogenitor had obtained the acknowledgement of the Myriad Devil will and was absorbing it? After all, that was the will of the 10,000 demons. If one's mental fortitude was not firm enough, once one absorbed the will of the 10,000 demons, one would definitely be confused by it. Thinking up to this point, Fong Chun immediately prepared to ascend the Myriad Demon's Peak. However, he was stopped by the shadow. Little brother, you can't go in. Why? The black shadow explained. Not long ago, there was a change in the Demon Imperial Mausoleum. The myriad demons' peak released a monstrous demonic aura that swept through the entire Demon Imperial Mausoleum. After that, there was a change in the Demon Imperial Mausoleum. The remaining resentment in the Demon Imperial Mausoleum all disappeared. At the same time, the Demon Imperial Mausoleum was completely isolated from the world and was completely sealed. Even the consciousness of the other peaks had gone to the myriad demons' peak. The will of the 10,000 demons? Fang Chun thought of a possibility. Was all of this done by the expert behind the Demon Imperial Mausoleum? I came here with the token. Can't I ascend the myriad demons' peak? Fang Chen's body released a terrifying aura that directly suppressed the black shadow until he couldn't breathe. Plop! The black shadow crawled on the ground, his body trembling. Fang Chun directly stepped onto the myriad demons' peak. Impossible. The black shadow wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Fang Chen's figure had already disappeared from his sight. It's over. The black shadow panicked. Buzz! The world spun and darkness flashed in front of his eyes. When Fang Chun stabilized his body and opened his eyes, he suddenly felt the terrifying will of the 10,000 demons. Boom! The monstrous will of the 10,000 demons rushed over and surrounded Fang Chun. In that terrifying vortex, a gloomy voice came. You shouldn't have come here. Sword-shaped runes flashed around Fang Chen's body, resisting the invasion of the will of the 10,000 demons. What exactly do you want to do? Fang Chen asked. The will of the 10,000 demons let out countless terrifying sounds. I am the will of the 10,000 demons. Naturally, I will control all the demonic cultivators in the world. The will of the 10,000 demons turned into ferocious fangs, as if to devour Fang Chun. Just as Fang Chun was thinking of countermeasures, he found the Void Ancestor. The latter was sitting cross-legged on an altar in the myriad demons' peak. He was very quiet and surrounded by a strange aura. That altar was very strange. Even the will of the 10,000 demons didn't dare to approach it. What's wrong with the Void Ancestor? Fang Chun exclaimed. Kid, you had the chance to absorb the will of the 10,000 demons last time. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish the chance given to you. The voice of the will of the 10,000 demons came. That human guy, although the Son of Heaven is a little slow, he has gained the recognition of the king. Before he could finish speaking, Fang Chun had already made his move. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and used his strongest attack. Whoosh! The first level of the primordial chaos sword art was displayed. A dazzling sword light rushed straight to the altar. You're courting death. After the will of the 10,000 demons reacted, it frantically swept towards Fang Chun. However, Fang Chun's attack was too strong. The first level of the primordial chaos sword art combined with the hidden star sword, the power was unparalleled. Even if a Saint Realm powerhouse was here, they would not dare to face it head-on. Crack! The dazzling sword light hit the seal around the altar and instantly shattered. However, at the same time, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand followed and fiercely stabbed the seal. It's useless. With your strength, it's impossible to break the altar. The will of the 10,000 demons attacked frantically, mocking Fang Chun. However, just as the two sides were confronting each other, the hidden star sword released a trace of origin. Hiss! Hiss! Above the yin-yang origin realm was the 5 elements Saint Realm. The reason why Saint Realm powerhouses were powerful was that they had earth-shattering means. Among them, the most important means was to control the origin. At the beginning of the chaos, yin and yang were divided into the 5 elements. The so-called 5 elements were the 5 great origins. The origin was the most powerful and the highest level of energy in the world. When the origin energy appeared, the seal on the altar was unable to hold on any longer and shattered. Boom! The remaining trace of origin exploded, causing the entire altar to tremble. Half of the Void Primogenitor's body was shattered, and he fainted. No! The will of the 10,000 demons changed direction and rushed into the Void Primogenitor's mind, wanting to save his life. Condense. Fang Chun pointed his finger and froze the space around the void primogenitor. Then he waved his hand and sucked the void primogenitor over. His consciousness invaded the void primogenitor's body and found something wrong. What's going on? The void primogenitor's organs were all shattered, and his body was filled with demonic qi. This demonic qi was many times stronger than the will of the 10,000 demons. Wong. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from the void primogenitor's body. Bang! It shot into Fang Chen's forehead at lightning speed and sent him flying. His body slammed heavily into the ground, and he felt his eyelids twitching. He was severely injured. What kind of power is that? Fang Chen was sure that even Mo Tao did not have such power. The power contained in that beam of golden light was beyond his understanding. Dong! Finally, Fang Chen could not hold on and fell to the ground. Damn you! How dare you ruin my plan? A phantom appeared in the darkness, and a terrifying power flickered on this phantom. This king has worked hard for 70 billion years. How can I let you ruin it? He pointed his finger, and the will of the 10,000 demons retreated from the void primogenitor's body. Your plan is about to succeed, right? The will of the 10,000 demons asked. The phantom stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. Once this is over, I will return to the God's Fall battlefield. The phantom said, and you will regain your freedom. Humph! The will of the 10,000 demons snorted. As the will of the 10,000 demons, it gathered the power of the 10,000 demons. It was the lord of the 10,000 demons, and the purpose of building the demon monarch's tomb was to make itself stronger. Who would have thought that this phantom would use it? It knew how terrifying this phantom was, and it even felt that this person was most likely related to the ancient God's Fall battle. What do you want? The will of the 10,000 demons asked. Nothing much. I want to use your demon monarch's tomb to devour resentment and strengthen myself. At the same time, I want to do an experiment. The phantom laughed eerily. I hope you will do as you say. After saying that, the will of the 10,000 demons merged into every corner of the 10,000 demons' peak and no longer communicated with the phantom. Under the setting sun, the phantom's figure looked a little lonely. My path is too lonely. Thinking back to the past, he felt physically and mentally exhausted. However, every time he thought of that possibility, he became extremely excited. If my plan succeeds, there will be no need to start the God's Fall battle in the future. When these words came out, heaven and earth trembled. It was as if his voice contained a great deterrent force. From his voice, it seemed that he was the one who had started the God's Fall battle. This secret was too terrifying. If it spread, the world would definitely fall into chaos. Everyone is drunk, and I am the only one who is sober. What you think is impossible, I will accomplish. The phantom seemed to sigh. After a long time, he turned to look at Fang Chun and flicked his finger, imprisoning his origin soul. Your potential is not bad. To be able to grow to such a level with your own efforts in such a place, you are indeed extraordinary, the phantom said with a smile. Although there is still a gap between you and those monsters in the origin realm, you are not far behind. When this clone of mine leaves, I will bring you to the God's Fall battlefield. If you can survive that harsh environment, we will have a chance to meet again. The outside world was calm and peaceful. Ever since the 30 people sent by Mo Tao were killed, everything had returned to normal. However, Palace Masterwood Green and the others were still worried. Do you think Lord Leader will be in danger? Palace Master Fire Sky asked. Lord Leader is an emperor. He should not be in danger. Sword Emperor Samsara shook his head. For the demon monarch's tomb to exist until now, there must be an unspeakable secret behind it. We cannot underestimate it. Then what should we do? Palace Master Fire Sky asked. Wait. Palace Masterwood Green closed his eyes. I have been to the demon monarch's tomb before. The will of the 10,000 demons is extremely terrifying. Once it appears, the ancient past will suffer, Red Emperor said. Gueso nodded. Chapter 3450. The mausoleum of the demon monarch had been set up by an unparalleled powerhouse, and his purpose was unknown. Even the will of all demons was a smokescreen for the world. On the myriad demons' peak, Fang Chun felt pain all over his body, and he slowly opened his eyes. I remember his memory stopped at the sudden appearance of the phantom, and he fell into a coma. Who was that phantom? Fang Chen's heart trembled. Just an illusion was able to unleash such an unparalleled amount of pressure. He had fought with Mo Tao before. Although the latter had only sent a projection, his methods were not comparable to ordinary people. He could clearly feel the terrifying pressure of a Saint Realm powerhouse. Now that he thought about it, the pressure of the phantom was completely above Mo Tao's. Could be a top Saint Realm powerhouse? Fang Chen murmured. Or was it a legendary primordial chaos supreme? But soon he shook his head. The primordial chaos supreme was the strongest in the world. Even in the ancient times, it was rare to hear of them. If the phantom's original body was a primordial chaos supreme, then why was he hibernating in the demon monarch's mausoleum? What was he planning? Or was there something in the world that was qualified for him to plan? Fang Chen shook his head and rejected this idea. Maybe it's a powerhouse who survived from the ancient times. He collected his thoughts and checked his body. He would not know if he did not check, but after checking, he was shocked. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. A casual attack had injured him to such an extent, and this was only an illusion. If his real body was here, wouldn't it be easy for him to kill Fang Chun? Thinking of this, Fang Chun felt a lingering fear. At this moment, his internal organs were all shattered, his blood vessels were fragmented, and his meridians were broken. He was like a cripple. Whoosh! Fortunately, his half-perfect bloodline was still there. If an ordinary yin-yang origin realm cultivator suffered such injuries, he would definitely die. Fang Chen sighed. He glanced around. On the altar not far away, the void ancestor was still sitting cross-legged, cultivating with his eyes closed. Above his head, the will of 10,000 demons surged wildly, condensing into a pitch-black vortex, releasing an extremely terrifying aura. As for that phantom, Fang Chun had never seen it. No more. Fang Chun frowned and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. He had just walked through the gates of hell, so he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. The void primogenitor seems to be conducting some sort of sacrifice. Fang Chun was a little impatient. He had a vague feeling that once the void primogenitor's sacrifice ended, the phantom would reappear. Therefore, he had to try his best to recover from his injuries and destroy the sacrifice. He secretly circulated his half-perfect bloodline throughout his body. Hiss. It had to be said that the half-perfect bloodline was indeed powerful. Just by circulating it once, Zhang Xian could already feel a clear change. His shattered blood vessels were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, his primordial spirit was also slowly revolving. He wasn't afraid of a slow recovery speed, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to circulate his power. Several days later, his bloodline had already healed, but the recovery of his internal organs was still a little slow. He thought for a moment and swallowed some yin and yang pills. Boom! The power of the yin and yang pills was very powerful. When the medicinal effects spread, his internal injuries were quickly recovering. Just like that, Fang Chun began to secretly accumulate power to heal his injuries. At the same time, he began to plan how to escape. The will of all demons seems to be a little wary of that phantom, but fortunately, that phantom seems to be planning something and has no time to spare. Or rather, it can't appear here for a long time. Of course, this was only Fang Chen's guess. He couldn't act rashly. After all, he only had one life. Once he angered the phantom, he would only have a dead end. Just like this, he swallowed a large number of yin and yang pills to recover from his injuries. Half a month later, the yin and yang pills in the Sumeru ring were almost exhausted, and Fang Chen's injuries were basically healed. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath, and a faint smile appeared on his face. In the following time, he began to plan how to destroy the void primogenitor's sacrifice and how to escape after destroying it. Battlefield of Gods, Corpse Head Continent. RIP. In the void, light screens intertwined. Suddenly, a pair of large hands appeared and tore the light screen apart. Then, Emotao's figure appeared. Lord Emotao, everything is ready. An elder of Scenic Demon Palace said. This time, there are still 30 people, but each of them has a sage treasure. Their combat strength is far beyond that of ordinary Yin-Yang Origin Realm experts. Last time, Emotao had been too arrogant. The 30 people who were teleported didn't have sage treasures, and their overall combat strength was weak. This time, 30 experts were selected from the elders of Scenic Demon Palace, and there were a few Perfection Realm experts. Moreover, for the sake of this plan, Emotao did not hesitate to take out the Termination spiritual liquid that he had obtained from the corpse head ghost and found a blacksmith to refine the saint treasure. This was why each of them had a sage treasure. Let's begin. Emotao glanced at everyone and said, This time, don't alert the enemy. You must investigate that place thoroughly. Yes, Palace Master. The 30 elders nodded and accepted the order. Everything will wait until I get there. He was a Saint Realm expert, and the primordial chaos couldn't withstand his power. Therefore, he could only rely on the spatial passageway. Soon after, the teleportation ended. Emotao smirked, as though everything was under his control. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was the sound of something tearing through the air. Palace Master. The elder of Scenic Demon Palace panted. What is it? The Blood King has arrived at Scenic Demon Palace and wants to meet you. Upon hearing that, Emotao frowned. The Blood King? Why is he here? The elder of Scenic Demon Palace shook his head. Our Scenic Demon Weave and Blood Sea Weave mind their own business. The Blood King even promised that he wouldn't come to our Scenic Demon Weave for no reason. Now, thinking of the spatial rift on the Corpse Head continent, the elder of Scenic Demon Palace hesitated. Are you saying that he knows about the spatial rift? The elder of Scenic Demon Palace nodded. It's better to be safe than sorry. If the Blood King really knows about it, he will definitely do something in secret. Stay here. I'll make a trip back. The majestic palaces were connected into a single stretch. One of the magnificent palaces was the Scenic Devil Weave's famous Scenic Devil Palace. In the guest hall of Scenic Demon Palace, the Blood King, in his blood-red robes, sat quietly. Rip! Suddenly, Emotao's figure appeared out of thin air. Blood King, what are you doing here? Emotao asked directly. The Blood King was 8 meters tall. He had sharp eyebrows and a straight nose. He gave off a sinister and terrifying feeling. His body emitted an aura that resembled the Blood Sea. Upon seeing Emotao, the Blood King toyed with the teacup in his hand. Emotao, don't you know why I'm here? Emotao shrugged his shoulders. You once promised that you wouldn't step into the Scenic Demon Weave without good reason. Now, you've gone back on your word. Haha. Years ago, the Scenic Demon Weave had a super expert who was considered one of the best in the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The Blood King had only made the promise under pressure. However, ever since that super expert perished, the Blood King no longer feared the Scenic Demon Weave. In his eyes, Emotao did not deserve to be on par with him. Cut the crap. You know better than me the situation in your Scenic Demon Weave. The Blood King sneered before going straight to the point. I heard that you have been in the Corpse Head continent recently. Let me think. Apart from the Termination blood liquid, is there anything else on that dilapidated continent that attracts you? As he spoke, the Blood King kept watching Emotao. Emotao remained silent as he tried to figure out the Blood King's thoughts. Finally, the Blood King brought up the topic and mentioned the spatial rift. Emotao was greatly alarmed. The Blood King was very forceful in the beginning. He wanted Emotao to give up the Corpse Head continent so that he could personally head to the other end of the rift to investigate. Emotao rejected him. However, this negotiation lasted for a very long time. 3 days later, Emotao returned to the Corpse Head continent. Palatial Lord, how was it? Asked the Scenic Demon Palace Elder. The Blood King already knows about the spatial rift. We have already reached an agreement. The Blood Sea Weave will also send 30 people into the spatial rift. Then, the Scenic Demon Palace Elder knew that the agreement was definitely backed by the Blood King's might. However, that world contained great opportunities. If the Blood King were to interfere, it would be difficult for the scenic demon Weave to reap any benefits. This was the problem he was most worried about. Don't worry. Before the spatial passageway is completed, the Blood King will not be able to enter. A few days later, the 30 people from the Bloodsea Weave were also teleported to the primordial chaos. If Feng Qian was still around, a mere 60 Yin-Yang primordial realm experts would naturally not be a threat. However, he was trapped in the Fiend Imperial Mausoleum and could not even protect himself. These 60 people were a fatal blow to the primordial chaos. Fiend Imperial Mausoleum, Fiend Mountain, Myriad Demon Peak. After this period of recuperation, his injuries had healed. He also had a plan in his heart. Once I take action, the Myriad Demon willpower will definitely know immediately and will definitely stop me. Feng Qian pondered. Therefore, he had to break through the altar seal as soon as possible and take Void Primogenitor away. Once he took Void Primogenitor away, he would quickly flee. After a detailed plan, Feng Qian already had a preliminary plan. Breaking through the seal and taking Void Primogenitor away would take a total of 3 seconds. As for the Myriad Demon willpower, it would take at most 2 seconds to react and stop him. His eyes flashed as he gritted his teeth and prepared to take action. Success or failure depends on this. Only death awaited if he surrendered, so he could only struggle. Do it! Suddenly, Feng Qian's entire body shot up from the ground. Almost at the same time, the altar's seal shattered, and he arrived in front of Void Primogenitor as fast as lightning. Damn it! In the sky, within the black vortex, the Myriad Demon willpower roared angrily and transformed into a ferocious giant face that charged at Feng Qian. Enveloped by the Myriad Demon willpower, Feng Qian clearly felt the resistance around the altar increase. He raised his head and looked at the Myriad Demon willpower swooping down. Absorb. Suddenly, all the pores on his body opened up, and a terrifying suction force suddenly erupted, colliding with the powerful will of the 10,000 demons that swooped down. Chapter 34:51. Now he was racing against the Grim Reaper, racing against time, because he did not know when that phantom would appear, or if he really could not escape. All of this was unknown. He could not joke around with his life. After putting the Void Primogenitor into a mortal cave mountain, Feng Qian opened up all the pores on his body. His body was locked on by the will of the 10,000 demons, and it would be difficult for him to escape in a short time. Therefore, he decided to fight to the death. Originally, he had 2 plans. The first plan was to save the Void Primogenitor within 3 seconds and then escape the range of the will of the 10,000 demons. But now, the actions of the will of the 10,000 demons were beyond his expectations. Therefore, he did not think and directly carried out the second plan. Absorb the will of the 10,000 demons. Feng Qian had also considered this plan. In the end, he decided to do it. There were 2 reasons for this decision. First, he had once been recognized by the 10,000 demons' peak and could absorb the will of the 10,000 demons. It was only because he could not cut off his emotions and desires that he could not absorb it. Second, the half-perfect bloodline in his body had the effect of purifying demonic qi. He wanted to take the risk and absorb the will of the 10,000 demons into his body, then use the half-perfect bloodline to trap it and slowly purify it. In a flash, the will of the 10,000 demons swooped down and blasted through Feng Qian's defense. At this time, Feng Qian's eyes revealed a crazed look. The suction force around him had reached its strongest point. Hiss! Hiss! The will of the 10,000 demons seemed to have found a new carrier and crazily rushed into Feng Qian's body. Its intention was obvious. It wanted to use the powerful will of the 10,000 demons to destroy Feng Qian's body. Crack! Cracks appeared on the surface of Feng Qian's skin. Continue. Feng Qian increased his strength and crazily absorbed. At the same time, he took out yin-yang pill and swallowed it. Rumble. The yin-yang pill's effect spread and helped Feng Qian absorb the will of the 10,000 demons further. Hold on. After the will of the 10,000 demons entered his body, it kept running around and even began to attack Fang Chen's primordial spirit. Fang Chen shook his head hard to stay awake. Collect! Fang Chen roared and continued to absorb. However, just as the 10,000 demonic will was about to be absorbed into Fang Chen's body, something unexpected happened. Terrifying cracks appeared on the altar. A frightening power surged out from the crack. It was as if it could destroy the world. Damn it! A furious voice could be heard from within. Roar! 9 black dragons burst out from the ground and soared into the sky, uttering dragon cries. Wong! The 9 dragons circled around and scattered black light. At the place where the black light gathered, a terrifying phantom appeared in a shocking manner. The moment he appeared, the entire Devil Emperor's mausoleum seemed to be imprisoned. At this moment, Fang Chen's body couldn't move. No! Fang Chen roared hysterically. He was unwilling to accept this. Just as he was about to break through the seal of the myriad demonic will, he would be able to leave. Who would have thought that the phantom would appear at the crucial moment? The world fell silent in an instant. The phantom looked at Fang Chen mockingly. You're just an ant. How dare you ruin my plans? The phantom had never treated Fang Chen as an opponent. His eyes were filled with disdain. Rip! With a light tap of his finger, Fang Chen's body involuntarily flew towards him. How dare you ruin my plans? I can't let you live. The phantom's killing intent was triggered, and he pointed his finger. However, at this moment, golden light shone from the dark cave mountain, and a layer of golden ripples surrounded Fang Chen. Bang! Seeing this, the phantom's finger suddenly changed its direction and shot towards the demon mountain, raising it to the ground. Oomph! The phantom snorted and continued to attack Fang Chen. Boom! The palm-sized dark cave mountain grew bigger and bigger. It fell from the sky and smashed onto the myriad demon's peak. How dare you stop me? The phantom stared at the dark cave mountain and said coldly, Sigh. A long sigh could be heard from the dark cave mountain. Fang Chen was stunned. Then, he turned pale with fright. The great emperor of Cavern Ruins? His heart trembled. It was rumored that the great emperor of Cavern Ruins had fallen. Why would he appear here? Could it be that his consciousness had been sleeping in the dark cave mountain? This is my hometown after all. As expected, a ball of light appeared above the dark cave mountain. The void primogenitor's body floated in front of the ball of light. A dead yin-yang origin realm being dares to stop me? The phantom sneered. Rip! The great emperor of Cavern Ruins attacked before the phantom could do anything. His hand stabbed into the void primogenitor's body at lightning speed. Then, he pulled hard and a palm-sized crystal appeared in his palm. You're courting death. The phantom was enraged when he saw the crystal and attacked. However, the great emperor of Cavern Ruins only squeezed lightly and cracks appeared on the crystal. Poochie! The phantom spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Fang Chen looked over and took a deep breath. How could such a powerful existence be seriously injured? He raised his head and looked at the crystal in the great emperor of Cavern Ruins' hand. He seemed to have guessed something. Your original body is very powerful. So powerful that you could destroy this world with a wave of your hand. Even in the battle of the gods in the ancient times, you were invincible. The great emperor of Cavern Ruins looked at the severely injured phantom and said, It's a pity that you're just a projection now. You're not even 1/10,000th of your original body strength. If I'm not wrong, this crystal is your source of energy. The great emperor of Cavern Ruins did not hesitate and crushed the crystal. You're all courting death. The phantom bared his teeth and roared in anger. Just you wait. When the next battle of the gods comes, this place will become hell. After saying that, the phantom collapsed and peace returned to the world. Boom! Fang Chen could no longer suppress the will of the 10,000 demons in his body. His primordial spirit was injured and he fell into a coma. Buzz! The great emperor of Cavern Ruins placed his palm on Fang Chen's back and sent a warm current into his body, temporarily suppressing the will of the 10,000 demons. After an unknown period of time, Fang Chen finally woke up. Senior! Fang Chen called out. He was shocked. He had personally experienced the strength of the phantom. It was too powerful. However, the great emperor of cavern ruins was able to defeat the phantom? It was unimaginable. I know you have a lot of doubts in your heart. The great emperor of cavern ruins said as he pointed to a mortal cave mountain. Back then, I died in the battle of the gods. A remnant of my consciousness escaped back to the primordial chaos and lodged in a mortal cave mountain. However, my injuries were too severe and my remnant consciousness could not hold on. Soon, it completely collapsed. The me you see now is just an illusion that I left behind before I died. Feng Chun listened quietly. Chapter 3452. There were several times when the great emperor wanted to help Feng Chun when he was in danger. However, his phantom could not be maintained for too long and would disappear completely once he made a move. Therefore, he would not easily make a move unless there was a real crisis. It was obvious that Feng Chun had encountered a life and death crisis on this trip to the demon monarch's tomb. Senior, do you know the origin of that phantom? Feng Chun asked. Now that he thought about it, he felt very shocked. The phantom was hiding in the demon monarch's tomb, controlling the will of the demon monarch and absorbing the resentment of the fallen quasi-emperors in this world, as if he was plotting something. The great emperor shook his head. I don't know either, but I am sure that his true body should be a top existence in the Godsfall battlefield, and it is very likely that he is the mastermind behind the Godsfall battle. Feng Chun exclaimed. The Godsfall battle of the ancient age had affected the entire world, and almost no one above the Emperor realm was spared. That battle had caused the world to collapse and almost destroyed it, returning it to chaos. How strong was the mastermind behind such a battle? The primal chaos sovereign, Feng Chun murmured. Only the primal chaos sovereign would have such means. The great emperor shook his head again. He had never seen the real primal chaos sovereign, so he could not make a conclusion. The projection he left in the demon monarch's tomb should be a projection condensed from a 10,000th of his will, and he is collecting resentment in this world. The great emperor did not know what he was plotting. A projection condensed from a 10,000th of his will had such powerful strength? Feng Chun's heart was in turmoil. The crystal I crushed was his energy body. Feng Chun understood. Fortunately, the great emperor found the energy crystal, otherwise he would have died. After hearing the great emperor's words, Feng Chun was worried. The phantom allowed the void primogenitor to absorb the energy crystal. Could it be that he wanted to use him as a medium to do something? His mind was in a state of confusion. No matter what he wants to do, I am sure that his true body is under some kind of restriction and cannot come in person. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. As for the void primogenitor, he was no longer himself when he was corroded by the energy crystals. The great emperor of the cave ruins killed him to prevent him from harming the world. Feng Chun was a little depressed, but he could understand. Cough, cough. The great emperor of cavern ruins coughed lightly, and the illusion seemed to be on the verge of dispersing. My energy has been depleted and is about to dissipate. He looked at Feng Chun. You've absorbed the will of the 10,000 demons, so you might be in danger at any time. Fortunately, I used the last of my strength to help you suppress the will of the myriad demons. When you become stronger in the future, you will be able to completely destroy the will of the myriad demons. As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory figure of the great emperor of the cave ruins shattered. He turned into a golden ray of light and entered dark cave mountain. Senior, thank you for saving my life. Feng Chun cupped his fists and bowed towards dark cave mountain. After resting for a few days in the demon emperor's mausoleum, his body was in peak condition. Feng Chun stood at the top of the myriad demons' peak, looking down at the entire demon emperor's mausoleum. Without the support of the will of the myriad demons and the illusory figure, the demon emperor's mausoleum had become desolate, even worse than an abandoned planet. The resentment that filled the demon emperor's mausoleum had also disappeared completely. The demon emperor's mausoleum was no longer the mausoleum that made everyone tremble in fear. However, the outside world knew nothing about this. The seal around the demon emperor's mausoleum had loosened. On this day, two people came to the dilapidated demon domain. The demonic chi here is so heavy. One of them was a demonic cultivator, a perfected powerhouse of the Blood King's lineage. He was known as the Wolf Demon, and his demonic arts could shake the heavens and earth. Among the 30 people sent by the Blood King, his combat strength could be ranked in the top 15, which was slightly different from the top 10. What's that? The Wolf Demon discovered the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Wolf Demon, that should be the Demon Emperor's mausoleum of this world. During the time they were in the primordial chaos, they had captured some weak martial artists and searched their souls to obtain some information. It is said that the Demon Emperor's mausoleum is very evil. After many powerhouses of this world died, their resentment would be absorbed, the red-haired insect emperor said. I guess that there is a demonic cultivator inside, and he is using the resentment of all living beings to cultivate. Hearing this, the wolf demon licked his dry lips. Let's go in and take a look. The two came to the Demon Emperor's mausoleum and worked together to open the seal. As expected, the demonic chi was very thick, and it covered every corner of the void. The wolf demon was very excited. The demonic art I cultivate is only one step away, and I need to absorb enough demonic to cultivate. Red-haired insect emperor, come with me and see what we can find. A few days later, the wolf demon came to the demon mountain according to his sense of smell. There's someone here. He saw Fong Chun at the peak of the demon mountain. He frowned slightly. He did not sense the demonic chi on Fong Chun's body, which surprised him. At the peak of the demon mountain, Fong Chun also discovered the wolf demon. Mo Tao's people, his eyes shone with a cold light, brimming with killing intent. Previously, Xiao Chun had killed the 30 people he sent. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun still did not give up. This is my hometown. Since you, Mo Tao, want to play, then I'll play with you. Xiao Chun wanted to see how many people the Demon Scenic Palace had for him to kill. The world was limited. All the people transported over had their cultivations suppressed to Quasi-Emperor, which was half-step enescence stage. However, these people had special means and could suppress the Sacred Palace. However, before Fong Chun, he was unable to fight back at all. Brat, who are you? The wolf demon climbed the demon mountain. Terrifying demonic chi surged over as he questioned Fong Chun. Are you Mo Tao's people? Fong Chun asked instead of answering. You know Mo Tao? The wolf demon felt somewhat shocked. It does not matter who you are. I sense the aura of the Demon Emperor's will on you. Hand it over, and I can give you a quick death. The wolf demon stepped forward, using his aura to suppress. Scram. Fong Chun punched out, and a vast fist light smashed onto demonic wolf's body. Roar. Caught off guard, Fong Chun sent the wolf demon flying with one punch. The wolf demon reared his head and roared, revealing sinister fangs. You're seeking death. The wolf demon executed the demonic cultivation technique that he cultivated. 6 demonic figures appear behind him. They waved their hands in unison, surrounding Fong Chun. Too weak. Fong Chun punched again, and the wolf demon's attack instantly crumbled. The wolf demon went flying back together with the wolf demon. Poochie. The wolf demon vomited blood, his complexion paling. Ew. The wolf demon felt shocked. Fong Chun's strength surpassed his expectations. Whoosh. Just at this moment, sonic booms rang out. The red-haired insect emperor rushed over after hearing the news. Wolf demon, what happened? When the red-haired insect emperor saw the injured wolf demon, he could not help feeling startled. Then, the red-haired insect emperor looked at Fong Chun in fear. Red-haired insect emperor, you came at the right time. This fellow is somewhat strange. Let's work together and kill him, the wolf demon said. The red-haired insect emperor hesitated. You can have everything he has. I only want the demon emperor's will. Chapter 3453. Fong Chun had originally planned to kill the 2 of them, but now he had other plans. If they were not from the scenic demon palace, then where did they come from? Could it be that other factions knew about the spatial rift and had interfered? If that was the case, things would be a little troublesome. Insect devour. The red-haired insect emperor roared as a small insect crawled out of its mouth. The insect was red all over and emitted a terrifying red light. Rip! The red insect opened its mouth and spat out a red liquid, but Fong Chun blocked it. This liquid is quite corrosive. Fong Chun muttered to himself. You, the red-haired insect emperor exclaimed. You actually block my saliva? Beside him, demonic wolf also realized that something was amiss. The red-haired insect emperor was a descendant of the ancient insect race, and its saliva contained extremely powerful corrosive power. Even a perfection-level expert would be corroded by it. Let's attack together. Demonic wolf used his innate ability, and 6 demonic shadows condensed behind him. The red-haired insect emperor controlled the red insect to circle in front of Fong Chun, ready to give him a fatal blow at any time. Boom, boom, boom. No matter how strong you are, I'll break it with a punch. At that moment, Fong Chun's aura was invincible. He punched out, sweeping across the sky. A terrifying fist shadow rippled out, directly shattering the 6 demonic shadows behind demonic wolf. Bam! Bam! He stomped demonic wolf under his foot, and then his gaze landed on the red-haired insect emperor. How is this possible? The red-haired insect emperor was shocked, and his heart trembled. How could this guy be so strong? He recalled the Blood King's advice. This world was very strange, and the supreme laws were incomplete. The world was limited, and he could not act rashly. I hate it. The red-haired insect emperor was filled with regret. He gritted his teeth and tried to burn his blood essence. However, before he could do anything, he was suppressed by Fong Chun with a kick. Hiss! The red insect fell to the ground and quickly wriggled, trying to burrow into the ground. Condense! Fong Chun gently tapped, and the red insect was instantly imprisoned. Ah! Miserable cries came from the demonic wolf and the red-haired insect emperor. Tell me, who sent you? Fong Chun asked. When the demonic wolf and the red-haired insect emperor sensed the pressure, their hearts sank. They gave up on the thought of running away and told the truth obediently. Blood King? Fong Chun raised his eyebrows. Bloodsea Weave and Scenic Devil Weave were neighbors, but they never interacted with each other. How did the Blood King know about the spatial rift? Your Excellency, spare us. The Blood King sent us here to investigate. If you let us go, the Blood King will definitely reward you handsomely. That's right. Since you know of Mo Tao, you must have some knowledge of Saint Realm experts. It's no exaggeration to say that the Blood King is much stronger than Mo Tao. The red-haired insect emperor said hurriedly. They kept mentioning the Blood King's name to put some pressure on Fong Chun. How many people did the Blood King send? After asking around, Fong Chun finally found out that while he was trapped in the Demon Emperor's tomb, such a big thing had actually happened in the outside world. Blood King, Mo Tao. Fong Chun's eyes darted around as a black light surged. He secretly remembered the Blood King. If there was a chance in the future, he would not mind killing the Blood King. Your Excellency, look, the demonic wolf still wanted to say something, but Fong Chun did not give him a chance. With a wave of his hand, 2 heads rolled to the ground. The primordial chaos is my hometown. No matter how many of you come, I, Fong Chun, will take them all. At the entrance of the Demon Emperor's tomb in the broken demon domain, the dense demon chi had become very thin. The seal had long been broken, and the entrance to the Demon Emperor's tomb was opened again. Fong Chun slowly walked out from within. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Star and Moon, telling them not to worry. Brother Chun, are you okay? She had been sending messages to Fong Chun, but he had not replied. She was worried sick. I'm fine. There were some problems in the Demon Emperor's tomb, but it's been resolved. Fong Chun said. Fong Chun asked about the situation of the sacred palaces and the movements of the primordial chaos. Star and Moon told him that they had not found anything for the time being. In the end, Fong Chun told them to be careful and to return to the Holy Palace soon. After ending the call, Fong Chun contacted Yang Kun, Mo Han, and the 3 Yellow Ox brothers. Boss, you're out. Yang Kun was a little excited. The demonic palace sent 30 people to us. You guys go and deal with them, Fong Chun said. If you can't, send me a message. What? He sent people? Don't worry, boss. Thanks to you, my cultivation has improved. As long as it's not a saint, I'm confident that I can defeat them all. Before Feng Chun entered the Demon Emperor's tomb, he gave Yang Kuan some cultivation resources. Obviously, the latter's strength had improved a lot. Compared to Yang Kuan Mo's hard work in cultivation, the three Oxen brothers were more carefree. They traveled together and traveled through the primordial chaos. According to them, this was called relaxing. Feng Chun handed the people of the Blood Sea domain to the three Oxen brothers. After arranging everything, Feng Chun set off for the sacred realm. Not long after, Feng Chun returned to the Holy Palace. He told the news to Palace Lord Wood Green and the others. While they were surprised, they also entered a state of preparation. Leader, did you manage to save the Void Primogenitor? Samsara Sword Emperor asked. Suddenly, all eyes in the Holy Palace fell on Feng Chun. Feng Chun's face was solemn, and he was silent. After a long time, Feng Chun looked up and sighed. The Void Primogenitor has fallen. He told them everything that had happened in the Demon Emperor's tomb. While everyone was grieving, they were also very shocked. Who exactly was that illusory figure? What exactly was he planning? Fortunately, the Phantom was defeated. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable once he came out. Palace Lord Wood Green took a deep breath and said, "So, the Demon Emperor's tomb is no longer dangerous?" Palace Lord Fire Dome asked. Feng Chun nodded. It's just a pity for the Void Primogenitor. However, most of the Palace Lords could understand. They had lived for countless years and had seen many deaths. They had experienced the cruelty of war. If it were me, I would have done the same. If they wanted to save the Void Primogenitor, the crystal could not be destroyed. The price was too great, and it might even involve the entire human race. Palace Lord Wood Green, you have to pay close attention to the situation in the primordial chaos and control the space-locking array. If anything goes wrong, immediately activate the space-locking array. Yes, leader. Yang Kuan and Mo Han acted swiftly and quickly dealt with most of the people from Demon Vision Palace. There were only a few who could not be dealt with. On the other side, Yellow Ox and his two brothers joined forces and looked down on the Blood King's subordinates with disdain. Only one of them managed to escape. When Feng Chun heard the news, he immediately set off to chase after the person who escaped. Chapter 3454. Manyu. Ever since Feng Chun became the leader of the human race, Manyu had become a place that many people in the primordial chaos yearned for. Because of Barbarian, Manyu's status had risen and countless warriors wanted to become Barbarian's disciples. There was a magnificent city in the heart of Manyu. This city was called Barbarian King City and was the residence of the Manyu's Protectorate Lord. The current Barbarian had also stepped into the Quasi-Emperor realm. Protectorate Lord's Manor. Barbarian sat on a stone bench, and several Quasi-Emperor experts sat opposite him. Brother Barbarian King, how do you feel? One of them asked with a smile. We came with sincerity. That mineral vein was discovered by the three of us, and we will share it equally. These two people were also Protectorate Lords. Not long ago, a very precious mineral vein was discovered at the intersection of the three Protectorate Lords. The three Protectorate Lords wanted to take it for themselves, but no one was willing to give in. In the end, the other two Protectorate Lords gave in. They came to Barbarian King with sincerity. He was now known as Barbarian King and was very famous in the primordial chaos. 50%. Barbarian King stretched out his hand and gestured. You. Hearing this, the white-robed Protectorate Lord's face instantly darkened. Barbarian King, don't go too far. Don't go overboard so that we can meet again in the future. If it weren't for your relationship with the Lord Leader, you wouldn't have been able to obtain the mining rights to the lode with your strength. The golden-armored Protectorate Lord revealed the truth. The reason why they gave in was entirely because of their relationship with Feng Chun. Since you know that my brother is the leader of the human race, you should be glad that I did not take over the mineral vein. Barbarian King's attitude was very firm. This mineral vein was very important to the development of Manyu. More importantly, Manyu was the first to discover the mineral vein. The other two protectorate lords only discovered it later, but shamelessly claimed that the three protectorate lords had discovered it together. The two protectorate lords thought that Barbarian King was oppressing them. However, over the years, Barbarian King had not used Fong Chen's identity to do anything overbearing. 40%. We can give you 40% at most. If you don't agree, then we can only fight. The two domain lords stood up and prepared to leave. Their faces were somewhat gloomy. Today's conversation was very unpleasant. However, right at this moment, suddenly the barbarians stood up. When the two leaders saw this, they thought that the barbarians had compromised. However, just as they were about to stop and wait for the barbarian to speak, the latter actually soared into the sky and left the mansion excitedly. My brother is here. I don't have time to talk to you. After saying that, he ignored the two region masters and left. The two domain masters looked at each other in confusion. His brother is here? What kind of brother could make the domain lord of the barbarian domain lose his composure? The white-robed domain lord muttered. Could it be? The expression of the golden armor region master changed drastically as he thought of someone. It shouldn't be, right? In the sky above the barbarian king city, the barbarian's hearty laughter could be heard. He gave Fong Chen a big bear hug. Brother Fong, I've missed you so much. Barbarians were more straightforward. I came here this time because I have something to take care of. Fong Chen said, after I'm done, I'll go to your mansion for tea. Take care of what? A few dangerous people have sneaked into the barbarian domain. As he spoke, Fong Chen's consciousness spread out, and a vast soul path power covered the entire barbarian king city. Soon, he locked onto his target. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, a terrifying flame light tore through the sky and shot towards a certain direction. At this moment, everyone in the barbarian king city was completely shocked. They stared at the flame in the sky with their mouths agape. It was extremely shocking. Too strong. The fear that came from the depths of their blood filled the minds of the two region masters. Their bodies involuntarily trembled. It's the leader. The white-robed region master's body fell to the ground uncontrollably with a plop. The gold-armored region master was the same. His forehead was full of sweat, and his body was trembling. He kept cursing himself, but at the same time, he made a decision. The gold-armored region would no longer interfere with the mine and give it all to the barbarian domain. Scram! In an extremely remote manner, an angry roar suddenly came out. The light of the flames enveloped the manor. At this moment, the three martial artists inside were discussing something. They were enraged by the sudden sneak attack. Damn it! Who dares to attack us? The three of them exerted all their strength, broke through the flames, and stepped into the air. Humph! How dare you attack the three of us? Everyone in the barbarian domain must die. The three of them attacked directly, and their methods were extremely cruel. However, Fong Chen easily resolved the situation. Who are you? The three of them staggered back. After stabilizing themselves, one of them asked coldly. The three of them locked their eyes on Fong Chen. Ah! The other person exclaimed softly, somewhat puzzled. A silhouette appeared in his mind, and his expression changed drastically. It's you, he cried out involuntarily, extremely furious. After killing so many divine generals of the scenic demon palace, you are hiding in this world. Gu Tianming. The other two also knew Fong Chen's identity. Their bodies were filled with killing intent. Brat, you have been searching high and low for a long time, only to find it by chance. You must die today. Fong Chen sneered. This is my hometown. Since you dare to intrude into my hometown, you must be prepared to die. In the next moment, he pulled out the red glass sword and performed the heavenly star sword technique. 9 sword lights intertwined, and even the sky trembled. No! In just one move, the three of them were severely injured. They screamed in pain, but it was useless. No matter how hard they tried, they could not change their fate. Rip! The sword lights intertwined and cut the three of them apart. Gulp! On the ground, the three heads turned. The sky returned to normal, but the barbarian king city was dead silent. Especially the two domain masters who were disrespectful to the barbarian, they were scared out of their wits. Too strong. Fong Chen's strength was far beyond their knowledge, and they were scared from the bottom of their hearts. Powerful. The barbarian clearly saw Fong Chen's attack, and there was a storm in his heart. Let's go and have some tea. Fong Chen smiled. It was as if killing the three of them was just a casual matter. Half a day later, Fong Chen left the barbarian realm. He had a simple chat with the barbarian and had some tea. After all, he had important things to do. As soon as Fong Chen left, the two domain masters immediately went to find the barbarian. Brother Barbarian King, we were wrong before. We have decided to withdraw from the mineral vein and hand over the mining rights to the barbarian realm. We will not interfere, the white robe domain master said. Not only that, we will do our best to help the barbarian realm, the golden armor domain master said. The barbarian smiled, but did not say anything. All of this was a chain reaction brought about by Fong Chen. In the void, Fong Chen strolled leisurely as the breeze blew past his face. Although his speed was countless times faster than the speed of sound, he did not rush with all his might. The 30 people under Mo Tao's command are all dead. 29 of the 30 people under the Blood King have also died. Only one person is left. Fong Chen muttered to himself. According to the information from the three oxen, the last person seemed to be called the Bone Slayer Demon General. He was the most powerful person under the Blood King's command and even had 1 foot in the Saint Realm. A few days later, Fong Chen came to the Dragon Realm. Looking at the current situation in the Dragon Realm, Fong Chen recalled when he first came to the northern region. The Ouyang family seems to be developing well. With just a thought, he saw the scene of the Ouyang family and even Ouyang Luoxue. Speaking of which, the Ouyang family also benefited from Ouyang Luoxue. Now, everyone knew that Ouyang Luoxue and the leader of the human race could be saved. Countless surrounding regions were respectful to the Ouyang family. Master, in the distance, the 3 oxen came quickly. Where's the Bone Slayer Demon General? Fong Chen asked. Not long ago, we chased after the experts under the Blood King. The Bone Slayer Demon General seemed to have discovered us. He clearly had the strength to fight against us 3 brothers, but he was not in a hurry to attack. He seemed to be looking for something, Dark Panther said. We followed him all the way to the Dragon Realm. He seemed to have become an honored guest of the Ouyang family, Python said. Master, if you come, the Bone Slayer Demon General will definitely die, Yellow Ox said. The more they interacted with Fong Chen, the more they felt that he was unfathomable. Thinking back, when they first met, Fong Chen's strength was at most on par with theirs. But how long had it been? In front of Fong Chen, they didn't even have the courage to attack. Oh, just now, Fong Chen really didn't notice the Bone Slayer Demon General in the Ouyang family. Now that the 3 oxen mentioned it, he checked again and found the Bone Slayer Demon General. This guy must have cultivated a concealment technique. It's difficult for ordinary people to discover him. Fong Chen said, in that case, let's go meet an old friend. The Ouyang family was very lively today. Ouyang Jing had become a meritorious member of the family. Ouyang Jing, you've made a great contribution this time. The family leader will definitely reward you. Yes, such an expert was actually persuaded by you to become a guest of the Ouyang family. Haha, the heavens are really helping the Ouyang family. The Bone Slayer Demon General showed great strength as soon as he arrived, intimidating the people of the Ouyang family. There was a condition for him to become a guest, and that was for the Ouyang family to provide him with an endless supply of heart blood of young boys and girls. Inside a palace, Ouyang Luoxue, dressed in a white dress, had just come out of seclusion. Family leader, not long ago, Ouyang Jing brought back an expert who is suspected to be a quasi-emperor. He's willing to become a guest to the Ouyang family. The great elder hurriedly reported. Hearing this, Ouyang Luoxue frowned. Suspected to be a quasi-emperor? That expert showed great strength as soon as he arrived. We can't be sure how strong he is, but one thing is certain. He's stronger than the domain lords that the Ouyang family has befriended. Above the domain lords were the quasi-emperors. If he was stronger than the domain lords, wouldn't he be a quasi-emperor? Ouyang Luoxue was also curious. Chapter 3455. The noisy crowd parted to form a path. Ouyang Luoxue slowly walked out in a white dress with an unparalleled aura. "You're the head of the Ouyang family?" The Bone Slayer demon general licked his dry lips and asked. A trace of heat flashed through the depths of his eyes. "That's right. I'm the head of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Luoshua. May I ask, senior?" Ouyang Luoshua nodded in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "I'm the Bone Slayer demon general under the Blood King. From today onwards, I'll serve the Ouyang family and protect you, but you have to do something for me." The Bone Slayer demon general stated his conditions. For a moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. Even Ouyang Luoshua's expression was somewhat grave. The blood of children was a taboo. Once discovered by the sacred palace, death was certain. Moreover, as humans, how could they bring disaster to the world? "Senior," Ouyang Luoshua tactfully refused. "Oomph." The Bone Slayer demon general snorted coldly and flung his sleeve. Boundless killing intent instantly filled the entire residence. The Ouyang family members all prostrated themselves on ground. Some of the weaker ones bled from all orifices and died on the spot. "Stop!" The first elder couldn't restrain himself and roared furiously. "Noisy!" The Bone Slayer demon general flicked his finger and a beam of light shot into the first elder's head. With a bang, the first elder's body exploded. This sudden scene made Ouyang Luoshua's heart tremble slightly. The person before her was too strong, so strong that she felt despair. Don't think about asking for help. Even if the people from the sacred palace come, they won't be able to save you. The Bone Slayer demon general revealed his hideous face and sneered. Ouyang Luoshua clenched her fists and remained silent. In her mind, she was quickly thinking about how to make a decision. If she refused this expert, the Ouyang family would definitely be massacred. If she agreed, she would be betraying the sacred palace and the human race. "What? You don't agree?" Seeing Ouyang Luoshua hesitate, the Bone Slayer demon general arrived beside her in a flash and grabbed her neck. "Do you believe that I won't kill you right now?" Cough, cough. Ouyang Luoshua's face flushed red, and she kept coughing. Since you don't agree, then you could die now." The Bone Slayer demon general sent Ouyang Luoshua flying with a slap, and she spat out blood. Then, the Bone Slayer demon general's powerful divine sense locked onto Ouyang Luoshua. "Did you ask for my permission before behaving atrociously in my primordial chaos?" Just when all the members of the Ouyang clan were feeling hopeless, a voice suddenly sounded. Soon after, Fangchen appeared and caught the heavily injured Ouyang Luoshua. He gave Ouyang Luoshua a few healing pills and said, "Leave this to me." "Who are you?" The Bone Slayer devil general frowned and stared at Fangchen. This person was actually able to block his primordial spirit attack. He was quite capable. "It doesn't matter who I am. All you need to know is that I've already killed 29 of the 30 people sent by the Blood King. Only you, the Bone Slayer devil general, are left." Fangchen shrugged and grinned. "What? The demon general of his." As expected, the message couldn't go through. This meant that Fangchen was telling the truth. "You actually killed them all?" The Bone Slayer demon general glared at Fangchen. Killing intent filled the entire mansion. "You're blaspheming the Blood King. Today, I'll cut off your head to commemorate the Blood King. Anyone who dared to blaspheme the Blood King would die." "Ha ha," the Dark Panther sneered. "Is there something wrong with your brain? You killed all 29 of them. Do you think we're not confident enough to deal with you?" "That's right. I don't want to hurt your confidence. Your 29 companions didn't need Master's help. It was us 3 brothers who killed them," said the python. Yellow Ox mooed and stomped on the ground with its hooves. The Blood King and Mo Tao dared to send their subordinates to invade Master's hometown. Pretentious. After a short shock, the Bone Slayer demon general calmed down. "The supreme rules of heaven and earth are broken and restricted. Stupid natives like you can't break through to the Yin-Yang origin realm. You're courting death by going against us." The Bone Slayer demon general laughed eerily and released a terrifying demonic chi. He walked toward Fangchen step by step. With each step, the void trembled. "It's the leader," someone in the crowd shouted. Immediately, everyone cheered Fong Chen's name. Haha, great. I knew the sacred palace wouldn't give up on the Ouyang family. It's because the leader is friends with clan leader Luoxue. That's why he came all the way here to save us. No matter what, the leader is here. This evil guy will die. The Ouyang family members were excited. However, only Ouyang Jing's expression was extremely ugly. Plop. Finally, he couldn't bear the pressure and knelt on the ground. Leader, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought him to the Ouyang family. Buzz. A gentle force lifted him up. It's not your fault. Facing the Bone Slayer Demon General, Ouyang Jing had no choice. Kid, for so many years, no one has dared to look down on the Blood King. The Bone Slayer Demon General attacked. I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Blood King. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed out with both hands. The void directly collapsed. Two blood claws with endless power instantly attacked. Blood Shadow Kill. The Bone Slayer Demon General used the Blood Shadow Kill. His two hands turned into blood claws and directly grabbed at Fong Chen's head. Master, be careful, Yellow Ox reminded. The three brothers had fought with the Bone Slayer Demon General before and were forced to retreat by the Blood Shadow Kill. Interesting. Fong Chen vaguely felt that the Blood Shadow Kill contained a trace of the origin of gold. Origin? Fong Chen murmured. Then he took out the red glass sword and used the Heavenly Star Sword technique. 9 sword lights intertwined and collided with the two blood claws. Crack! Terrifying flames erupted from the blood claws as if they could burn the sky. They directly shattered the 9 sword lights. Seal! Fong Chen waved his hand and instantly set up a formation to isolate the battlefield. Their battle had already surpassed the ordinary yin-yang primordial realm. The energy fluctuations that escaped would destroy the Ouyang family and even the entire dragon field. You're dead. After shattering the 9 sword lights, the two blood claws continued to rush at Fong Chen. As expected of the origin of gold, Fong Chen exclaimed. The reason why the Saint Realm experts were powerful was that they had a powerful origin. Gold, sharp and tough. The blood claws that contained the origin of gold were abnormally tough. The Bone Slayer Demon General's claws directly grabbed the red glass sword. Retreat. The red glass sword was controlled by the Bone Slayer Demon General. You don't even have a weapon. What else can you do? The Bone Slayer Demon General sneered. His claws locked onto the red glass sword and counterattacked Fong Chen. Fong Chen shook his head and took a few steps back. This Bone Slayer Devil General is the strongest great perfection I've ever seen. He was also the expert closest to the Saint Realm. Moreover, he had comprehended a trace of the origin of gold and was even stronger. Fong Chen had already treated him as a Saint Realm expert. No wonder Yellow Ox and his brothers couldn't subdue you, Fong Chen said. Well, it's time to see the true power of the Hidden Star Sword. With that, a long sword suddenly appeared in Fong Chen's hand. Origin Sword Art. Fong Chen performed the strongest origin sword art so far. At the same time, the Hidden Star Sword also burst forth with its strongest power. The dazzling light illuminated the entire sky. After seeing the Hidden Star Sword, the Bone Slayer Demon General was stunned for a moment and then ecstatic. His eyes were scarlet, and he fell into madness. Fong Chen's weapon was beyond his imagination. After I kill you, this sword will be mine. He held the red glass sword in one hand and turned the other into a blood claw, tearing the sky. Die for me. The Bone Slayer Demon General performed his strongest attack. He was confident that this attack had reached the level of the Saint Realm. Boom! The Hidden Star Sword carried a dazzling light and bombarded the Bone Slayer Demon General's blood claw. Buzz! Scorching flames enveloped the Hidden Star Sword, trying to burn it. However, after only a second, these flames were instantly extinguished. The Hidden Star Sword trembled, and the Origin Sword Chi burst out and drilled into the Bone Slayer Demon General's body. No! The Bone Slayer Demon General cried out. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Poochie! His blood claw was instantly cut off by the Hidden Star Sword. He wanted to fight back, but he was suppressed by Fong Chen's thunderous means. Bang! Fong Chen stomped him to the ground and withdrew the red glass sword. You, how is this possible? The Bone Slayer Demon General was stabbed by the hidden star sword and was seriously injured. His face was pale. However, his heart trembled even more. He stared at the hidden star sword, not daring to imagine. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This world can't have such a weapon, unless... Thinking that Fong Chen knew about the Blood King and Mo Tao, the Bone Slayer Demon General suddenly thought of something. You are from the God's Fall battlefield? Die. Before he died, the Bone Slayer Demon General let out an angry roar, his voice filled with unwillingness. There was no one in the Blood Sea Weave who did not know of the Demon General. The Blood King thought highly of the Bone Slayer Demon General, who was most likely to enter the Saint Realm, had fallen in the ancient chaos. Crack! The formation collapsed, and everything disappeared. The world returned to peace. Only the corpses on the ground proved that there had been a great battle. As expected of Master, Yellow Ox and his two brothers said in a low voice. The people of the Ouyang family were tongue-tied. Ouyang Luoxue, who was seriously injured, looked at Fong Chun with surprise in her eyes. Her white clothes were dyed red. Was this still the Fong Chun she used to know? The scene of her exploring the ruins with Fong Chun appeared in her mind. Are you okay? Suddenly, Fong Chen's voice broke the silence. I'm fine. Ouyang Luoxue was supported by her clansmen and staggered to Fong Chun. Being stared at by Fong Chun, she lowered her head, not daring to look directly at him. That person was an invader from the God's Fall battlefield, but don't worry, I've killed them all. Chapter 3456. In the past, Fong Chun had come to the northern region for the first time to participate in the Realm Lord Conference. Later, he had gradually gained a foothold with his amazing talent. He had met Ouyang Luoxue during a relic exploration. Later, when Fong Chun had been chased by a faction of the Ouyang family due to internal strife, the faction led by Ouyang Luoxue's father had tried their best to protect him and help him escape. At that time, many of the older generation of this faction had objected. But looking back now, they were extremely ashamed. At the same time, they were full of praise for Ouyang Luoxue's suggestion. Ever since Fong Chun had become the leader of the human race, his name had shaken the ancient chaos. Many experts had discovered the relationship between Fong Chun and Ouyang Luoxue and had constantly contacted the Ouyang family. Now, the Ouyang family was the absolute overlord of the Dragon Field. Even the leaders of the surrounding fields had to treat Ouyang Luoxue with respect. There was no other reason than the shadow of the human race behind the Ouyang family. That was enough for him. Now, when everyone saw Fong Chun personally solve the crisis for the Ouyang family, they were even more grateful. At the same time, they were filled with excitement and pride. In the courtyard, Fong Chun and Ouyang Luoxue sat across from each other on a stone bench. Is there something on my face? Fong Chun looked at Ouyang Luoxue with a smile. Ouyang Luoxue was stunned. Only then did she realize that she had lost her composure. She hurriedly shook her head apologetically. How is the Ouyang family now? Fong Chun knew that he was the leader of the human race. Anyone who faced him would feel fear from the bottom of their heart. He changed the topic, wanting to lighten the atmosphere. Pretty good. Ouyang Luoxue had many things to say, but in the end, she only said these 3 words. I think they know about our relationship. They won't dare to do anything to the Ouyang family. Fong Chun stood up and prepared to leave. He had come to the Dragon Field to kill the Bone Demon General. Coincidentally, the latter was hiding in the Ouyang family, so he had come to take a look. See you later. Fong Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Looking at his back, Ouyang Luoxue suddenly looked up and muttered, Our relationship. After dealing with the warriors under the Blood King and Mo Tao, Fong Chun returned to the sacred palace. He informed the 3 Oxen brothers and Yang Kun Mo that he had comprehended something and needed to go into seclusion. Don't disturb him unless there's something important. At the same time, he also instructed Yellow Ox and his brothers to keep an eye on the spatial rifts in the flame abyss and make ample preparations. He got Yongkuin and Mohan to check all the primal chaos void to see if there were any mysterious cultivators that they did not know about. After explaining everything, Feng Chun went to the ancestral mountain. Wang. With a flick of his sleeve, a vast formation was instantly set up, enveloping the entire ancestral mountain. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the formation was connected to the ancestral mountain. Endless energy flowed out of the ancestral mountain, making the formation stronger and stronger. The array formation isolated everything and was even capable of absorbing the supreme power of laws. Hiss. As time passed, the supreme power of laws on the ancestral mountain grew denser and denser. In the sky, the giant face appeared again. Its hollow eyes stared silently at Feng Chun, who was on the ancestral mountain. After a long time, it sighed, and the giant face dissipated. However, there was a vague sentence that reverberated in the void. I hope you can succeed. Feng Chun sat cross-legged in the center of the ancestral mountain. Over the past few days, Xiao Chun had forgotten about everything in the outside world, calming his heart and thinking. What choice should he make? Soon, Mo Tao and the Blood King would descend. At that time, the ancient primal chaos would suffer the greatest calamity in history. As for Xiao Chun, he needed to guard the ancient primal chaos. However, his cultivation was restricted here. His current cultivation was suppressed to the half-step in-essence stage. Given this, it was no longer possible for him to make breakthroughs in cultivation. Hence, he could only work hard to raise his strength. I can improve my half-perfect bloodline for now. As for my primordial spirit, it has already reached the peak of this world. Feng Chun thought to himself. In the end, Xiao Chun focused on the 3 sword techniques. Currently, his 3 strongest sword techniques were the Armageddon sword technique, the Heavenly Star sword technique, and the Universe sword technique. Of these 3 sword techniques, the Universe sword technique was the strongest. When cultivated to the peak, it could kill a saint. As for the Heavenly Star sword technique, Xiao Chun had already cultivated it to the 9th level. He had basically reached the upper limit. It was impossible for him to improve it. Armageddon sword technique. In the end, Feng Chun made his decision. During this closed-door cultivation, he was determined to cultivate all 3 sword techniques in the Armageddon Central Scroll. Let's begin. Thousands of sword shadows crisscrossed above the ancestral mountain. A figure stood in the middle of them. It was as if he had never changed since time immemorial. He was like an old monk, always sitting there, regardless of whether the wind blew or the rain fell. The sword was a sword for killing. The sword Dao was a sword Dao for killing. This was Feng Chun's understanding of the sword Dao. Hence, his sword Dao was filled with a strong, murderous aura. The invincible sword Dao that he created had even stronger, murderous aura. The so-called invincible is only relative. Now that he looked back, the so-called 5 sword Daos and the invincible sword techniques were just so. However, my greatest potential is to be able to create all possibilities. Feng Chun did not deny his efforts. He was still young and had a long time in the future. Everything was possible. My greatest wish in life is to protect my family and to make the invincible sword Dao truly invincible. At this moment, Feng Chun's conviction became more and more firm. He seemed to have been enlightened. Suddenly, the sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin flickered abnormally. Time passed. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. In the blink of an eye, Feng Chun had been in closed-door cultivation for almost 5 years. To be honest, this amount of time was just a snap of the fingers for an yin-yang origin realm expert. However, for Feng Chun, every minute and every second was extremely precious. He used 3 years to completely comprehend the middle scroll of the Armageddon painting. After that, he used 1 year to completely cultivate the middle 3 moves. After he finished cultivating, he did not come out of closed-door cultivation. Instead, he integrated the first 6 moves of the Armageddon painting and connected them together. This series of connections really allowed him to discover some problems. The Armageddon swordsmanship was not simple. There were traces of the origin in this swordsmanship. One day, Fang Chen woke up. He held the hidden star sword and began to practice. He stabbed out the first 6 moves of the Armageddon swordsmanship one after another. At first, his swordsmanship was extremely sharp and domineering. However, as time passed, the momentum of his swordsmanship became weaker and weaker. In the end, it could not be called cultivation at all. Every stab was very casual and had no offensive effect. His entire person was also very lazy. He looked haggard, as if he had just completed a mission. If someone was here, they would definitely be puzzled. What kind of swordsmanship was this? It was even worse than an ordinary person's swordsmanship. After all, he was the leader of the human race, the supreme expert of the primordial chaos. How could he not be surprised when he displayed such a swordsmanship? However, Fang Chen was intoxicated and could not extricate himself. There were a few times when the giant face often appeared, and even the will of the supreme law could not understand it. Just like that, Fang Chen practiced swordsmanship for a year. When the last trace of power in his body was exhausted, his body fell to the ground with a bang. A smile finally appeared on his face. "Is this the sword Dao?" Fang Chen murmured. He closed his eyes, and all the scenes of his previous swordsmanship appeared in his mind. After a long while, he suddenly opened his eyes. Ha ha ha! He laughed out loud. All the confusion had been solved. After 5 years of practicing swordsmanship, he finally understood something. It turns out that I have been taking detours in the past. Fortunately, I have calmed down in the past few years and had an epiphany so I can walk the right path. Fang Chen sighed. He knew very well what he had experienced in the past few years. He concluded that 5 years ago, what he thought in his heart was to step onto the peak of the Sword Dao and give up everything for it. There was never a peak in the Sword Dao. Everything we do is just fantasizing about chasing the footsteps of the peak. There is no limit to the peak. There is also no limit to the Sword Dao. I understand. I finally understand. Fang Chen looked up to the sky and roared, releasing the suppression of the past 5 years. However, at this moment, his mind suddenly trembled, and then a vast black aura instantly enveloped his entire body, completely imprisoning his primordial spirit. "Oh no!" Fang Chen subconsciously shouted, wanting to stop it, but it was too late. The will of 10,000 demons launched a counterattack, eroding all his meridians and even his blood. His primordial spirit was imprisoned by the terrifying demonic aura. No! Fang Chen resisted desperately, but it was to no avail. He was in danger. In the sky, the giant face reappeared. The will of 10,000 demons? Corpse Head Continent. Mo Tao and the Blood King arrived at the spatial rift. The two looked at the pitch-black passage in front of them, the corners of their mouths raised, and they were full of smiles. "We finally succeeded," Mo Tao said. "I'm very curious. What kind of world is on the other side of the passage, and why so many great perfection cultivators we sent over were all killed? The battle of the ancient gods was too mysterious and cruel. As Saint Realm experts, they were naturally very curious. They guessed that the world on the other side of the passage was most likely related to the secrets of the battle of the gods." The Blood King and Mo Tao looked at each other, their eyes filled with complex emotions. The battle of the gods was known as the most powerful calamity, and it was said that the mastermind behind it was most likely the legendary primordial chaos. That was the primordial chaos. If one could obtain even a 10,000th of his inheritance, one could ascend to immortality. Any saint would go crazy for it. "Blood King, since you and I are working together, we must trust each other." Mo Tao spoke. Building this spatial passage had cost 2/3 of Scenic Palace's wealth. The price was too high. This was also why there were very few saints in the Battle of the Gods who entered the primordial chaos. The massive Scenic Palace controlled the entire Scenic Demon Dominion, and its wealth was many times that of an ordinary saint. If even Scenic Palace had to pay such a heavy price, how many other saints could build such a stable spatial passage? Only Mo Tao had discovered something, and that was why he had spared no expense. And we have to share the burden. Chapter 3457. The Sacred Region. On this day, Palace Master Wood Green and the others were discussing the next response to the primordial chaos. The atmosphere in the sacred palace was solemn, and everyone's faces were heavy. After countless years of development, and leader Feng Chun had used great means to tear apart the supreme law barrier, the power of the heavenly path in the primordial chaos had become even stronger. In this way, the overall level of the primordial chaos had undergone a qualitative leap. Just the sacred palace alone, with Palace Master Wood Green as the leader, the 4 Palace Masters had taken a critical step. They had even stepped into the threshold of the Emperor realm, and they just lacked some opportunities. Palace Master Wood Green sat on a throne on the right side of the sacred palace. He looked at everyone with burning eyes. Everyone. Just as he was about to speak, he felt the world spin, and the entire sacred palace was trembling as if it was about to collapse. What's going on? What's going on? Has the God's Fall battlefield invaded? For a moment, many palace masters got up and rushed out of the sacred palace. Suddenly, a terrible beam of light shot up into the sky above the sacred palace. This pillar of light contained unimaginable power, and it was also mixed with extremely dense devil chi. When the demonic chi spread out, the entire sacred region was shrouded. Everyone subconsciously felt that their primordial spirits were greatly suppressed. Those who were weaker immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, their heads exploding. Who's cultivating demonic arts? Why is there such a big commotion? It's a forbidden demonic art. It's definitely a forbidden demonic art. Someone's secretly learning it. Many palace masters roared angrily. Palace Master Wood Green flashed and came before the beam of light. Let's attack together and suppress this terrible demonic chi beam. Hearing this, Red Emperor Gue So and the Reincarnation Sword Emperor stepped forward and stood side by side with Palace Master Wood Green. At this moment, stop! Purple-robed Star Emperor rushed over from afar. Star Emperor. She was the wife of the leader, so even Palace Master Wood Green and the others had to treat her with respect. Brother Chin's cultivation has a problem. Star Sovereign took a big stride forward and rushed into Feng Chin's seclusion room. What? The leader? Everyone was shocked. A moment later, Star Emperor brought out the unconscious Emperor Feng Chun, who was shrouded in terrifying demonic chi. His primordial spirit had long been corroded by demonic chi. The leader is invincible. How could this be? Someone raised a question. Palace Master Wood Green and the others looked at each other and thought of the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Before this, the Void Progenitor had entered the Demon Emperor's tomb to rescue him. After returning, he had gone into seclusion. Now that such a problem had occurred, Palace Master Wood Green wondered what the Void Progenitor had experienced in the Demon Emperor's tomb. Quick, save the leader. Even though they were puzzled, Palace Master Wood Green and the others still quickly acted to save him. Soon, Feng Chun was brought to the temple. On a white jade bed, cold air flowed. Feng Chun lay quietly. There was a formation around him that isolated him from the heavens and earth, temporarily stopping the spread of the will of the 10,000 demons. Palace Master Wood Green, the Star Emperor, and the Reincarnation Sword Emperor all wore solemn expressions. The leader's internal organs have been completely corroded by the devil chi, and most of his primordial spirit has been corroded as well. It's not optimistic, the Samsara Sword Emperor said. Palace Master Wood Green nodded and sighed. Lord Leader must have encountered some danger in the Demon Emperor's tomb. Only the Star Emperor remained silent. She was racking her brains to think of a way to save her husband. Outside the temple, many sub-emperors walked around anxiously, waiting for the latest developments. Creak, the doors of the temple opened, and Palace Master Wood Green and the Reincarnation Sword Emperor walked out. Palace Master Wood Green, how is the leader? Palace Master Fire Dome quickly walked over and asked. Everyone's gazes also fell on Palace Master Wood Green. Seeing everyone's hopeful gazes, Palace Master Wood Green shook his head. Seeing this, no one could accept it. How could this be? What kind of strength does the leader have? He's the first person in history to repair an incomplete supreme law by himself. I don't believe that he would do this. Palace Master Fire Dome was very emotional. That's right. The leader is leading the revival of the human race. Nothing can happen to him. Even if we have to give up everything, we have to save the leader. In the square, there were endless shouts. We can understand everyone's feelings. Palace Master Wood Green waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. We will do everything we can to save the leader, but please cooperate and don't disturb the leader. A few days later, Red Emperor brought an ancient secret technique that could refine demonic chi. Everyone's hearts trembled. They were very excited. Even Star the Arch thought that her husband could be saved. However, an hour later, Red Emperor walked out of the sacred palace regretfully. Palace Master Wood Green and the others were even more depressed. The people waiting anxiously in the square were also very sad. A few days later, Gue So also came. He used his talent, Shun Tong, and completely unlocked his inherited memories. He obtained a secret technique and wanted to save Fong Chun. However, he still failed in the end. The successive failures heavily damaged everyone's confidence. The entire sacred palace was dead silent. A sorrowful aura filled the sky. Half a month later, the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain finally arrived. Along with them were the pure-blooded demon kings. Boss will be fine. The pure-blooded demon king took his pulse, shook his head, and sighed. His entire body has been invaded by the demonic will. Only his primordial spirit hasn't been completely corroded. He's only holding on with a strong will. The pure-blooded demon king's words made everyone's hearts even heavier. Father will be fine. Empress Fong, she also shed tears of pain. Her younger brothers, Fong Yun and Fong Han, held back their tears and stood beside their mother. Mother, father will wake up, Fong Yun comforted her. After so many days of torture, Star Emperor was already numb. Her face was expressionless, but when she looked at her husband, her eyes would be filled with tenderness. Do you think Master can survive? Yellow Ox asked. The demonic will is too terrifying. Even a saint can't resist it. The python was a bit pessimistic. The dark panther was silent. The invasion of the demonic will seems dangerous, but isn't it also a chance for Master? Yang Kuan frowned. You mean? Mo Han was confused. Yang Kuan stood with his hands behind his back. He was calmer. Think about it. How strong is the demonic will? While it's corroding Master, Master can also refine it. Everyone understood what Yang Kuan meant, but they still weren't optimistic. How strong was the demonic will? How could the yin-yang primordial realm refine it? Time passed. Every day, Little Mouse and the others would visit Fong Chun. Yang Kuan and the others all returned to the flame abyss. They felt that the spatial crack was slowly expanding. It was very likely that Mo Tao and the Blood King were on the move. Soon, we teleported over. Dark clouds filled the sky. Everyone felt the pressure. This was the dawn before the storm. Palace Master Wood Green and the others were also anxious. 3 months had passed, and the leader was still in a coma. There was no sign of him waking up. The invasion of the demonic was even expanding. There was only a trace of pure land left in his primordial spirit. It was very dangerous. According to everyone's speculation, Fong Chun could only last half a year in this state. Half a year. Star Emperor laughed self-deprecatingly. Tears flowed from her eyes. You once said that you would accompany me for the rest of my life, but now you want to leave before me. Have you ever asked for my opinion? Star Emperor cried with tears in her eyes. Fong Shi quietly pulled his 2 brothers into the sacred palace. Sister, what are you doing? Fong Yin was puzzled. Mother is under too much pressure. Let her release, Fong Han said. Fong Shi nodded. Father is unconscious, so we can't just stand there and do nothing. We must do everything we can. Sister, we'll listen to you. Fong Yin and Fong Han nodded. The world's famous mountains and rivers must have been left behind by the ancestors. Corpse Head Continent, in front of the spatial tunnel. Okay, I agree. I'll pay half the cost of the spatial tunnel. The Blood King and Mo Tao reached an agreement. Soon, the 2 discussed a detailed plan and entered the spatial tunnel one after another. Flame Abyss. Yellow Ox and his brothers were patrolling the area when suddenly, Yellow Ox mooed loudly. It stomped its hooves and dashed out of the flame abyss. Brother. The The python and dark leopard also left. Outside the flame abyss, Yang Kuan and Mo Han were setting up a formation. Is the formation ready? Yellow Ox asked hurriedly. The Blood King and Mo Tao are most likely coming. Hearing this, the two trembled. Buzz! The formation enveloped the flame abyss. The five of them were on guard. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a sinister and horrifying laughter came from the flame abyss. The laughter contained an extremely strong, penetrating force. Attack! Yang Kuan roared and attacked together, driving the formation and completely sealing the flame abyss. They finally came. Mo Tao stood with his hands behind his back, surveying the surroundings. The Blood King frowned and used his strong spiritual sense to scan the immemorial primal chaos. The supreme laws of this world are incomplete. The energy level is too low. After the wild laughter, Mo Tao shook his head, having a different opinion. There were many experts during the ancient era. This world exists outside the God's Fall battlefield, which is already suspicious. It is very likely that a super expert created it. The more it was like this, the more mysterious it was. This world is extraordinary. After a round of probing, the Blood King's expression turned grave. This seemingly simple space hid something that even they could not see through. How could they not be shocked? Fortunately, the world is limited. The combat prowess of this world is not strong, Mo Tao sighed. To be able to suppress the cultivation of a sage to the half-step in-essence stage, one could imagine how extraordinary this world was. Now that only the two of us know, let's take control of this world first. Then we can slowly explore, the Blood King said. They absolutely could not let the other sage experts know about this. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Let's go and find the strongest expert of this world. However, just as they were about to leave, they discovered Yang Kuan and the others. Yang Kuan, Mo Tao was shocked. Why was Yang Kuan here? Could it be Mo Tao thought of Yang Kuan's master, Feng Chun? It looks like they are prepared. However, do they think they can stop us with just this amount of people? The Blood King looked at Mo Tao. Mo Tao smiled sinisterly, his baleful aura soaring. Chapter 3458. Blood King and Mo Tao were both Saint Realm experts. The origins they controlled were extremely powerful. There is a saying in the God's Fall battlefield that everyone below the Saint Realm was an ant. From this sentence, one could see how powerful a Saint Realm expert was. At the beginning of the world, Yin and Yang were divided into the five elements. The five elements were the five origins that built the world. These five origins were also the foundation of chaos. Although the cultivation levels of the Blood King and Mo Tao had been suppressed, the origin source they controlled still existed. As a result, their combat strength was still very strong. Break! Mo Tao's aura shook the sky. He glanced at Yang Kuan and the others who were retreating and sneered. He raised his hand and pointed. Pucci! Suddenly, the array that sealed the flame abyss shattered. Kill! Mo Tao attacked Yang Kuan and the others. Mo Tao! Yang Kuan's expression changed when he saw this. He kept retreating. Yellow Ox and his brothers also sensed danger. They secretly transmitted their voices and prepared to escape. We can't match them. They would definitely die if they stayed. It was better to scatter and escape. They might have a chance of survival. Try to escape? The terrifying finger light hit Yang Kuan. A talisman suddenly appeared above Yang Kuan's head and quickly burned. A golden halo was released from the talisman, which barely blocked Mo Tao's finger light. That old bastard from the sacred fire continent. Mo Tao's eyes flashed with golden light. Within the scenic devil dominion, there were a total of 4 known ancient remnant experts. 3 of them were the pillars of the scenic demon palace. As for the other person, he was hiding in the sacred fire continent. Mo Tao had heard the 3 experts of the scenic demon palace talk about the expert from the sacred fire continent. It seemed that the 3 of them were afraid of that expert. However, he had suffered great injuries in the battle of ancient gods. It would be difficult for him to recover. This was also why Mo Tao had not attacked the sacred fire continent all these years. Now that he was in a different time and space, Imhotep would not let go of such a good opportunity. Die for me, Imhotep stomped his foot and immediately chased after him. You go first. Dark clouds covered the area, and a terrifying barrier blocked off the path of escape. Imhotep clenched his teeth and resolutely turned to charge at Imhotep. He was buying time for Yang Kuan. No. Yang Kuan's eyes turned scarlet as he roared furiously. However, reason told him that he had to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, Imhotep would have died for nothing. Boom! A flight talisman suddenly appeared under Yang Kuan's feet, and he quickly disappeared into the horizon. Crack! It was also at this time that Imhotep was killed by Imhotep. Humph! A mere yin-yang origin stage cultivator dares to stop me? Imhotep said disdainfully. He looked in the direction Yang Kuan had fled in, but he didn't give chase. Flying-type talisman? He licked his dry lips, his heart burning with passion. This kind of talisman must be an ancient item. Imhotep thought of a possibility. It was very likely that the life-saving talismans in Yang Kuan's hand were given to him by the super expert hiding in the sacred fire continent. As Imhotep pondered, the Blood King walked over. How is it? Imhotep asked. The Blood King shook his head. They escaped. Just now, he had completely suppressed the 3 demonic beasts. But at the critical moment, the Dark Destruction Leopard shattered its innate ability and forced the Blood King to retreat, allowing the 3 brothers to escape. Don't worry. As long as they're still in this world, we'll find them. Imhotep wasn't worried at all, because soon they would control this world. All living beings would prostrate at their feet. Imhotep looked at the Blood King with a solemn expression. Next, should we divide the territory? The Blood King was slightly stronger than Imhotep. Therefore, Imhotep didn't plan to fight him head-on. Sure. How do you think we should divide it? The Blood King said with a smile. We'll each take half of this world. We'll mind our own business. What do you think? Imhotep said. In the end, the 2 reached an agreement. After dividing the territory, the 2 hurriedly went to explore the various forbidden lands. To them, the human sacred palace was no threat at all. Soon, the Blood King entered the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. As for Imhotep, he entered the South Sea. Sacred Palace. Fang Chun was still in a coma, and his situation was getting worse day by day. Most of his primordial spirit had been invaded by the will of all demons, and only a small part remained intact. On this day, everyone gathered in the Sacred Palace, and a sad atmosphere spread. Father, Fang Shi and his siblings wept with tears in their eyes. The Star Emperor sat quietly by the bed, her small white hand tightly holding Fang Chen's big hand. She was expressionless, and her heart was calm. She firmly believed that her husband would get better. Does the heavens want to destroy the human race? The Reincarnation Sword Emperor said angrily. The Red Emperor and Gue also shook their heads and sighed. Palace Master Wood Green stood with his hands behind his back, and his back seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. The pure-blooded Demon King, Little Mouse, and the others clenched their fists, unwilling to accept this. Boss won't die like this. Everyone could clearly see that the will of all demons in Fang Chen's mind was wildly expanding. Previously, there was still a thumb-sized primordial spirit that wasn't contaminated. But in just a few minutes, it had shrunk a lot. The situation was worse than expected. Originally, they thought that Fang Chun would be able to hold on for at least half a year in this state. But now it seemed that his primordial spirit would be completely invaded by the will of all demons in 3 days. There were some black light spots on the primordial spirit that gathered together and turned into a black substance that attached to the surface of the primordial spirit, isolating it from the whole body. Everyone shook their heads. There was nothing they could do. The pure-blooded Demon King's heart skipped a beat, and then his eyes widened as he stared at Fang Chen's primordial spirit. That is, he saw that the black substance attached to Fang Chen's primordial spirit was mixed with a trace of silver substance. Is it a mutation? His heartbeat quickened, and an ancient legend in his inherited memory floated in his mind. The black substance was formed by the will of all demons, and he knew it very well. But what exactly was this silver substance? In ancient times, there was a powerful person who was invaded by the will of all demons, and the black substance almost covered his entire primordial spirit. But in the last moments of his life, the black substance mutated for some reason, and in the end, that person succeeded in refining the will of all demons, and his strength increased by leaps and bounds. Then, in ancient times, a series of legends were left. Later generations called him the master of refining demons. Don't move. Fangshi sat by his father's bed, gently stroking his father's hair with his fingers. Suddenly, a scolding voice was heard. Everyone looked over and looked at the pure-blooded demon king in confusion. The pure-blooded demon king quickly walked to the bed and whispered, "The black substance in his body has mutated, and even the will of all demons has changed." "What do you mean?" Star Emperor asked. Fangshi hurriedly removed his hand and looked anxiously at the pure-blooded demon king. After the pure-blooded demon king's explanation, everyone suddenly understood. Their hope was rekindled, especially Star Emperor Fangshi and his siblings. They were so happy that they cried. "I told you that father would be fine. A mere will of all demons wants father's life. What a joke. Father will definitely refine the will of all demons." Palace Master Wood Green and the others were a little shocked. It was incredible that someone in ancient times could refine the will of all demons. At the same time, the words "master of refining demons" were deeply engraved in everyone's minds. After a long time, the sacred palace quieted down. According to the pure-blooded demon king, the leader's current situation is somewhat similar to the master of refining demons, but it's still uncertain whether he can wake up. The pure-blooded demon king carefully checked Fang Chen's mind. As time passed, more and more white substance appeared, until it was equal to the black substance. What's going on? Even a master of refining demons didn't have white substance. This puzzled the pure-blooded demon king. When night fell, everyone left the sacred palace. Only Star Emperor accompanied Fang Chun. The pure-blooded demon king wasn't sure whether Fang Chun could wake up, but the sacred palace had no other way. Many people asked what to do next. The pure-blooded demon king only said one word: wait. Ever since Fang Chun fell into a coma, the primordial chaos had been surging. Recently, they had received news from all over the world. Mo Tao entered the South Sea. The Blood King also entered the Demon King's mausoleum. The arrival of two saints was a huge blow to the sacred palace. Palace Lord Wood Green personally controlled the space-locking array. The entire sacred realm was on high alert. All the boundary emperors were summoned back. The sacred palace entered a state of preparation. Many people missed Fang Chun. If the leader woke up, the primordial chaos might still have a chance. He's too strong. Even the power of the primordial chaos can't compete with a saint. This was what Yang Kuan said. Mo Han fought with his life to buy time for him. In the end, he successfully escaped. He hated Mo Tao and the Blood King, but there was nothing he could do. As for Yellow Ox and his brothers, they were nowhere to be seen. I want to break through. Yang Kuan had never had such a strong desire to break through. Only by breaking through could he compete with Mo Tao. Senior Yang Kuan, is there no other way? A boundary emperor asked. Yang Kuan was silent. Way? What way? That was the Saint Realm, the five-element Saint Realm. Anyone who didn't enter the Saint Realm was an ant. However, the only good news was that the two of them didn't seem to be interested in the human race. As soon as they arrived, they went to the primordial chaos to look for opportunities. This undoubtedly delayed the destruction of the primordial chaos. After more than half a month, a piece of good news came from the sacred palace. The pure-blooded monster kings discovered that the black and white substances in Fang Chen's mind had spread to Fang Chen's body and then to his abdomen. They pressed together as if they were about to merge. One black and one white, corresponding to yin and yang. This was condensing the yin and yang energies. This situation was unheard of. Even the pure-blooded monster kings were shocked. The black substance was condensed by the will of the 10,000 demons. To be able to resist the black substance, the white substance must also be extraordinary. How strong would the yin and yang energies condensed from two such powerful substances be? Chapter 3459. In the ancient times, there were many strong cultivators and countless geniuses. In the yin-yang origin realm, the stronger one's potential was, the stronger the yin-yang essence they could condense, and the stronger one's combat power would be. In the past, a yin-yang origin realm cultivator had defeated a saint. There had even been a yin-yang origin realm cultivator who had killed a saint. This was something unimaginable in the age of chaos. Yin-yang essence looked like a yin-yang fish and was the source of yin-yang origin realm cultivator's power. The strength of a cultivator at this level was directly related to the yin-yang essence. It was said that yin-yang essence was divided into 3 levels. Normal cultivators could condense yin-yang essence at the first level. Strong cultivators with great potential could condense yin-yang essence at the second level. As for the third level, it wasn't common even in the ancient times. When the pure-blooded Yao King retreated from the sage palace, he was inexplicably shocked. As a pure-blooded descendant of the ancient times, his primordial spirit was sealed with inherited memories. Now, he had completely unlocked his inherited memories and learned some ancient secrets. With the will of all demons as yin essence and the vitality of all things as yang essence, how terrifying would yin-yang essence be? He didn't even dare to think about it. How is it? Palace Master Wood Green and the others quickly walked over and asked anxiously. His situation is uncertain, but I'm sure that he's undergoing some kind of transformation. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Using the will of all demons to transform? The will of all demons corroded his primordial spirit. It seems dangerous, but it's actually a crisis. The pure-blooded Yao King told everyone what he knew. His body is mutating. The will of all demons gradually condensed into a black substance and then a white substance. The black and white substances complemented each other and fused together. Everyone was enlightened. In other words, if the black and white substances completely fused, it meant that the yin-yang essence was successfully refined, and Fengshan would return in an extremely powerful state. The pure-blooded Yao King nodded. He told everyone that they had to be prepared for the worst. After all, what he said was only the best outcome. The will of all demons had mutated. The black and white substances were out of control and could explode at any time. If that happened, Fengshan would die. Everyone sighed. Opportunities were accompanied by dangers. They prayed that their leader could hold on. "What's the situation with the Blood King and Mo Tao?" asked the pure-blooded demon monarch. Palace Master Woodgreen shook his head. "There hasn't been any movement for now. The two of them have separately entered the Demon Emperor's tomb in the South Sea Danger Zone. They haven't come out yet." However, everyone could tell that Palace Master Woodgreen's voice was very heavy. After all, they were two true Saint Stage powerhouses. Their mastery of the origin had reached an unimaginable level. No one in the vast primordial chaos could rival them. Even though their cultivations were suppressed, they were still no match for him. Time passed. In Fengshan's mind, his essence soul was almost completely covered by the black substance. The condensation of the yin-yang primordial energy had also reached the most critical moment. If he couldn't endure it, then he would definitely die. In the blink of an eye, another few months had passed. Fengshan's metamorphosis had already reached the most critical moment. On this day, news suddenly came from the Saint Palace. In the sky above the danger zone of the South Sea, tens of thousands of lightning bolts danced. Lightning flashed back and forth, creating a great momentum and a strange phenomenon. Palace Master Woodgreen and the others trembled in fear. Thinking back to Mo Tao entering the forbidden land of the Southern Sea, could this change be related to Mo Tao? Soon, another piece of news came. The demon monarch's mausoleum had shattered, and the demonic chi had dissipated, drowning the abandoned demon domain. Above the surging demonic chi, there was a scarlet figure. He was the Blood King, the ruler of the Blood Sea domain. Someone saw the Blood King step on the monstrous demonic chi and turn into a blood-red light that pierced through the void. Someone also saw a figure outside the forbidden land of the Southern Sea, bathing in lightning and enjoying the bombardment of tens of thousands of lightning bolts. Finally, the two met. Blood King, how's your harvest? Obviously, Imotao's harvest was good. Although the opportunities in the South Sea weren't of much use to him, he had still managed to find token. It was a token about a powerful relic in the God's Fall battlefield. It was a priceless treasure. There was once a powerful existence in the demon monarch's mausoleum, but now it's extremely ordinary. Someone must have taken the opportunity before me. The Blood King was a little displeased. With his powerful sense of smell, he could sense that there was once a supreme existence in the demon monarch's mausoleum. That existence was considered a peak existence in the saint stage. This made him even more convinced that the ancient chaos was extraordinary, and it was very likely that there were secrets about the God's Fall battlefield. Seems like you've gained a lot. The Blood King glanced at Imotao. The latter nodded and did not hide anything. I've obtained a command medallion. After hearing Imotao's words, the Blood King's eyes flickered, and he turned into a sea of blood and disappeared into the sky. Imotao knew that the Blood King must have gone to other forbidden lands to find opportunities. Whoosh! Imotao grinned and was about to leave. However, at that moment, what? He sensed the aura of the Saint Treasure coiling Dawn's spear and was furious. Coiling Dawn's spear? That was the Saint Treasure he had given to his son. How could it be in this world? Damn it! He roared at the sky and tore through the sky. The furious Imotao came to the sacred realm. Boom! Dark clouds covered the sky above the sacred realm, and lightning danced. With every step Imotao took, the void shattered and turned into a dark void, completely devouring everything around him. A terrifying power spread out. Everyone in the sacred region could feel the terrifying aura. Plop! Many weak martial artists prostrated on the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices. What's going on? All the boundary emperors in the sacred palace gathered in front of the sacred palace. Imotao. Palace Master Wood Green's expression changed. Without saying a word, he controlled the space sealing array to try and stop Imotao. Buzz. Chains appeared in the void and intertwined with each other, sealing off his path forward. Ridiculous. Imotao sneered and grabbed with both hands. The countless chains were all shattered by him. Boom, boom, boom. The space sealing array set up by Fong Chen shattered. The sacred domain no longer had any barriers and was completely exposed to Imotao. Swish! Imotao reached out and grabbed at the void. Palace Master Wood Green, who was retreating, was suppressed. Where did the coiling Dawn Spear come from? Palace Master Wood Green remained silent. Many boundary emperors below cried out. What should we do? Is the human race going to be destroyed? Everyone was anxious. Yang Kuan took a step forward. Imotao, this is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Leave quickly. Actually, when Yang Kuan said this, he had to bite the bullet. There was no other way. His master was transforming. If he woke up, there was still a chance. Once Imotao destroyed this place, all of them would die. Humph. Imotao snorted coldly. I originally disdained to make a move, but since my son died here, all of you will die with him. Kill. There was no other choice and no way out. With Yang Kuan in the lead, the Samsara Sword Emperor and the other boundary emperors attacked together. Boom! Yang Kuan had a token in his hand. When he activated it, flames shot out. This was the Sacred Flame Heaven token of the Sacred Flame continent. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Imotao waved his hand and threw Palace Master Wood Green out. Rumble. All the attacks landed on Palace Master Wood Green's body, instantly killing him. Palace Master Wood Green. Everyone cried out sorrowfully. In the situation just now, they were unable to stop at all. They could only watch as Palace Master Wood Green died under their attacks. Everyone was furious and bared their teeth. However, they seemed so powerless against Imotao. The first one, Imotao sneered and pointed with his finger. Another boundary emperor was killed. Only Yang Kuan could hold on for a short while. The others were too weak. Ant-like humans don't have the right to live in this world. Mo Tao continued to attack. Every time he pointed with his finger, a boundary emperor would die. The battle of the sacred realm attracted the attention of the entire ancient chaos. They felt that the end of the world had arrived. No one could resist Mo Tao's attacks. That person is too strong. No one can resist him. Heavens, even Palace Master Wood Green died. If Mo Tao wanted to, he could easily destroy the sacred realm. However, he did not do so. Instead, he slowly killed them one by one. He wanted to see their sorrowful and fearful expressions. At this time, in the sacred palace, Feng Shi and his siblings blocked in front of the Star Emperor, not allowing him to go out. Mother, Feng Shi shook his head. Your father is at a critical moment of transformation. One more second is one more hope. The Star Emperor pushed the three children away and resolutely walked out of the sacred palace. Above the sacred palace, the space collapsed and bones scattered. Buy time for the leader. At this moment, everyone was in despair. They only wanted to buy time for the leader, so they self-detonated. Boom! One after another, boundary emperors detonated the energy in their bodies. The energy swept through the sky and drowned Mo Tao. Foolish humans. Mo Tao smiled coldly. The self-detonation of mere half-step in essence stage cultivators did not pose any threat to him. Die. He was like the Grim Reaper. Everywhere his finger passed, no one survived. Pucci. Just as the Star Emperor was about to attack, a terrifying energy spread out. Her purple clothes were dyed red with blood, and all her bones shattered. A pure-blooded fiend king quickly rescued her. The pure-blooded fiend king sent her to the sacred palace and instructed Feng Shi and his siblings to take good care of her. Then, a strange light flashed in the fiend king's eyes. The fiend king stepped forward and stood beside Yang Kuan. At this moment, Yang Kuan's body trembled. One of his arms was broken, and his entire body was covered in blood. With the Holy Flame Heavenly Token's help, Yang Kuan managed to survive. A pure-blooded descendant? Upon seeing the pure-blooded Fiend King, even Mo Tao felt somewhat shocked. It looks like this world is not simple. Mo Tao licked his dry lips. He was very interested in the pure-blooded Fiend King. You have not fully matured yet, but the pure-blooded bloodline in your body is very thick. Mo Tao said, submit to me and fight for me. In the future, I can help you reach the Sage Realm. The pure-blooded Fiend King shook his head. I gave you a chance, but you rejected it? No one below the Sage Realm dared to reject Mo Tao. Since that is the case, what is the point of keeping you? Mo Tao's killing intent surged. An overwhelming might and pressure enveloped the pure-blooded Fiend King. The pure-blooded Fiend King's bones creaked, unable to stand upright.